Alice followed the white rabbit through the dense forest, losing sight of it occasionally before finally finding herself in front of a large door. The rabbit knocked on the door and then disappeared through a small hole. Alice squeezed through the hole after the rabbit and found herself in a beautiful garden. Colorful flowers, neat hedges, and a large fountain. In the center of the garden was a large table with a beautiful tea set laid out. The rabbit motioned for Alice to join him and she sat down. After pouring her a cup of tea, the rabbit asked Alice if she wanted to play a game. She eagerly agreed and followed the rabbit to a small gate. The rabbit said that the goal of the game was to get to the other side of the gate. Alice thought this would be easy, but when she tried to open the gate, it was locked. She rattled the gate, but it wouldn't budge. The rabbit told Alice that the only way to win the game was to find the key. Alice looked around the garden, but she couldn't find the key anywhere. She searched high and low, but it was nowhere to be found. Angry and frustrated, Alice chased the rabbit back to the table. She demanded that he give her the key, but the rabbit said that he didn't have it. Alice looked under the table and behind the chairs, but she still couldn't find the key. Alice was about to give up when she saw the key shining in the sun. She grabbed it and ran back to the gate. She inserted the key into the lock and turned it. The gate opened and Alice was declared the winner. Alice stood at the edge of the garden, key in hand, looking at the long pathway that stretched out before her. She knew that she had to hurry if she wanted to make it to the other side before the sun went down. She had been walking for hours, and she was getting tired. She had seen the sun dip below the horizon, and she knew that she only had a few minutes left. She ran as fast as she could, but she was too late. The sun had disappeared, and the pathway was plunged into darkness. Alice stopped and tried to catch her breath. She was about to turn back when she heard a noise. It sounded like something was moving in the darkness. Alice grasped the key tightly and started to back away. The noise got louder and closer, and Alice could see something moving in the darkness. She turned and ran in the opposite direction. She didn't know what was chasing her, but she didn't want to find out. She ran as fast as she could, but she was no match for the thing that was chasing her. It caught her and dragged her into the darkness. Alice struggled against the thing that was dragging her into the darkness, but it was too strong. She couldn't see what it was, but she could feel its cold hands around her wrists. She tried to scream, but it was too late. The thing had already pulled her into the darkness. Alice felt herself falling down a deep well. She frantically grasped at the walls, but she couldn't find anything to hold on to. She kept falling and falling until she hit the bottom with a thud. Alice lay there for a moment, trying to catch her breath. She slowly sat up and looked around. She was in a small cavern at the bottom of the well. The only light came from a small hole at the top of the well. Alice stood up and tried to climb the walls, but she couldn't find anything to hold on to. She was about to give up when she heard a noise. It sounded like someone was crying. Alice followed the noise and found a small hole in the wall. She crouched down and peered into the hole. There was a small girl inside, crying hysterically. Alice tried to think of something to say to the girl, but she was too upset. She continued to cry and scream until she finally ran out of breath. She lay in the fetal position on the ground, gasping for air. Alice felt sorry for the girl, but she didn't know how she could help her. Suddenly, she heard the sound of someone climbing down the well. She stood up and peered into the hole. A man was climbing down the well, holding a rope. Alice shouted to the man and he looked up. He told her to stand back and she did. The man threw the rope to her and she catch it. He told her to tie it around her waist. She did as he said and the man pulled her up. When she got to the top, she saw that the man was a soldier. He was wearing a uniform that was covered in dust and blood. He asked her what she was doing down there. Alice told him about the girl. The soldier said that he would go down and check on her. He told Alice to wait for him at the top of the well. Alice did as the soldier said and she waited at the top of the well. She heard the soldier talking to the girl, but she couldn't make out what they were saying. After a few minutes, the soldier climbed back up the well. He told Alice that the girl was dead. Alice asked him what happened and the soldier told her that the girl had been down there for days without food or water. Alice was shocked. She couldn't believe that the girl had been down there all alone. The soldier told her that she was lucky that she had found her. He said that if she had been down there much longer, she would have died too. Alice was quiet for a moment. She was trying to process what had happened. She couldn't believe that the girl was dead. She wondered if there was anything she could have done to help her. The soldier told her that there was nothing she could have done. He said that the girl was already dead when she found her. Alice was quiet for a moment. Then she asked the soldier what he was going to do with the body. The soldier told her that he would take her back to the base. He said that they would give her a proper burial. Alice was relieved. She was glad that the girl would at least have a proper burial. She thanked the soldier for his help and then she went back to the base. Alice was falling down a very deep hole. She wondered how far she'd fallen. She did some calculations and concluded that she must be very close to the center of the Earth by now. She then wondered what her latitude and longitude were, not knowing what those concepts even are. Alice continued to fall for what seemed like a long time. She was getting tired and her arms and legs were starting to ache. She started to wonder if she would ever stop falling. Suddenly, she felt something hit her in the head. She was momentarily stunned. Then she felt herself start to slow down. She looked up and saw that she was caught in a net. The net was attached to a rope, which was attached to a platform above her. She was glad that she hadn't hit the ground. She climbed up the rope and onto the platform. She looked around and saw that she was in a very large room. The room was lit by torches and there were people walking around. Alice was confused. She didn't know where she was. Then she heard someone calling her name. She turned around and saw the soldier who had pulled her out of the well. He was walking towards her. When he reached her, he asked her what she was doing there. Alice told him that she didn't know. She said that she'd been falling down a hole and then she woke up in that room. The soldier told her that she was in the underground city. He said that she was lucky that she'd been caught in the net. He said that if she'd hit the ground, she would have been killed. She didn't know that there was an underground city. The soldier told her that the city was built after the war. He said that it was a safe place for people to live. Alice was amazed. She couldn't believe that such a place existed. The soldier told her that she was welcome to stay in the city. He said that she would be safe there. She was glad to have a place to stay. She thanked the soldier for his help and then he showed her to her new home. Alice was grateful to have a place to stay. She was safe in the underground city and she had everything she needed. She was given a small room to live in and a job. She worked in the fields, helping to grow food for the city. She was happy to be able to help. The city was a peaceful place. There was no fighting or violence. Everyone was just trying to live their lives and make the best of the situation. One day, Alice was out working in the fields when she saw a rabbit walking by. She followed the rabbit and it led her to a hole in the ground. She looked down the hole and saw a ladder leading down into the darkness. She was curious, so she started to climb down the ladder. She didn't know where it would lead, but she was curious to find out. As she climbed down the ladder, she started to hear a noise. It sounded like someone was singing. The closer she got to the bottom, the louder the noise became. When she reached the bottom, she saw a woman sitting in a chair, singing to herself. The woman was wearing a strange hat. Alice asked the woman what she was doing. The woman said that she was waiting for her husband to come home. Alice asked her where her husband was. The woman said that he was out in the world, looking for a new home. She said that he had been gone for a long time. Alice asked the woman if she wanted to come with her. The woman said that she couldn't leave her home. She said that she was waiting for her husband to come back. Alice asked the woman if she was sure. The woman said that she was sure. She said that she loved her husband and she knew that he would come back for her. Alice left the woman and continued to explore the underground city. She was curious about all of the different rooms and corridors. She had never seen anything like it before. She was also curious about the people who lived there. They all seemed so different from her. She didn't know what to make of it. As she continued to explore, she came across a room that was filled with books. She had never seen so many books before. She started to look through them, trying to find something that she could read. She was looking for something that would help her understand the city and the people who lived there. She didn't know what she was looking for, but she was hoping to find something. After a while, she came across a book that looked interesting. It was called The City and the People. She started to read it and it began to explain everything to her. It told her about the war and how the city was built. It also told her about the different types of people who lived there. Alice was fascinated by the book. She read it from cover to cover. It was the most interesting thing that she had ever read. After she finished the book, she felt like she understood the city and the people who lived there. She realized that they were all just trying to survive. They were all fighting for their own survival. She also realized that they were all different. They all had their own stories and their own experiences. She knew that she would never forget the city or the people who lived there. Alice was walking through the city, looking for something to eat. She was getting desperate. She had been in the city for weeks and she was running out of food. She had been scavenging for food, but it was getting harder and harder to find anything. She was getting weaker and she knew that she wouldn't be able to last much longer. She needed to find something to eat, and fast. As she was walking, she saw a bat fly by. She was surprised to see a bat in the city. She had never seen one before. She followed the bat and it led her to a small cave. She looked inside the cave and saw a group of bats hanging from the ceiling. She was about to reach for one of the bats when she suddenly felt tired. She leaned against the wall of the cave and fell asleep. As Alice slept, she had a dream. In her dream, she was back in her home city. It was before the war. She was sitting in her room, playing with her cat, Dinah. Suddenly, Alice's dream changed and she found herself in the underground city. She was standing in front of the woman who was waiting for her husband to come home. The woman was still sitting in her chair, but she was no longer singing. She was just staring off into space. Alice asked the woman what was wrong. Suddenly, Alice's dream changed again. She found herself in a room filled with books. When Alice woke up, she realized that the bat cave was just a dream. She was still in the city, and she was still alone. She was about to go back to sleep when she heard a noise. They were all different. Alice was not hurt from her fall and she got up. She saw the white rabbit who is hurrying down a long passage. Alice runs after the white rabbit and she turns the corner to hear it say,
"Oh, my ears and whiskers, how late it's getting."
And then Alice can't find the white rabbit. Alice is in a long hall that is lit up by lamps hanging from the roof. Alice can see doors all along the hall. She starts to open the doors one by one, but they are all locked. Alice is getting frustrated. She's about to give up when she hears a noise from one of the doors. It's the white rabbit. Alice is so excited that she forgot to be careful. She rushes towards the door, but she trips and falls. When she gets up, she looks into the room and sees the white rabbit disappear into a hole in the wall. Alice is about to follow the white rabbit when she hears someone coming. She hides behind the door and sees a man in a uniform walking down the hall. The man is carrying a gun. He walks past Alice and she hears him say,
"I'm going to find that rabbit. It's getting late."
Alice waits until the man in the uniform walks away before she comes out from behind the door. She looks down the hall and sees the white rabbit running away. She begins to run after it but quickly loses sight of it. She looks around for guidance and sees a sign that reads, "Drink me." She looks down at the bottle underneath it and decides to take a drink. After downing the entire bottle, she looks down and realizes that she has shrunk. She begins to run again but trips and falls down a giant hole. As she falls, Alice has the sensation of falling forever. She eventually lands in a soft pile of leaves. As she gets up, Alice notices that she is now in a very different place. The first thing she notices is the giant mushrooms. Then she sees the giant caterpillar smoking a hookah. She looks down and sees that she has shrunk even more. She continues to look around and sees a castle in the distance. Alice continues to look around and sees a castle in the distance. She begins to walk towards it but quickly realizes that she is now in a very different place. As Alice gets closer to the caterpillar, she notices that he is looking at her. He takes a drag from his hookah and says,
"Who are you?"
Alice responds by telling him her name. The caterpillar then asks Alice what she is doing in this place. Alice tells him that she is looking for the white rabbit. The caterpillar blows a smoke ring and says,
"Follow me."
Alice follows the caterpillar as he leads her to the castle. He tells her that she needs to go through the door in order to get to the white rabbit. Alice looks down and sees that she is much too large to fit through the door, even if she could manage to get her head through. Alice speculates that perhaps she could figure out how to make herself small enough to fit through the door, if only she knew how to begin. The caterpillar tells her that she needs to eat the mushroom in order to shrink. Alice is hesitant at first but decides to trust the caterpillar. She takes a bite of the mushroom and suddenly feels herself getting smaller. She continues to shrink until she is small enough to fit through the door. She thanks the caterpillar and enters the door. Alice finds herself in a beautiful garden. She sees the white rabbit and begins to follow him. She suddenly feels something tugging at her dress. She looks down and sees that she has shrunk even further. She is now the size of the rabbit. She continues to follow him until she comes to a door. The white rabbit goes through the door and Alice tries to follow but she is too small. She looks through the keyhole and sees the white rabbit sitting on a throne. She hears someone coming so she quickly runs away. Alice finds herself in a dark forest. She is now the size of an insect. She sees a light in the distance and begins to walk towards it. She comes to a clearing and sees a table with a little bottle on it. The label on the bottle reads, "Drink me." She opens it and drinks the contents. She begins to shrink even further. She is now the size of a mouse. She scurries away as she hears someone coming. Alice continues to shrink until she is the size of a mouse. She finds herself in a small room. The room is dark and there is a musty smell. Alice sees a small window high up on the wall and a door. She tries the door but it is locked. She looks around for something to stand on but there is nothing. She looks at the window and sees that it is too high for her to reach. She starts to feel panicky. She looks around the room again and sees a small key on the floor. She picks it up and tries it in the lock but it doesn't fit. She tries to think what to do. She looks at the key again and sees that there is something written on it. She holds it up to the light and reads, "To unlock, simply insert into keyhole and turn." Alice does as the key says and the door opens. Alice steps out into the garden. She is now the size of a small bird. The sky is blue and the sun is shining. She sees the trees and the flowers. She sees the bird bath and the birdhouse. She flutters over to the bird bath and has a drink of water. She splashes her face and flies over to the birdhouse. She goes inside and looks around. It is empty. She comes back out and sits on the edge of the bird bath. She wonders what she will do next. Alice looks around the garden and sees all the beauty that surrounds her. She sees the trees and the flowers and the bird bath and the birdhouse. She flutters over to the bird bath and has a drink of water. She splashes her face and flies over to the birdhouse. She goes inside and looks around. It is empty. She comes back out and sits on the edge of the bird bath. She wonders what she will do next. Alice decides to explore the garden more. She flies from the bird bath to the birdhouse to the trees to the flowers. She sees so much beauty and wonders what she will do next. Alice hears a noise and looks around. She sees a golden key on the ground. She flutters over to it and picks it up. She looks at it and wonders what it is for. She puts it in her pocket and continues to explore the garden. Alice comes to a door in the garden. She tries to open it, but it is locked. She takes the key out of her pocket and unlocks the door. She opens it and steps through. She finds herself in a beautiful meadow. She sees the sun shining and the flowers blooming. She walks through the meadow and admires all the beauty around her. Suddenly, she hears a noise. She turns around and sees a big, scary dog. It is coming towards her. She is scared and runs away. Alice runs back through the door and into the garden. She closes the door and locks it. She sits down and cries. She is scared and doesn't know what to do. Alice is walking through the garden when she hears a noise. She looks around and sees a glass box under the table. She walks over to it and looks inside. There is a small cake that says, "Eat me," on it. Alice decides to eat it, and soon finds herself getting larger. She eventually becomes so large that her head is banging against the glass ceiling of the box. She starts crying, and she decides to scold herself to try and stop. The noise that Alice had heard was the sound of a box being placed under the table. It was a glass box, and inside of it was a small cake. The cake had "Eat me" written on it in large letters. Alice, being the curious person that she was, decided to eat the cake. As soon as she took a bite, Alice began to grow. She got larger and larger, until her head was banging against the glass ceiling of the box. She started to cry, and she scolded herself for being so curious. Alice continued to cry as she banged her head against the glass ceiling of the box. She was growing larger and larger with each passing second, and she knew that she wouldn't be able to fit under the door to get into the garden. She was getting larger and larger, until she eventually became too large for the box. She popped out of the top of the box and landed on the ground with a thud. She was now so large that she couldn't even stand up. She tried to cry for help, but her voice was so muffled that no one could hear her. She lay there on the ground, feeling sorry for herself, until she eventually fell asleep. Alice awoke to the sound of someone screaming. She slowly opened her eyes, expecting to see the garden and her friends from Wonderland. Instead, she saw a bleak and destroyed wasteland. There was rubble and debris everywhere, and the only sound was the occasional moan of the wind. Alice sat up, realization dawning on her. She was in the future. The nuclear war had destroyed everything, and everyone she knew and loved was gone. Alice felt a pang of sadness as she thought about her family and friends. She wondered if anyone had survived the war. She slowly stood up, her joints creaking from sleeping on the hard ground. She looked around, trying to orient herself. She saw a large building in the distance and decided to walk towards it. Maybe there would be someone there who could tell her what had happened. As she got closer to the building, she saw that it was a hospital. She went inside, hoping to find someone who could help her. The hospital was empty, but there were footprints in the dust that led upstairs. Alice followed the footprints, until she came to a door that read, "Radiation Laboratory." She opened the door and saw a man in a radiation suit sitting in front of a computer. The man turned around, and Alice saw that he was wearing a gas mask. He spoke in a muffled voice.
Who are you?
Alice was about to answer, when she noticed that the man's feet were bare. She looked down at her own feet and saw that they were starting to change. They were getting larger and larger, until they were the size of the man's feet. Alice was horrified as she realized what was happening. The radiation was causing her to mutate. The man in the radiation suit looked at Alice's feet and then at her face. He spoke in a compassionate voice.
It's okay, Alice. I know it's scary, but we'll find a way to fix this. I promise.
Alice felt a wave of relief wash over her. She wasn't alone. There was someone who could help her. She didn't know what the future held, but she was grateful to have somebody by her side. Alice watched as the man in the radiation suit slowly got up from his chair. He walked over to a cabinet and pulled out a syringe. Alice's eyes widened in fear as she realized what he was going to do. The man slowly approached her, the syringe held out in front of him. He spoke in a soothing voice.
It's okay, Alice. This will help you.
Alice was too scared to move. She could feel the tears streaming down her face as the man injected her with the syringe. She didn't know what was in it, but she trusted the man. She felt the needle enter her skin and then she was falling. Falling through a black void. She could hear the man's voice echoing in the distance. I'm sorry, Alice. I'm so sorry. And then she was gone. Alice was woken up by a harsh light shining in her eyes. She blinked a few times, trying to adjust to the light. She felt disoriented and confused. She tried to sit up, but found herself restrained. She looked down and saw that she was strapped to a chair. She tried to move her arms and legs, but they were securely fastened. She looked around the room and saw that she was in some kind of laboratory. There were beeping machines and bubbling test tubes. She saw the man in the radiation suit from before. He was standing in front of her, a look of sadness on his face. Alice tried to speak, but her throat was dry and her words came out as a croak.
What's going on?
The man sighed.
I'm sorry, Alice. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice.
Alice frowned.
Do what? What are you going to do to me?
The man didn't answer her. He just turned and walked away. Alice strained against her restraints, but she couldn't break free. She looked around the room, searching for a way to escape. But there was nowhere to go. She was trapped. Alice felt the tears welling up in her eyes. She tried to blink them away, but they just kept coming. Soon, she was sobbing uncontrollably. She could feel the tears streaming down her face and pooled around her in the chair. Suddenly, she heard a voice. It was coming from nowhere and everywhere at the same time. Alice, Alice, Alice. Alice looked around, trying to find the source of the voice. But she couldn't see anyone.
Who's there? Where are you?
I'm here, Alice. I'm everywhere. Alice frowned. What do you want from me? I want you to stop crying, Alice. You're a great girl and you don't deserve this. Alice sniffed.
But why? What did I do?
You didn't do anything, Alice. But sometimes bad things happen to good people. Alice felt her tears subsiding. She took a deep breath and wiped her eyes.
Okay, I'll try.
That's my girl. The voice faded away and Alice was left alone in the room. She tried to focus on the positive things in her life. Her family and friends. The good times she'd had. But it was hard. She was scared and alone. And she didn't know what was going to happen to her. Alice was so desperate that she was ready to ask help from anyone. When the white rabbit comes near her, she begins to ask for help, but the rabbit is so startled that he drops everything and runs away into the darkness, leaving Alice alone and confused. Alice felt her heart sink as she watched the white rabbit disappear into the darkness. She felt hopeless and alone. She had no idea what to do or where to go. She felt lost and scared. Suddenly, Alice heard a noise. She turned around and saw a large, furry creature walking towards her. She was so scared that she ran away. Alice was so confused and scared that she didn't know what to do. She felt like she had been changed overnight and she couldn't remember feeling the same as she did that morning. She began to think of all the children she knows that are the same age as her to see if she could have been changed for any of them. She couldn't think of any of them that were changed like she was. She began to feel more alone and scared. She wished that she could remember how she felt before so that she could understand what was happening to her. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. She wished that she could find someone to help her. Alice tried to think of what her multiplication tables were, but she couldn't remember them. She tried to think of her geography lesson, but she couldn't remember that either. She began to think that maybe she wasn't Alice anymore. Maybe she was changed for another girl, Mabel. She didn't know how she could have been changed, but she knew that it was a possibility. She didn't know how to find out for sure though. She wished that she could talk to someone about it, but she was too scared to tell anyone. She didn't want to be a freak and she didn't want to be laughed at. Alice decided to try and go to sleep and see if she could remember anything in the morning. Maybe she was just confused and she would feel better after a good night's sleep. She lay down in her bed and tried to relax, but she couldn't. She was too scared and too confused. She felt like she was going to go crazy if she didn't find out what was going on. She decided to get out of bed and go for a walk. Maybe she would run into someone who could help her. Alice walked for what felt like hours, but she couldn't find anyone. She was about to give up and go home when she saw a light in the distance. She walked towards it and saw that it was a fire. She walked closer and saw that there were people around the fire. She didn't know if she should go closer or not, but she was too curious to turn back now. She walked up to the fire and saw that the people were all adults. She didn't see any children. One of the adults saw her and asked her what she was doing out so late. Alice told them that she couldn't sleep and she was just out for a walk. The adult asked her if she wanted to join them. Alice hesitated for a moment, but then she decided to go for it. Maybe these people could help her figure out what was going on. The adult introduced Alice to the others around the fire. There were 4 other adults, 2 men and 2 women. They all seemed nice enough, but Alice was still very nervous. She didn't know if she could trust them. One of the women asked Alice if she was hungry. Alice realized that she was starving. She hadn't eaten anything all day. She gratefully accepted the food that the woman offered her. As Alice ate, she began to feel a little better. Maybe these people could help her after all. She decided to tell them about her situation. She told them about how she felt like she had been changed overnight and she didn't know how to deal with it. She also told them about how she couldn't remember her multiplication tables or her geography lesson. The adults listened to Alice's story. They didn't say anything for a while. They were all trying to figure out what to say. They had never heard of anything like this happening before. One of the men spoke up and said that he had heard of something like this happening before. He said that he knew a man who had been changed into a woman. He said that it was very rare, but it did happen. Alice was surprised. She had never heard of anything like this happening before. She was relieved that she wasn't the only one. The man told Alice that the best thing to do was to accept that she was changed and move on with her life. He said that it was possible to find happiness after something like this happened. Alice thanked the man for his advice. She was feeling a little better now. She was still scared and confused, but at least she wasn't alone. She said goodbye to the others and went home. She was exhausted, but she felt like she could finally get some sleep now. The next morning, Alice woke up feeling a little better. She was still confused and scared, but she felt like she could handle it now. She was determined to find out more about what happened to her. She was going to talk to the other adults in the community and see if they knew anything. She was also going to try and find the man who had been changed into a woman. Maybe he could help her understand what was going on. Alice was feeling a little bit more hopeful now. She was still scared, but she was no longer alone. She had people to help her and she was determined to find out more about what happened to her. She was going to make the best of the situation and she was going to find happiness again. Alice walked around the community, talking to the other adults. Some of them had heard of what happened to her, but most of them hadn't. They all told her the same thing that the man the previous night had told her. They said that the best thing to do was to accept that she was changed and move on with her life. They said that it was possible to find happiness after something like this happened. Alice appreciated the advice, but she still felt like she needed to talk to someone who had been through the same thing. She was determined to find the man who had been changed into a woman. She asked around, but no one seemed to know who she was talking about. She was about to give up when she ran into one of the women from the previous night. The woman told her that she might be able to help her. She said that she knew the man Alice was looking for. She gave her directions to his house and told her to be careful. Alice followed the directions the woman had given her. She was getting closer and closer to the man's house. She was getting nervous, but she was also excited. She was finally going to talk to someone who understood what she was going through. She knocked on the man's door and waited. She heard footsteps inside and then the door opened. A man stood in front of her. He was older than she had expected. He had a kind face and he looked like he had been through a lot in his life. He asked her what she wanted. Alice took a deep breath and told him her name. She told him that she had been changed into a woman and she didn't know how to deal with it. The man listened to Alice's story. He didn't say anything for a while. He was trying to figure out what to say. He had been through the same thing himself and he knew how hard it was. She had someone to talk to who understood what she was going through. She said goodbye to the man and went home. The next morning, Alice woke up feeling a bit more confident. She was still scared, but she knew that she could handle this. She was determined to find happiness again. She was going to make the best of the situation and she was going to find a way to live her new life. The first thing she did was go to the community center and talk to the other adults. It had been a long time since she had talked to anyone her own age and she was nervous. She had seen the other adults around, of course, but she had never really talked to them. They always seemed so busy and she didn't want to bother them. But now she was desperate. She needed help and she didn't know who else to turn to. So she took a deep breath and walked into the community center. It was a small building, made of prefabricated materials. It was one of the few buildings left standing after the bombs fell. The others were either destroyed or abandoned. But the community center was still standing, still serving its purpose. Inside, she saw a few people milling about. They all turned to look at her when she entered and she felt self-conscious under their gaze. But she forced herself to keep going. She walked up to the first person she saw and spoke in a soft voice.
Hello, my name is Sarah. I'm new here. I was wondering if you could help me.
The person, a young man, looked at her for a moment before answering.
Sure. What do you need?
Sarah began to explain her situation and the young man listened. He didn't interrupt or judge, he just listened. And when she was finished, he nodded.
I'll help you.
He said. Sarah felt a wave of relief wash over her. She hadn't realized how worried she had been until that moment. But now she had someone to help her. Someone who cared. And that was all she could ever ask for. Alice slipped on the wet ground, her foot sinking into the mud beneath the surface. She yanked her foot out of the mud with a disgusted face and took a step back. She was getting closer to the garden and she wanted to be careful. She didn't want to fall and hurt herself. She had been walking for hours and she was getting tired. But she didn't want to stop. Not yet. She could see the garden now, just a few hundred yards away. She quickened her pace, her heart pounding in her chest. She could almost taste it. Suddenly, she heard a noise behind her. She froze, her heart in her throat. It sounded like something was coming after her. Something big. She turned around slowly, her heart racing. And then she saw it. A huge, furry creature, its teeth glistening in the moonlight. It was coming right for her. Alice didn't hesitate. She turned and ran as fast as she could. The creature was gaining on her, its heavy footsteps pounding the ground. She could hear its breath, hot and heavy, on the back of her neck. She was about to be caught. She was about to be eaten alive. But then she saw the garden. She was only a few feet away. She redoubled her efforts, her legs pumping faster and faster. And then she was there. She leapt over the fence and into the safety of the garden. The creature crashed into the fence, its teeth snapping inches from her skin. She lay there for a moment, her heart racing, her breath coming in short gasps. She was safe. She was alive. But she wasn't out of danger yet. She knew that she had to get out of the garden. The creature was still there, still waiting for her. She couldn't stay there. She had to keep moving. She had to find somewhere safe. Somewhere far away from the creature. So she got up and started to run. She didn't know where she was going. She didn't know what she would find. But she knew she had to keep moving. She had to keep running. Alice was running as fast as she could, her legs pumping, her breath coming in short gasps. She could hear the creature behind her, its heavy footsteps pounding the ground. It was getting closer and closer. Alice ran through the garden, her feet sinking into the soft earth beneath her. She could hear the creature behind her, its claws scratching the ground as it followed her. She was getting tired. She had been running for hours and she was getting tired. She could see the gate at the other end of the garden. She was getting close. But the creature was still behind her. But then she saw the gate. She leapt over the gate and into the safety of the other garden. The creature crashed into the gate, its teeth snapping inches from her skin. Alice breathed a sigh of relief as she leapt over the gate into the safety of the other garden. She leaned against the gate, her heart pounding in her chest. She could hear the creature on the other side, its claws scratching the wood. She was safe. For now. Alice looked around the other garden. It was smaller than the first garden and there was no gate at the other end. She was trapped. She heard the creature scratching at the gate again. She was trapped and the creature was going to get her. Alice began to cry. She slid to the ground, her back against the gate, and she cried. She cried until her tears ran out and she was left swimming in a pool of her own tears. Alice was swimming in a pool of her own tears when she heard something splashing nearby. At first she thought it was a walrus or hippopotamus, but then she realized it was just a mouse that had also fallen in. Alice quickly scrambled to her feet, her heart pounding in her chest. She had never seen a mouse up close before and she was not sure if it could talk. She decided to try speaking to it in a friendly way.
Hi there.
She said, her voice shaking slightly.
My name is Alice. What's your name?
The mouse looked at her inquisitively but did not say anything. Alice tried again.
Do you want to be friends?
She asked. The mouse tilted its head to the side and Alice took that as a yes. She reached out her hand to the mouse and it stepped into her palm. She lifted it out of the pool of tears and held it close to her chest. The mouse was her new friend and she would protect it always. Alice walked through the forest, holding her new friend the mouse close to her chest. She had been trying to teach it some English, but it was difficult since the mouse was scared of cats. Alice tried to explain that not all cats are bad, but the mouse is still afraid. They came to a clearing and Alice saw a big, black cat in the distance. The mouse immediately hid in Alice's jacket.
It's okay,
Alice whispered.
that cat is far away. It can't hurt us.
But the mouse was still scared. Alice decided to try something different.
Do you want to learn French?
She asked the mouse. The mouse peeped out of her jacket and looked at Alice. It seemed interested.
Okay,
Alice said.
Let's start with some basics. Comment t'appelles tu?
The mouse looked at her, confused. But Alice was determined to teach her new friend. She would not give up until the mouse could understand at least a little French. Alice and the mouse continued walking through the forest. The sun was shining through the trees and Alice could see the dust motes floating in the air. Alice was trying to teach the mouse some French, but it was difficult. The mouse was scared of cats and did not want to learn. But Alice was determined to teach her new friend. Alice explained to the mouse that cats were not always bad. Sometimes they could be nice. The mouse did not believe her. She had never seen a cat that was not trying to eat her. Alice told the mouse that she would prove it to her. The next time they saw a cat, Alice would pet it and show the mouse that it was not so scary. The mouse was hesitant, but agreed to try. A few minutes later, they saw a cat walking towards them. The mouse froze in fear, but Alice walked up to the cat and petted it. The cat purred and rubbed against her. The mouse was amazed. She slowly approached the cat and petted it too. From then on, the mouse was not so scared of cats anymore. The speaker is Alice, who is trying to make conversation with a mouse. She asks if it is fond of dogs, and when the mouse does not answer, she goes on to describe a cute little terrier dog. However, her enthusiasm seems to have offended the mouse, which swims away quickly. Alice is disappointed that she has offended the mouse and tries to apologize, but the mouse is gone. Alice wonders if she will ever see the mouse again. She hopes that someday they can be friends again. Alice was sure that she had seen a hurt look in the mouse's eye before it quickly swimming away. She felt terrible that her words had caused the mouse pain. Alice sincerely wanted to be friends with the mouse and hoped that someday their paths would cross again so that she could apologize properly. Alice watched as the mouse quickly swam away, wondering if she would ever see it again. As Alice was contemplating what had just happened, she saw the mouse swimming back towards her. She was relieved and happy that the mouse had forgiven her. The mouse came close to Alice and said,
I'm sorry for running away like that. I was just so afraid of cats and dogs.
Alice was surprised to hear the mouse talk. She had never heard a mouse speak before. She was about to ask the mouse how it could talk, but the mouse continued.
I'll tell you my story if you can help me make it to shore. I'm so tired of swimming.
Alice was happy to help the mouse and agreed to swim with it to shore. On the way, they were joined by a duck, a dodo, a lory, an eaglet, and several other animals. When they finally made it to shore, the mouse told Alice its story. It turns out that the mouse used to live in a world where cats and dogs were the dominant species. The mouse had been constantly terrorized and chased by them. One day, the mouse had stumbled upon a group of humans who were kind and gentle. They took the mouse in and protected it from the cats and dogs. The mouse had been living with the humans ever since. However, the nuclear war had decimated the world and the mouse was forced to flee. The mouse had been swimming for days, trying to find a safe place to land. When the mouse saw Alice, it thought that maybe, just maybe, she could help it find a new home. Alice was touched by the mouse's story and promised to help it find a new home. She knew that it would be a long and difficult journey, but she was determined to help the mouse. Together, they would find a place where the mouse would be safe and loved. Alice and the animals made their way to shore, where they found a group of humans who had also survived the nuclear war. The humans were kind and gentle, and they welcomed Alice and the animals into the group. Together, they all began the long journey to find a new home. Alice and the animals walked for days, searching for a safe place to call home. They met many people along the way, some of whom were kind and helpful, while others were not so kind. There were many challenges and obstacles, but Alice and the animals persevered. Finally, after what felt like forever, they arrived at a safe and beautiful place. The mouse was thrilled to have found a new home and Alice was happy to have helped. They all settled down and began their new lives in this new place. The mouse, who seemed to be a person of authority among them, called out,
"Sit down, all of you, and listen to me. I'll soon make you dry enough."
They all sat down at once, in a large ring, with the mouse in the middle. Alice kept her eyes anxiously fixed on it, for she felt sure she would catch a bad cold if she did not get dry very soon. The mouse began to talk, and Alice soon found herself paying close attention to everything it said. It told them about the nuclear war that had destroyed their world, and how they had all been lucky to survive. It spoke of the journey they had all taken to find this safe and beautiful place, and how they must now work together to rebuild their lives. Alice was moved by the mouse's words, and she felt hopeful for the future. Together, they all began the long process of rebuilding their lives in this new place. It was not easy, but they worked hard and slowly but surely, they began to create a new home for themselves. Alice and the animals were happy to have found a new place to call home, and they knew that they would never forget the journey they had taken to get there. The mouse continued its history lesson, explaining how England had been conquered by William the Conqueror. The lorry interrupted to ask a question, but the mouse scolded him and continued the lesson. The mouse spoke of the many wars that had been fought over the years, and how they had all eventually led to the nuclear war that had destroyed their world. It was a hard lesson for Alice to hear, but she knew it was important to learn about the past so that they could build a better future. Alice asked the mouse to tell them more about the nuclear war, and the mouse obliged. It was a harrowing tale, of how the bombs had fallen and the world had been engulfed in flames. Many had died, but some had survived, and those were the ones who now lived in this irradiated wasteland. Alice was silent for a long time after the mouse had finished its story, taking in the gravity of what had happened. She knew that if they were to survive, they would have to work together and build a new world, better than the one that had been destroyed. The duck and the mouse continued their conversation, with the duck asking the mouse what the archbishop had found. The mouse was cross and told the duck that it was a frog or a worm. The duck asked the mouse what the archbishop found and the mouse didn't answer. The mouse told the duck about William's conduct and then asked Alice how she was doing. Alice told the mouse that she was doing well, but she was worried about the future. The mouse reassured Alice and told her that they would all work together to build a new world, better than the one that had been destroyed. The dodo and the eaglet were arguing about the lack of progress in drying Alice off. The dodo insisted that more energetic remedies were needed, but the eaglet says that it doesn't understand what the dodo is saying. The other birds start laughing and the dodo gets angry. The dodo says that the eaglet is too young to understand and that it doesn't know anything about the world. The eaglet tells the dodo that it is just as capable as anyone else and that it is tired of being treated like a child. The dodo insists that the eaglet is too young to understand the situation and that it needs to trust the dodo. The eaglet doesn't want to trust the dodo and says that it will never trust the dodo again. The dodo gets angry and starts to leave. The eaglet tries to stop the dodo, but the dodo is too angry and doesn't listen. The dodo proposes a race to dry everyone off, but Alice is unsure what that is. The dodo explains that everyone runs in a circle, and whoever makes it back to the starting point first is the winner. Alice is hesitant, but the dodo insists that it will be fun. Alice decides to trust the dodo and she joins the race. The dodo leads the way and everyone follows. Alice is running as fast as she can, but she starts to get tired. She doesn't want to give up, but she doesn't know if she can make it. She keeps running and she starts to see the finish line. She gives it her all and she crosses the finish line first. She is exhausted, but she is also elated. She can't believe that she won. The dodo is also very happy and he congratulates Alice on her victory. The dodo has to think for a long time about who the winner is. He is deep in thought and he doesn't want to make a mistake. He finally decides that Alice is the winner and he congratulates her. Alice is very happy and she thanks the dodo. The dodo explains that the best way to understand something is to experience it. This race was a great way to experience what it is like to run. Alice is glad that she was able to participate. The dodo tells Alice that she did a great job and he is sure that she will be able to win more races in the future. Alice is happy to have won the race and she thanks the dodo again. Alice is pleased that she was able to take part in the race and get a feel for what it is like to run. The dodo reassures her that she did well and that with more practice, she will be able to win future races. Alice is thankful to the dodo for his support and congratulatory words. The dodo says that everyone has won and must have prizes, but when asked who will give the prizes, points to Alice. Alice is surrounded by the party who all demand prizes, and she manages to give them each a box of comfits from her pocket. She is finally able to escape and goes to look for the white rabbit. She finds him and he is very pleased to see her. He asks her if she has any news of his family. Alice tells him that she is sorry but she has not seen them since the last time she was in their house. The white rabbit is very upset and he tells Alice that he is going to find his family. He says goodbye to Alice and goes off in search of them. The group of animals crowded around the winner of the race, asking who it was. The dodo, who was apparently in charge, said that the winner must receive a prize. When Alice said she only had a thimble in her pocket, the dodo had her give it over. The dodo then presented the thimble to Alice and everyone cheered. Alice thought the whole thing was absurd, but she didn't dare to laugh. Alice tries to escape but is surrounded by the party who all demand prizes. Alice manages to give them each a box of comfits from her pocket, and finally escapes. Alice goes in search of the white rabbit, and finds him. The white rabbit is very pleased to see her, and asks her if she has any news of his family. The next thing on the agenda was to eat the comfits. This caused some noise and confusion, as the large birds complained that they couldn't taste theirs, and the small ones choked and had to be patted on the back. However, it was over at last, and they sat down again in a ring, and begged the mouse to tell them something more.
"I'm afraid I can't, just yet,"
said the mouse.
"Because I haven't finished my story. But please, do go on and eat your comfits, and when you're all done, I'll be happy to continue."
So they did as they were told, and when they were all finished, the mouse began to speak again.
"As I was saying, I was born into a family of very humble means. My father was a laborer and my mother worked as a maidservant. We had barely enough to get by, but we were happy.
When I was just a young boy, the war began. At first, we didn't really understand what was happening. All we knew was that suddenly there were bombardments and explosions, and people were screaming and running everywhere. My father told us to stay indoors, to hide under the bed, but my mother said we had to go outside and see what was happening. So we did, and what we saw was complete and utter destruction. The city was in flames, and everywhere we looked, there were bodies lying in the street.
It was then that we realized that the war had come to our doorstep, and there was no turning back.
My father enlisted in the army and went off to fight, and my mother took us away to the countryside to try and escape the fighting.
But it was no use. The war reached us even there, and one day, my mother and I were out in the fields when we heard the planes overhead.
We didn't have time to run, and the next thing I knew, I was lying on the ground, covered in blood. I couldn't see or hear anything, and I thought for sure I was going to die.
But somehow, I survived. When I came to, I was in a hospital. My mother was there, but she was in a coma. The doctors said she would never wake up.
As for me, I was blinded in one eye and my hearing was damaged. But I was alive, and I was determined to make the most of it.
I joined the resistance movement, and for the next few years, I fought against the occupying forces. I can't even begin to tell you how many close calls I had, but I always managed to escape unscathed.
Until one day, I wasn't so lucky. I was caught by the enemy and tortured for information. They did things to me that I still can't even think about without wanting to vomit.
But I never broke. I never told them anything, no matter how much they hurt me.
Eventually, they got tired of trying to get information from me and they decided to kill me. But I was rescued by some of my comrades just in time, and I was brought back to the resistance.
After that, I became one of the leaders of the resistance. I assumed the name of the White Rabbit, and under my leadership, we began to strike back at the enemy.
We sabotaged their supply lines, destroyed their weapons, and killed as many of them as we could.
The resistance became a symbol of hope for the people, and we had many more people joining our ranks.
But then, one day, we made a mistake. We underestimated the enemy's strength, and they managed to ambush us.
They killed most of us, including my wife and my child. I was the only one who managed to escape.
I vowed then and there to never rest until the enemy was defeated and the war was won.
And that is why I'm here today, fighting alongside you. Because I know that together, we can win this war and build a better future for our children.
When the White Rabbit finished speaking, there was a long moment of silence. And then, one by one, the animals started to cheer. They were inspired by his words, and they were ready to fight. The White Rabbit was their leader, and they would follow him into battle, no matter what. The White Rabbit led the charge into battle, and the animals followed. They were ready to fight, and they were determined to win. The enemy was caught off guard by the ferocity of the attack, and they were soon retreating. The animals were winning, and they were not going to let the enemy take them down. But then, the White Rabbit was hit by a bullet and he fell to the ground. The animals were stunned, and they didn't know what to do. They had never fought without their leader before, and they didn't know if they could. But then, the White Rabbit got back up. He was injured, but he was not going to let that stop him. He picked up a gun and started firing at the enemy again. The animals were inspired by his courage, and they fought on. They were not going to let the White Rabbit down, and they were not going to let the enemy win. The battle raged on, but eventually, the animals were victorious. They had won, and they had made the White Rabbit proud. The next day, the mouse and the dog met again in the same house. The dog was still determined to take the mouse to court, and the mouse was still trying to talk the dog out of it. But this time, the mouse had an idea. He pointed out that there would be no jury or judge in the dog's trial, and that the dog would have to be both judge and jury. The dog thought about this for a moment, and then he agreed. He said that he would be both judge and jury, and that he would condemn the mouse to death. The mouse asked for a fair trial, and the dog agreed. He said that he would give the mouse a fair trial, and that he would be sure to find the mouse guilty. The mouse then asked for a final request, and the dog agreed. The mouse asked to be allowed to go outside for one last time before he died. The dog agreed, and he opened the door for the mouse. The mouse ran outside, and he was immediately caught by a cat. The mouse tried to run away, but the cat was too fast. The cat caught the mouse and killed him. The dog watched from the window as the mouse was killed, and he was satisfied. The mouse had received a fair trial, and he had been found guilty. The dog had done what was right, and he had made sure that justice was served. Alice was walking through the ruins of the city, kicking up dust with her feet as she went. She was headed towards the courthouse, where the mouse and the dog were going to have their trial. Alice was excited to see what would happen, and she wanted to be there to see it all go down. She had never been to a trial before, and she wanted to see how it all worked. As Alice got closer to the courthouse, she saw the mouse and the dog walking towards it. They both looked serious, and they didn't say anything to each other as they passed. Alice followed them into the courthouse, and she took a seat in the back. She wanted to be able to see everything that happened, but she didn't want to be too close to the action. The trial began, and the mouse was the first to speak. He said that he had done nothing wrong, and that he was innocent. The dog then took the stand, and he said that the mouse was guilty. He said that the mouse had stolen his food, and that he deserved to be punished. The trial continued, and both the mouse and the dog presented their evidence. The mouse said that he didn't steal the food, and that the dog had no proof. The dog said that he had seen the mouse take the food, and that was all the proof he needed. After both sides had presented their evidence, it was time for the jury to deliberate. They left the courtroom, and Alice could hear them arguing with each other. She couldn't tell what they were saying, but she could tell that they were deliberating. After a few minutes, the jury came back into the courtroom, and they announced their verdict. The mouse was found guilty, and the dog was vindicated. The mouse was sentenced to death, and the dog was allowed to go free. Alice watched as the mouse was led away to his execution. She felt sorry for him, even though she knew that he was guilty. She knew that the dog had been right all along, and that justice had been served. The mouse quickly scurries away after Alice and the others express their interest in hearing the end of its story, and the lorry laments that it didn't stay. Alice says that if their pet cat Dinah were here, she could quickly fetch the mouse back. The lorry curiously asks who Dinah is, and Alice tells the story of how Dinah became her loyal companion. She explains that when she was first abandoned in the nuclear wasteland, she was terrified and alone. She didn't know how to survive, and she thought for sure that she was going to die. She was about to give up, when she heard a meow. She followed the sound, and she found a scrawny little kitten. The kitten was weak and starving, but it didn't give up. Alice took the kitten in, and she swore to protect it. She named the kitten Dinah, and she raised her as her own. Dinah quickly became Alice's best friend, and she was always there for her when she needed her. Dinah was the one who kept Alice alive in those early days, and she was the one who showed her how to survive. Alice and the lorry are quickly interrupted by the Cheshire Cat, who has been listening to their conversation. The cat tells Alice that she is curious about Dinah, and she asks if she can meet her. Alice is hesitant, but she eventually agrees. She knows that Dinah won't like the cat, but she doesn't want to be rude. She leads the cat to her camp, and she calls for Dinah. Dinah comes running, and she stops when she sees the cat. Dinah hisses and snarls at the cat, and Alice has to hold her back. The cat just grins at Dinah, and Alice can tell that it is hungry. She knows that the cat is going to try to eat Dinah, and she knows that she has to protect her. She tells the cat to leave, and she threatens to hurt it if it doesn't go. The cat hisses at Alice, but it eventually disappears into the shadows. Alice knows that it won't be gone for long, and she knows that she has to be careful. Later that night, Alice is sitting around the campfire with Dinah. She is stroking Dinah's fur, and she is thinking about the cat. She falls asleep with Dinah in her arms, and she dreams of the cat. In her dream, the cat is stalking her, and she is trying to run away. She can hear the cat's footsteps behind her, and she knows that it is going to catch her. She wakes up with a start, and she is sweating. Alice is sitting around the campfire with Dinah, and she is stroking her fur. She studies the flickering flames, and she wonders what the future holds. She dreams of the cat stalking her, and she wakes up with a start. She is sweating, and she is terrified. She holds Dinah close, and she tells her that she is sorry. She knows that she has to kill the cat, and she knows that it won't be easy. She takes a deep breath, and she prepares herself for what she has to do. Alice remembers the first time she saw the cat. It was in the ruins of her home, and it was watching her with its cold, inhuman eyes. She was only a child then, and she didn't understand what the cat was. All she knew was that it terrified her. Since that day, the cat has been stalking her. It has followed her through the ruins of the world, and it has always been just out of reach. Alice has tried to kill it many times, but it has always been too quick and too strong. She knows that it is only a matter of time before it catches her. Alice is not sure why the cat is after her, but she knows that it is evil. It is a creature of the darkness, and it must be destroyed. She owes it to the world, and she owes it to herself. Alice takes a last look at Dinah, and she knows what she has to do. She can't let the cat win, and she can't let it kill her. She has to end this, once and for all. Alice hears footsteps approaching, and she hopes it is the mouse, coming back to tell his story. She is surprised when she sees the cat, stalking towards her. She backs away, but the cat is faster. It pounces on her, and she feels its claws sink into her flesh. She screams in pain and terror, and she knows that she is going to die. The cat drags her into the darkness, and she knows that she is never going to see the light again. Alice is still screaming as the cat drags her into the darkness. She knows that she is going to die, and she can't believe it. She tries to struggle, but the cat is too strong. It drags her into a small room, and she can see the white rabbit cowering in the corner. The cat releases her and she falls to the ground, whimpering in pain. The white rabbit doesn't seem to notice her, and it is frantically searching for something. Alice guesses that it is looking for the fan and the pair of white kid gloves. However, everything seems to have changed since her swim in the pool, and she can't find them anywhere. The white rabbit is getting more and more frantic, and Alice can see that it is about to give up. She knows that she has to do something, and she knows that she is the only one who can help. She gets to her feet and starts to search the room, helping the white rabbit look for the fan and the gloves. Alice wasn't sure what she was looking for, but she knew that she had to help the white rabbit. It was frantically searching for something, and she could see the terror in its eyes. She thought it might be looking for the fan and the pair of white kid gloves. Suddenly, she hears the white rabbit crying out in terror. She turns to see the cat standing in the doorway, a wicked grin on its face. It starts to stalk towards them, and Alice knows that they are both going to die. She tries to think of something, anything that will save them, but she can't think of anything. The cat is getting closer and closer, and she can see the madness in its eyes. She knows that there is nothing she can do, and she can only hope that someone will find them before it's too late. She turned and sprinted away from the house, knowing that he would be right behind her. She could hear his footsteps pounding on the ground, getting closer and closer. She was getting tired, and she knew that he would catch her soon. She saw the house with the brass plate and ran towards it, not knowing what else to do. She knocked on the door, not wanting to meet the real Mary Ann. She heard footsteps inside, and the door opened. A woman with a kind face stood there. looking at her in confusion. Alice tried to catch her breath, and she could feel the tears running down her face. She knew that she was going to be thrown out, but she had to try. She begged the woman to let her in, and she was surprised when she agreed. She was even more surprised when she found out that the woman was the real Mary Ann. She had thought that she was going to be thrown out, but she was welcomed with open arms. She was given a cup of tea and a plate of biscuits, and she finally felt safe. She knew that she would never forget the kindness that Mary Ann showed her, and she vowed to help the White Rabbit however she could. Alice was sitting at the table in the window, fanning herself with her gloves. She was getting hot, and she was considering leaving when she saw the bottle. It was labeled, "Drink me." So Alice thought that it might be water. She was about to take a drink when she heard a noise outside. She looked out the window and saw the White Rabbit running towards the house. He looked scared, and Alice knew that he was being chased. She put the bottle down and ran to the door, throwing it open. The White Rabbit ran inside, and Alice slammed the door shut, not knowing what else to do. She leaned against the door, trying to catch her breath. She could hear the footsteps of the person who was chasing the White Rabbit, and she knew that they would be at the door any moment. She had to think of something, and she knew that she couldn't let the White Rabbit be caught. She heard the footsteps getting closer, and she knew that she had to act fast. She picked up the bottle and threw it at the door, smashing it. Then she grabbed the White Rabbit and ran into the forest, not knowing what else to do. Alice and the White Rabbit ran through the forest, not knowing where they were going. Alice was getting tired, and she knew that the person who was chasing them was getting closer. She saw a tree up ahead, and she knew that she could climb it. She put the White Rabbit down and started to climb, but she was not used to climbing trees. She managed to get a few feet off the ground when she saw the person who was chasing them. He was a large man, and he was carrying a gun. Alice knew that she was in trouble. The man started to climb the tree after her, and Alice was terrified. She was about to give up when she heard the White Rabbit scream. The man had caught him, and he was holding him captive. Alice was not going to let the White Rabbit be captured, and she started to climb faster. She got to the top of the tree and jumped down, landing on the man. He was knocked unconscious, and Alice ran to the White Rabbit. She picked him up and hugged him, not knowing what else to do. Alice was panting and sweating, and she was relieved that she had managed to save the White Rabbit. She looked around and saw that they were in a small clearing in the forest. She saw a door in a tree, and she knew that it was the entrance to the rabbit's house. She knocked on the door, and a small voice said,
"Come in."
Alice went into the house, and she was amazed by what she saw. The walls were lined with books, and there was a fire burning in the fireplace. A small table was set for two, and there was a pot of tea brewing. The White Rabbit sat down at the table and motioned for Alice to sit down as well. He poured her a cup of tea, and she sipped it, not knowing what to say. Finally, she said,
"Thank you for saving me. I'm sorry that I got you into trouble."
The White Rabbit smiled and said,
"It's all right. I'm just glad that you're safe."
Alice was so large that she got stuck in the room. She was very uncomfortable and wondered what would become of her. Luckily, the magic bottle's effect wore off and she shrank back to her original size. She was relieved and happy to be back to normal. She went to the White Rabbit's house and knocked on the door. The White Rabbit answered the door and was happy to see Alice. He invited her in and they sat down to have a cup of tea. The White Rabbit thanked Alice for saving him and they both laughed about the adventure they had just been on. Alice was feeling sorry for herself because she was stuck in a strange place where she kept growing and shrinking. She wondered what kind of story she would be in if she were a character in a book, and decided that she would write her own story if she were the author. She thought about all of the adventures she had been on since she arrived in this strange place, and how she had helped the white rabbit and the other animals. She decided that she would be the hero of her own story, and that it would be a story about kindness, bravery, and friendship. Alice was still mulling over her thoughts when she heard a voice outside. She stopped to listen, and it sounded like the white rabbit. She followed the voice until she came to a clearing, and sure enough, there was the white rabbit. He was looking around anxiously, and when he saw Alice, he came over to her.
Alice, thank goodness you're here. I've been looking all over for you.
What's wrong, White Rabbit? What's going on?
It's the Red Queen.
The white rabbit said, his voice shaking.
She's coming here, and she's going to destroy everything.
Alice's heart started pounding. The Red Queen was the ruler of the other side of the nuclear wasteland, and she was a ruthless dictator. If she came here, she would kill everyone and destroy everything.
We have to warn the others,
Alice said.
Come on, White Rabbit.
The two of them ran back to the habitats, and Alice started banging on doors, shouting for everyone to wake up and get to the shelter. There was a lot of commotion, but eventually everyone was awake and gathered in the shelter. The white rabbit explained what was happening, and everyone was terrified. Alice tried to stay calm, but she was shaking. She didn't know what to do. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and the ground shook. The Red Queen's forces were here. Alice looked around at all of the frightened faces, and she knew she had to do something. She couldn't let the Red Queen win. Alice gathered everyone together and spoke to them in a clear, strong voice.
We can't let the Red Queen win,
she said.
We have to fight. We have to be brave. We have to be strong.
Everyone started nodding, and Alice could see the determination in their eyes.
We're with you, Alice.
The white rabbit said.
Let's go,
Alice said. They all ran out of the shelter, ready to face the Red Queen's forces. Alice knew it wouldn't be easy, but she was determined to win. Alice and the others ran towards the sound of the explosion, ready to fight. As they got closer, they could see the Red Queen's forces attacking the habitats. The White Rabbit's soldiers were trying to fight back, but they were outnumbered and outgunned. Alice and the others arrived just in time to see the Red Queen's soldiers breach the White Rabbit's main habitat. Alice and the others ran into the habitat, but they were too late. The Red Queen's soldiers had already killed everyone inside. Alice saw the White Rabbit's dead body lying on the ground, and she felt a lump form in her throat. She wanted to cry, but she had to be strong. Alice and the others started fighting the Red Queen's soldiers, and they soon had them retreating. The Red Queen was furious, and she vowed to come back and destroy Alice and her friends. But Alice was not afraid. She knew that as long as she was brave and determined, she could win. Alice was sitting by the door when a rabbit approaches and tries to open it. Alice knows the door opens in, so she presses her elbow against it to keep it shut. The rabbit then says it will go around and try to get in the window. Alice thinks to herself,
that you won't,
and waits until she thinks the rabbit is just under the window. She then quickly grabs at the air. She doesn't catch anything, but she hears a shriek and a fall. She concludes that the rabbit must have fallen into a cucumber frame or something similar. Alice then goes over to the window and looks down. She sees the rabbit's dead body lying on the ground. She feels a lump form in her throat, but she knows she has to be strong. I was sitting in my usual spot by the door when I saw Pat approach. I knew he was up to something, so I pressed my elbow against the door to keep it shut. Pat then said he would go around and try to get in through the window. I thought to myself,
there's no way you'll be able to reach the window.
I waited until I thought he was just below the window and then I quickly grabbed at the air. I didn't catch anything, but I heard a shriek and a fall. I concluded that Pat must have fallen into a cucumber frame or something similar. I then went over to the window and looked down. I saw Pat's dead body lying on the ground. I felt a lump form in my throat, but I knew I had to be strong. I looked out the window and saw the two cats playing with Pat's dead body. I felt a mixture of horror and anger. I wanted to scream at them, to tell them to leave his body alone, but I knew it would do no good. They were just animals, after all. I turned away from the window and leaned my head against the door. I was so tired of all this. Tired of being cooped up in this house, of never knowing what was going to happen next. I wondered how many cucumber frames there were. Was this the only one? Or were there others out there, just waiting for someone to stumble into them? I heard a rumbling sound and turned back to the window. I saw the cats wheeling a ladder around. They were coming for me. I had no doubt about that. I considered running, but I knew I couldn't outrun them. They would catch me and kill me, just like they had Pat. I heard the ladder scrape against the side of the house and then thump against the window. I knew my time was up. I braced myself for the pain, for the claws that would rend my flesh. But instead of attacking me, the cats simply stared at me. Their eyes seemed to be filled with a strange mix of curiosity and pity. And then I understood. They weren't going to kill me. They were going to take me away with them.
I can't believe we're doing this.
Bill muttered as he tied the rope around the Christmas tree.
I mean, it's not even Christmas yet.
We don't have a choice.
John said.
It's the only way we're going to get the tree into the house.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Bill said.
I just wish there was another way.
There isn't.
John said. Bill sighed and nodded. He looped the rope around his waist and then started to lower himself down the chimney. It was a tight fit, and he had to wiggle his way down. He could hear the others cheering him on, but he didn't feel very cheered. He just felt scared. He was scared of the dark, of the tight space, of the unknown. But he forced himself to keep going. He had to do this. He couldn't let the others down. Eventually, he made it to the bottom of the chimney. He tied the rope around the tree and then started to pull himself back up. But just as he was about to reach the top, he heard a loud crash. The next thing he knew, he was falling. He hit the ground with a thud and lay there for a moment, stunned. Bill, are you okay? He heard John's voice, but he couldn't answer. He was too busy trying to catch his breath. Finally, he managed to sit up. I'm okay,
he said.
I think. What happened? I don't know, Bill said. The rope must have snapped or something. Are you sure you're okay? You took a pretty hard fall. I'm fine, Bill said. Just help me up, will you? John reached down and pulled Bill to his feet. Are you sure you're really okay?
He asked.
I'm fine,
Bill said, dusting himself off.
Alice was talking to herself about how she thinks Bill, whomever that is, has it bad having to come down the chimney. She reflects that the fireplace is narrow and then proceeds to kick at something she hears scratching in the chimney close to her. She misses and falls into the fireplace. Bill, whomever that is, comes out of the chimney and helps her up. They introduce themselves to each other. Alice is surprised that Bill is a man. She thought he would be Santa Claus. They both laugh and then Bill helps Alice out of the fireplace. Alice hears a commotion and discovers that it is coming from the rabbit's house. She hears the rabbit's voice telling someone to catch Bill, and then there is silence. Alice goes to investigate and finds that the rabbit and his friends are trying to revive Bill after he was apparently attacked by something. The rabbit wants to burn the house down, but Alice convinces him not to and Bill recovers. Alice approaches the rabbit's house warily, her hand on the hilt of her knife. She can hear the rabbit's voice, raised in panic, telling someone to catch Bill. There is a thump, and then silence. Alice creeps closer to the house, peeking in the window. She sees the rabbit and his friends gathered around something on the floor. As she watches, the rabbit pours a jug of water over whatever it is. There is a sputter and a cough, and Alice realizes they are trying to revive someone. She pushes open the door and enters the house. The rabbit turns to her, his eyes wild. He wants to burn the house down, he says, to get rid of the thing that attacked Bill. Alice calms him down and convinces him to let her take a look at the victim. She kneels down beside the still form and feels for a pulse. There is a faint heartbeat, and she knows Bill will recover. She helps the rabbit and his friends get Bill into a comfortable position and stays with them until he opens his eyes and smiles weakly. Alice is in a room with some animals, who are throwing pebbles at her. She threatens to set a cat on them if they don't stop, and they eventually do. Alice is bored and frustrated, stuck in this room with nothing to do. She paces back and forth, wondering how she ended up here. She remembers the nuclear war that destroyed the world as she knew it. She remembers the bombs falling, the screams, the radiation. She remembers running, trying to find a place to hide. She remembers the animals, attacking people in the chaos. And she remembers being bitten. She remembers the darkness closing in, and then she woke up here. She doesn't know how long she's been here, but it feels like a lifetime. She sits down on the floor and rests her head on her knees, trying to block out the sound of the animals taunting. She doesn't know how much longer she can take this. Suddenly, the door opens and a man walks in. He's carrying a tray of food, and Alice's stomach growls loudly. She hasn't eaten in days, and she's starving. The man sets the tray down in front of her, and she doesn't hesitate to dig in. She devours the food, and it tastes even better than she remembered. She's so focused on eating that she doesn't notice the man leave the room. When she's finished, she licks her fingers and looks around for more food. That's when she sees the cakes. They're small and round, and they look delicious. She reaches for one, and as soon as she takes a bite, she shrinks. She's horrified as she realizes what's happening, and she tries to run, but she's not fast enough. The animals and birds start to chase her, and she's terrified. She doesn't know what they're going to do to her, but she knows it won't be good. She runs into a thick wood, and she's relieved when she loses them. She doesn't know what to do now. She's lost, alone, and afraid. Alice is in the woods, and she's trying to find her way back to the lovely garden. However, she first needs to grow back to her right size. While she is looking around, she hears a little sharp bark and looks up to see a dog. The dog is looking at her intently, and she wonders if it knows the way back to the garden. She starts to follow the dog, but she soon realizes that it's leading her in the wrong direction. She stops and looks at the dog, and it barks again. She decides to trust her gut and go in the opposite direction. She doesn't know if she's going the right way, but she has to try. She's been walking for hours, and she's starting to get tired. She sits down to rest, and she falls asleep. She's not sure how long she's been asleep, but she's awoken by the sound of someone calling her name. She opens her eyes and sees the man from the garden. He's holding a tray of food, and she's relieved. She's been lost for days, and she's starving. The man helps her up, and she devours the food. Alice is walking through the woods, and she hears a noise. She stops and looks around, but she doesn't see anything. She starts to walk again, but she hears the noise again. It sounds like a puppy, and she follows the sound. She comes to a clearing, and she sees the puppy. It's enormous, and it's looking at her with large, round eyes. The puppy is feebly stretching out one paw, trying to touch her. Alice feels sympathy for the puppy and tries to whistle to it in a coaxing tone. However, she is terribly frightened at the thought that the puppy might be hungry and could potentially eat her up. Alice tries to back away from the puppy, but it's so cute she can't resist and ends up playing with the excited canine. It's been so long since she's seen another living creature that the puppy's enthusiastic energy is infectious. The puppy is nipping at her heels and Alice has to keep dodging its playful knocks. She laughs and it feels good to just let go for a while. Even though she knows she shouldn't, Alice lets the puppy lick her face. It's so dirty, but she doesn't care. She ruffles its fur and feels a pang of sadness when she thinks about her own dog back home, who she had to leave behind when the bombs fell. Eventually Alice realizes she's been playing with the puppy for hours and she needs to get back to her shelter before it gets dark. She reluctantly says goodbye to the puppy, promising herself she'll come back and visit tomorrow. As she walks away, she hears the puppy's plaintive whine following her, until she's out of sight. Alice kept walking, even though she was tired. The hot sun was beating down on her, and she was getting thirsty. She knew she needed to keep moving or she wouldn't find anything to eat or drink. She was getting thirsty, and she knew she needed to find water soon. She came across a mushroom and decided to look on top of it. Maybe there would be something there. She climbed up the mushroom and found a small pool of water. She drank deeply, and then lay down to rest. She was so tired, she thought she might just fall asleep right there. Alice was dehydrated and exhausted from walking for hours in the harsh sun. She was relieved to find the pool of water on top of the mushroom, and drank her fill before lying down to rest. She was so tired that she feared she would fall asleep and not wake up again. She knew she needed to keep moving, but her body was so exhausted that it was hard to force herself to stand up again. She forced herself to take a few more sips of water, and then started walking again. She had no idea where she was or where she was going, but she knew she had to keep moving. Suddenly, she heard a voice. It was a strange, high-pitched voice, and it seemed to be coming from the top of the mushroom. She looked up and saw a large blue caterpillar, smoking a hookah. The caterpillar was looking at her with its beady eyes, and Alice had the feeling that it was laughing at her.
Who are you? Who are you? I am the caterpillar.
It said.
And you were on my mushroom.
I'm sorry.
Alice said.
I didn't know it was yours. I was just thirsty and tired, and I needed to rest.
That's quite all right.
The caterpillar said.
But you still haven't answered my question.
Yes, but who are you?
Alice didn't know how to answer that. She didn't know who she was. She was just a girl who was lost in a strange place. She didn't know where she came from or where she was going. She didn't even know her own name.
I don't know.
She said finally.
I wish I did. Ah. The caterpillar said. That is the question, isn't it? Who are you? Alice didn't know how to answer the caterpillar's question.
Who are you?
Alice thought for a moment. She had changed so much since she woke up that morning. She had been a mouse, and then a bird, and now she was a girl again. She remembered the White Rabbit, and the Mad Hatter, and the Queen of Hearts.
I'm not sure,
she said.
I think I'm still changing.
Yes, you are.
The caterpillar said.
You are becoming something new. Someday you will be a butterfly, and that will feel queer to you.
A butterfly?
Alice said.
But I don't want to be a butterfly.
You may not want to be a butterfly, but that is what you are becoming.
The caterpillar said.
Change is never easy, but it is always necessary.
Alice looked down at herself and saw that she was already starting to change. Her arms were getting thinner and her legs were getting longer. She could feel her body becoming lighter and more delicate.
Don't be afraid, Alice.
The caterpillar said.
You are simply becoming what you were always meant to be.
Alice was having a hard time understanding the caterpillar. She felt like he was speaking in riddles and she didn't know how to respond. She wanted to ask him more questions, but she felt like he wasn't going to give her any straight answers. So instead, Alice decided to ask him a question.
Caterpillar, can you tell me who you are?
The caterpillar looked at Alice and then he started to laugh.
Who am I? That is a good question, my dear. I am many things, but most importantly, I am a creature of change.
Change,
Alice said, not understanding.
Yes, change. It is the only constant in this world. Everything is always changing, evolving, becoming something new. You, my dear, are in the midst of change right now. You are becoming something new, something beautiful.
but I don't want to change.
Alice said, her voice starting to quiver.
I want to stay the same.
I'm afraid that's not possible, Alice.
The caterpillar said.
You must embrace change. Embrace the new you. Otherwise, you will be lost forever.
Alice didn't know what to say. She was scared of change, but she also knew that the caterpillar was right. She had to accept the changes that were happening to her, even if she didn't understand them. Alice wasn't sure what to make of the caterpillar's words. Change was scary, but it was also inevitable. She knew that he was right. She had to accept the changes that were happening to her, even if she didn't understand them. The caterpillar looked at Alice with his wise eyes and saw the fear in her. He knew that she was struggling to accept the changes that were happening to her, but he also knew that she was strong enough to overcome them.
Alice, I know that you are scared.
He said.
But you must trust me when I say that you are capable of handling whatever changes come your way. You are stronger than you realize.
Alice nodded, understanding the caterpillar's words. She knew that he was right. She had to trust herself and her own strength. With that, she took a deep breath and decided to embrace the changes that were happening to her. As Alice walked through the forest, she couldn't help but feel like something was different. She had been walking for hours, but she still hadn't reached the clearing. Alice began to worry that she was lost, but she refused to give up. She had to find her way out of the forest. Suddenly, Alice heard a voice behind her.
Hello, Alice.
The voice said.
Do you think you've changed?
Alice turned around to see a caterpillar sitting on a mushroom. She wasn't sure how to answer, but she knew she had to be honest.
Yes,
she said.
I'm afraid I have.
The caterpillar looked at Alice for a moment before he spoke again.
That's good.
He said.
Change is a good thing. It means you're growing.
The caterpillar then asked Alice to recite a poem. Alice wasn't sure why, but she did as he asked. She recited the poem perfectly, but the caterpillar still wasn't satisfied.
You need to practice more.
He said.
You have the potential to be great, but you need to work on your delivery.
With that, the caterpillar went on his way, leaving Alice to practice her poem. She wasn't sure what to make of the caterpillar's words, but she knew she had to trust him. She was ready to embrace the changes that were happening to her. The young man spoke to his aged father, who responded with good cheer. The father explained that he does not fear injury from standing on his head, as he once did in his youth, because he is now certain he has no brain. The young man then queries the father on how, despite being old and fat, he managed to turn a back somersault at the door. The sage responds that he managed to stay supple in his youth by using ointment, and offers to sell some to his son. The young man then asks how his father was able to consume a whole goose, bones and all. The father explains that his jaws are weak from age, but he was able to do it nonetheless by using a special technique. The young man, intrigued by his father's seemingly impossible feat, asks him to demonstrate how he did it. The father obliges, and the two of them sit down at the table. The father takes a whole roasted goose out of the oven and places it in front of him. He then proceeds to eat the entire thing, bones and all, in just a few minutes. The young man is amazed, and asks his father to teach him the secret technique. The father explains that it is a simple matter of using the right tools. He hands his son a knife and fork, and demonstrates how to cut the meat into small pieces and chew thoroughly before swallowing. The young man practices with a piece of the goose, and soon he is able to eat the whole thing just like his father. The young man continued to speak with his father, who was now old and wise. The young man asked his father how he became so clever, and the father responded that it is from the years of practice he has had in the law. The young man then asked why his father's eyes are not as steady as they used to be, and the father tells him to be off and not to give himself airs. The caterpillar tells the young man that he is wrong from beginning to end, and there is silence for some minutes. The young man looks at his father, who is now a stooped and weathered old man, and wonders how many years of toil and worry has brought him to this point. The caterpillar, sensing the young man's thoughts, tells him that he is wrong from beginning to end, and that the true secret to wisdom is not years of experience, but rather the willingness to learn from one's mistakes. With that, the caterpillar disappears into the shadows, leaving the young man to contemplate his words. Alice awoke with a start, her heart pounding in her chest. She had been having the same dream again, of the nuclear war that had destroyed the world as she knew it. In the dream, she was always able to see the mushroom cloud rising in the distance, no matter where she was or how fast she ran. And then she would hear the screams of the people caught in the blast, and she would see their bodies burning. She would see the children, their skin blackened and their hair singed off, their eyes wide and blank in death. And she would hear the caterpillar's voice, asking her what size she wanted to be. Alice shook her head to clear the images from her mind, and saw that she was in her room in the underground bunker. She was safe, for now. But she knew that it was only a matter of time before the bombs fell again, and this time there would be no hiding from the blast. She got out of bed and walked to the window, looking out at the desolate landscape. The sun was rising, casting a red glow over the wasteland. Alice wondered if anyone was left alive out there, if there was anyone left in the world who wasn't a part of the nightmare. Suddenly, she heard a noise behind her, and she spun around, her hand going to the knife at her waist. But it was only the caterpillar, crawling into the room. Alice relaxed slightly, but she didn't lower her guard. She knew that the caterpillar was dangerous, that it was not to be trusted.
What do you want?
She asked, her voice cold.
I just wanted to talk to you, Alice.
The caterpillar said, its voice gentle.
There's nothing to talk about.
Alice said.
You're a monster, and I'm going to kill you.
Alice, please.
The caterpillar said.
I know you're upset, but you have to understand, I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I was only trying to help.
Help.
Alice scoffed.
You killed all those people, caterpillar. You destroyed the world.
I know.
The caterpillar said.
And I'm sorry, but I couldn't let the bombs fall, Alice. I had to stop them. By killing innocent people?
Alice asked.
By turning the world into this?
It was the only way.
The caterpillar said.
If I didn't do something, then everyone would have died. Don't you see that?
Alice shook her head.
No, I don't see that. All I see is death and destruction. That's all you've ever brought me, caterpillar. And I'm going to make sure that you pay for it.
Alice raised her knife, her hand shaking with rage. But before she could strike, the caterpillar spoke again.
Alice, please.
It said.
Don't do this. I know you're hurt, but this is not the answer.
Alice hesitated, her hand trembling. She wanted to kill the caterpillar, wanted to make it pay for what it had done. But at the same time, she knew that if she did, she would be no better than it was. With a cry of frustration, she hurled the knife across the room, where it embedded itself in the wall. Then she sank to the floor, her body shaking with sobs. The caterpillar crawled over to her and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Alice flinched away from its touch, but she didn't push it away.
It's all right, Alice.
The caterpillar said softly.
It's going to be all right.
And Alice, despite everything, found herself believing it. The caterpillar watched Alice as she slept, her body trembling with the force of her nightmares. It was sorry for what it had done, but it had had no choice. If it hadn't intervened, then everyone would have died. It had only been trying to help. Alice stirred in her sleep, and the caterpillar pulled away slightly. It didn't want her to wake up and see it there. Didn't want her to see the truth of what it had done. But it couldn't leave her alone, not when she was so obviously in pain. Alice's eyes fluttered open, and she stared at the caterpillar for a moment, her expression confused. Then her eyes widened in realization and she scrambled backwards, away from it.
You.
She said, her voice shaking. You killed all those people.
I know. The caterpillar said, but I had to do something, Alice. I had to stop the bombs from falling. By killing innocent people?
Alice asked, her voice rising. Alice reached for the knife at her waist, but before she could grab it, the caterpillar spoke again. Alice looked at the caterpillar, her hand still hovering over the knife at her waist.
You killed all those people.
She said again, her voice shaking.
You murdered them.
I had to.
The caterpillar said.
I had to stop the bombs from falling. I couldn't just stand by and watch as everyone died.
But those people didn't have anything to do with the bombs.
Alice said.
They were innocent.
I know.
The caterpillar said.
But I couldn't let them die. I had to do something.
Alice shook her head, not understanding. How could the caterpillar justify killing all those people?
You could have just warned them,
she said.
You could have told them to leave.
I tried.
The caterpillar said.
But they didn't listen. They thought they were safe, that the bombs wouldn't fall on them. But I knew they were wrong. I had to do something.
But why?
Alice asked, her voice breaking.
Why did you have to kill them?
I'm sorry, Alice.
The caterpillar said.
But I had to. I had no choice.
She was trying to understand why the caterpillar had killed all those people. It just didn't make any sense to her. Surely there must have been another way? Some other solution that didn't involve mass murder? But then she remembered the intensity in the caterpillar's voice when she had said,
I had no choice.
Maybe she was just misunderstanding the situation. Maybe she didn't have all the facts. So she turned back to the caterpillar and said,
Why did you do it? Why did you kill all those people?
The caterpillar's eyes softened and she said,
I had no choice. They were going to hurt you. They were going to hurt all of us. I couldn't let that happen. I had to protect you. I had to protect all of us.
She didn't know what to say, so she just turned and walked away. The woman's mind was reeling. She couldn't wrap her head around what had happened. Some other solution that didn't involve the use of nuclear weapons. But, alas, it was too late now. The destruction was complete. The devastation was absolute. She looked around her at the desolated landscape that had once been her home. The skies were dark, apocalyptic. A thick layer of dust and ash covered everything, like a scene from some dystopian post-apocalyptic novel. But this was no novel. This was her reality now. She thought back to the events leading up to this moment. The tensions between the two countries had been mounting for months, even years. And then, suddenly, it all boiled over. One small incident, and the two superpowers were at each other's throats. The next thing she knew, they were exchanging nuclear bombs. Cities were being obliterated. Millions were dying. And then, finally, the unthinkable happened. Her city was hit. The blast was so powerful that she was knocked unconscious. When she came to, the world as she knew it was gone. Now, she was all alone in this dark new world. She didn't know how she was going to make it. But she had to try. For the sake of her children, she had to try. Alice was delighted to find that her head was free, but alarmed to discover that her shoulders were nowhere to be found. All she could see was an immense length of neck rising out of a sea of green leaves far below her. She felt a strange sense of disorientation, as if she had been transported to another world. She tried to move her arms, but they seemed to be frozen in place. She attempted to call out, but no words would come. It was as if she had been struck dumb. She was beginning to feel panicky now. She tried to remind herself that she was a strong woman, that she had survived worse. But it was hard to remain calm in the face of such strangeness. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound. She froze, her heart pounding in her chest. Was someone there? Or was it just the wind? She strained her eyes, trying to see through the darkness. And then, she saw it. A figure, moving towards her. As it drew closer, she saw that it was a man. He was wearing tattered clothing, and his face was covered in dirt. But there was something familiar about him. And then she realized who it was. It was her husband, Jack. But how was that possible? He had been killed in the blast. Or so she thought. He came to stand before her, and she could see the relief in his eyes. He reached out to touch her face, and she felt the warmth of his hand on her skin. It was really him. He was alive. Somehow, he had survived. But how? She didn't have time to ask. He was already speaking.
Alice, we have to go. It's not safe here. They're coming.
She didn't know who he was talking about, but she trusted him. She nodded. And then he was leading her away, into the darkness. Alice followed Jack through the darkness, her heart pounding in her chest. She had so many questions, but she knew there wasn't time for that now. He had said they were in danger, and she trusted him. She had no choice. She had to trust him. He was the only thing she had left. They passed through a sea of green leaves, and Alice had the strange sensation that they were being watched. But she didn't see anyone. There was only the rustling of the leaves in the wind. And then, suddenly, Jack stopped. He turned to her, his eyes wide.
Alice.
He whispered.
Do you see that?
Alice looked in the direction he was pointing, and her heart skipped a beat. There, in the distance, she saw a light. A light that was moving towards them. It was getting brighter and brighter, and Alice realized with a sinking feeling that it was a lantern. Someone was coming. And they were coming fast. Jack grabbed her hand and pulled her along.
We have to hide.
He whispered.
Quickly.
They ducked behind a large boulder just as the light reached them. Alice peeked out from behind the rock and saw a group of men, all carrying lanterns. They were calling out to each other in a language she didn't understand. She shrank back, her heart pounding. They were coming closer. And then, just as they reached the boulder, they stopped. One of the men called out something, and the others joined in. It sounded like they were laughing. Alice didn't understand what was going on. Why were they laughing? And then she realized. They were laughing at her. They could see her. She was exposed. She presses herself against the boulder, trying to make herself as small as possible. But it was too late. They had seen her. And then, one of the men stepped forward. He said something in his language, and the others laughed again. Alice didn't understand what he was saying, but she could see the look of triumph in his eyes. He had found her. She was trapped. Alice was backed into a corner, her heart pounding in her chest. The man in front of her was saying something in his strange language, and the others were laughing. She didn't understand what was going on, but she could see the look of triumph in the man's eyes. Suddenly, the man reached out and grabbed her arm. Alice tried to pull away, but his grip was ironclad. He started to drag her towards the group of men, and Alice's heart sank. She was going to be taken prisoner. She didn't know what they were going to do to her, but she was sure it wasn't going to be anything good. Alice tried to think of something, anything that she could do to get away. But she was completely helpless. There was nothing she could do. And then, just as she was about to give up hope, she heard a voice. It was Jack. He was calling her name. And then she saw him. He was running towards her, a look of determination on his face. The man holding her turned to look at Jack, and his grip on Alice loosened. She took the opportunity to pull away and ran to Jack's side. He put his arm around her and helped her to hide behind a nearby tree. The men were coming after them now, but Jack was leading Alice in a zigzag pattern, making it impossible for them to keep up. Alice had no idea where he was taking her, but she trusted him. She knew he would keep her safe. And then, suddenly, they were out in the open. There was nowhere to hide. The men were coming closer and closer. Alice was sure they were going to be caught. But then, just as the men were about to reach them, Jack did something that Alice never would have expected. He grabbed her and kissed her. Alice was confused at first, but then she realized that Jack was trying to distract the men. And it worked. They were so focused on him that they didn't even notice when Alice slipped away. She ran as fast as she could, not looking back until she was sure she was safe. When she finally stopped, she leaned against a tree, trying to catch her breath. She was shaking, and her heart was still racing. But she was safe. Jack had saved her. Again. She didn't know how she was going to repay him, but she knew she owed him everything. Alice rested for a few minutes before she started to walk again. She wasn't sure where she was going, but she knew she needed to put as much distance between her and the men as possible. She walked for what felt like hours, but she didn't stop. She didn't dare. Not until she was sure she was safe. Eventually, Alice came to a small stream. She was thirsty, and she knew she needed to drink. But she was also afraid that the men might be able to track her if she stopped. She didn't know what to do. But then she heard a voice. Alice ran to meet him, and she was surprised when he wrapped his arms around her. She thought he was going to scold her for running off, but instead he just held her tight. And then, after a few minutes, he pulled away and kissed her. Alice was shocked by the pigeon's accusation that she was a kind of serpent. She stared at him in silence for a moment, trying to process what he had said. It was crazy. Preposterous. There was no way she could be a serpent. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized that she didn't really know what she was. She had always thought of herself as a human, but she didn't know for sure. She had never seen herself in a mirror, and she had never met another human being. For all she knew, the pigeon could be right. She could be a serpent. It would explain why she was so different from everyone else. But she didn't want to believe it. She didn't want to be a monster. But she couldn't deny the possibility any longer. She was a creature of the night, and she didn't know what she was. Alice was stunned by the pigeon's words. She didn't know what to say or how to react. All she could do was stare at him in disbelief. Was he really saying that she was a kind of serpent? Alice stood there for a long time, just staring at the pigeon. She was in shock and she didn't know how to respond. The pigeon was getting impatient and he started to get angry.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
He demanded. Alice shook her head slowly. I don't know. She whispered.
I don't know what I am.
The pigeon scoffed.
You're a serpent, that's what you are. A cold-blooded creature that doesn't deserve to live.
Alice swallowed hard. The pigeon was right. She was a monster. She didn't deserve to live. But she couldn't just accept that. She had to know for sure.
How do you know?
She asked.
How do you know I'm a serpent? It's obvious.
The pigeon said.
You're different from everyone else. You're not like us. You don't belong here.
Alice shook her head.
But that doesn't mean I'm a serpent.
She said.
It doesn't mean I'm a monster.
Yes, it does.
The pigeon said.
You're a danger to all of us. You need to be destroyed.
Alice stepped back, horrified. The pigeon was going to kill her. She was going to die. She had to do something. Alice turned and ran away from the pigeon as fast as she could. She didn't know where she was going, but she had to get away. She had to escape. Alice was terrified. She had never been so scared in her life. She was sure of it. She had to get away. She had to find someplace to hide. Alice ran as fast as she could, but she had no idea where she was going. She didn't know where to find a safe place. She was lost. Suddenly, Alice heard someone calling her name. She stopped and looked around, but she didn't see anyone. She was about to keep running when she heard the voice again.
Alice, Alice, where are you?
Alice realized that the voice was coming from the small house in the garden. She was relieved and happy to know that someone was there. Maybe they could help her. Alice started to nibble on the right-hand side of the door to make herself smaller. It took a while, but eventually she was small enough to fit through the door. When she entered the house, she saw a beautiful woman sitting in a chair. The woman was looking at her with a kind and compassionate expression. Alice was surprised to see that the woman wasn't scared of her.
Hello, Alice.
The woman said. My name is Elizabeth. I've been waiting for you. Alice was curious to know what was going on, and crept closer to listen. She heard the two footmen talking. I don't know, said the first footman.
All I know is that we're supposed to bring her to the Queen.
The Queen?
Said the second footman.
Why would the Queen want to see Alice?
I don't know, said the first footman.
But we're supposed to bring her to the palace. That's all I know.
Alice was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. She was going to meet the Queen. She wondered what the Queen was like. Was she kind and compassionate like Elizabeth? Or was she powerful and commanding like the Red Queen? Alice couldn't wait to find out. The footman led Alice to a beautiful carriage. The carriage was pulled by 6 white horses. Alice was amazed. She had never seen anything so beautiful. The footman helped Alice into the carriage, and then they climbed into the driver's seat. The carriage started to move, and Alice waved goodbye to Elizabeth. She was excited to start her journey to meet the Queen. The 2 footmen, 1 fish and 1 frog, were tasked with delivering an invitation from the Queen to the Duchess to play croquet. The footmen repeated the invitation back to each other in a solemn tone before bowing deeply and getting their curls tangled together. They both stood up quickly, startled by the sudden movement, and quickly untangled themselves. The frog hopped off to the side, taking in the scene around him. All was quiet and still. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. The scene before them was one of devastation. The beautiful palace that had once stood tall and proud was now nothing more than a pile of rubble. The surrounding gardens were overgrown and wild, the once pristine lawns now nothing more than patches of weeds. Alice couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness at the sight. She knew that the Queen and all the other residents of the palace had likely perished in the nuclear blast. The footman led Alice through the ruins of the palace to the croquet ground. The ground was scorched and blackened, the only green being the sickly-looking weeds that had taken root in the cracks and crevices. Alice couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding as she looked at the ground. It was as if the very ground itself was poisoned. The footman set up the croquet game and then stood back, waiting for Alice to make the first move. Alice hesitated, not wanting to play the game in such a place. But she knew that she had to. The Queen had tasked them with delivering her invitation, and Alice knew that she couldn't refuse. She took a deep breath and then struck the ball with her mallet. The ball flew through the air and landed with a sickening thud on the ground. Alice felt a sense of dread as she watched the ball roll to a stop. It seemed to her that the game was nothing more than a macabre joke in such a place. But she knew that she had to continue. The Queen was counting on her. Alice took another deep breath and struck the ball again. This time, the ball rolled into one of the ruined buildings. Alice heard a noise from inside the building and she froze. Was someone still alive in there? She didn't dare move, afraid that she would attract attention to herself. But after a few moments, there was no further noise and Alice relaxed slightly. She knew that she had to keep moving. She had to find the Queen. She struck the ball again and again, each time it landing with a thud on the ground. With each strike, Alice felt her hope slipping away. She knew that she was running out of time. The Queen was counting on her, and she had to find her. Alice struck the ball one last time and it rolled to a stop. She stared at it for a moment, her heart pounding in her chest. It seemed to her that the ball was mocking her. It was as if it knew that she would never find the queen. Alice felt her eyes fill with tears as she turned away from the ball and started to walk back to the footman. She knew that she had failed. She had let the queen down. Alice walked back to the footman, her head hung low in defeat. She had failed in her task. The footmen looked at her, their expressions unreadable. Alice couldn't help but feel a sense of dread as she waited for them to speak. Finally, the frog footman spoke.
The Queen tasked us with delivering her invitation to the Duchess. We have done so. Now, we must take our leave.
The footman bowed deeply and then turned and walked away. Alice watched them go, her heart heavy with sadness. She knew that she would never see the Queen again. She turned and looked at the ball, still lying on the ground where she had left it. Alice felt her eyes fill with tears as she turned away from the ball and started to walk back to the ruined palace. Alice stood outside the door, her heart pounding in her chest. She had no idea how she was going to get inside. The footman had made it clear that she was not welcome. Alice knew that she had to find a way inside. She refused to give up. She had come too far to turn back now. Alice put her hand on the doorknob and tried to turn it. But it was locked. She shook the door, but it wouldn't budge. She was about to give up when she heard a voice.
If you were inside, you could knock and I could let you out. But since you're outside, there's no sense in your knocking.
Alice froze. The footman was right. She was wasting her time. She had to find another way inside. The footman was sitting on the steps of a house, when a large plate was flung at his head. It narrowly missed him and shattered against a tree. The footman nonchalantly continued to sit there, as if nothing happened. Alice was furious. She had been trying to get the footman's attention for hours, but he seemed to be ignoring her. She had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. She picked up a rock and threw it at the footman. It hit him in the head, and he finally looked up at her.
What do you want?
He asked, clearly annoyed.
I want to come inside.
Alice said.
I need to speak to the Queen.
The Queen is busy.
The footman said.
She can't be disturbed.
I don't care if she's busy.
Alice said.
I need to speak to her.
You can't just walk into the palace and demand to see the Queen.
The footman said.
It doesn't work like that.
Then how am I supposed to see her?
Alice asked, exasperated.
You need an invitation.
The footman said.
From the Queen herself.
And how am I supposed to get one of those?
Alice asked. I don't know. The footman said.
That's not my problem.
With that, he turned his back on her and went back to whatever he was doing. Alice was defeated. She didn't know how she was going to get an invitation from the Queen. She thought about just walking up to the palace and demanding to see her, but she knew that would never work. She had to find another way. Alice was stuck. She wandered around the city for hours, trying to think of a solution. She was so lost in thought that she didn't even notice when night fell. She finally found herself in front of the palace. She hesitated for a moment, before finally summoned up the courage to knock on the door. A guard answered.
Can I help you?
He asked.
I'm here to see the Queen.
Alice said.
Do you have an invitation?
The guard asked.
No.
Alice said.
But it's urgent. I'm sorry.
The guard said.
You can't just walk into the palace and demand to see the queen. You need an invitation.
Is there any way I can get one?
I don't know. The guard said.
That's not my problem.
With that, he slammed the door in her face. She didn't know what to do. She was about to give up and go home, when she heard someone calling her name. She turned around and saw the footman from earlier. She asked.
I wanted to apologize.
The footman said.
For being so rude earlier. I know you're just trying to do your job.
It's fine.
Alice said.
I'm just trying to find a way to see the queen.
Maybe I can help you.
The footman said.
How?
I can get you an invitation.
Really?
Alice said, hopeful.
Yes.
The footman said.
But you have to do something for me first.
What is it?
You have to answer the first question correctly.
What's the question?
I don't know. The footman said.
That's for you to find out.
With that, he turned and walked away. Alice was confused, but she was also hopeful. Maybe this was finally her way into the palace. She would just have to be careful not to make any mistakes. Alice wasn't sure what to expect as she walked into the palace. She had never been inside before and she was nervous. She wasn't sure if she would be able to find the queen. She was even more nervous about answering the footman's question. She didn't want to make a mistake and get turned away. She finally found herself in front of the throne room. She hesitated for a moment, before finally summoning up the courage to knock on the door. Alice wasn't sure where to start. She had never been good at puzzles or riddles. She felt like she was in over her head. She wandered around the palace, trying to find a clue. Alice spent the next day searching the palace for a clue. She looked everywhere, but she couldn't find anything. I thought I might find you here,
he said.
Have you found anything?
No.
Alice said.
I've looked everywhere, but I can't find a thing. How?
I can give you a hint.
Yes.
The footman said.
But you have to remember, this is a hint, not the answer. You still have to figure it out for yourself.
Alice was grateful for the hint, but she was still no closer to finding the answer. She spent the next day searching, but she still couldn't find anything. She was about to give up, when she had an idea. She went to the library and started reading about the history of the palace. She finally found what she was looking for in an old book. The answer to the question was the name of the first queen. With that, she went to the throne room and found the answer. She was so excited that she had found it. She went back to the footman and told him the answer.
Congratulations,
he said.
You've passed the test. I'll give you the invitation.
With that, he handed her an invitation and she went into the throne room to see the queen. Alice was startled when the Duchess suddenly yelled at the baby. She didn't know what to say. She was even more confused when the Duchess started talking to her cat.
Why does your cat grin like that?
Alice asked.
It's a Cheshire cat.
The Duchess said.
That's why. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go check on the pie.
With that, she left the room, leaving Alice alone with the cat. Alice wasn't sure what to make of the cat. She had never seen a cat like that before. It was almost like it was laughing at her. She didn't know what to do, so she just stood there, staring at the cat. After a few minutes, she decided to leave the room. She wasn't sure what to make of the Duchess. She seemed nice, but she was also very strange. Alice was surprised to learn that all cats could grin. She had always thought that only Cheshire cats could do that. She was even more surprised when the Duchess told her that most cats did it. Alice wasn't sure what to make of this information. She didn't know if it was true or not. The Duchess seemed like she knew what she was talking about, but Alice wasn't sure if she could trust her. The Duchess seemed to be getting angry with Alice. She was throwing things at her and yelling. Alice was trying to keep her composure, but she was starting to get scared. She was about to leave the room when the Duchess grabbed her arm.
You're not going anywhere,
she said.
We need to talk.
Alice was starting to get really scared now. She didn't know what the Duchess was going to do to her. The Duchess was still yelling and throwing things. Alice was trying to keep calm, but she was shaking. Then the Duchess started to calm down.
I'm sorry,
she said.
I didn't mean to scare you. I'm just frustrated. I thought you would be different.
Different how?
I thought you would be able to understand me.
The Duchess said.
I've been trying to tell you that most cats can grin, but you just don't seem to understand. It's like you're not even listening to me.
I'm sorry,
Alice said.
I'm just confused. I thought only Cheshire cats could grin.
That's not true,
the Duchess said.
Most cats can grin. It's just that some people don't realize it. Why don't they realize it?
I don't know, the Duchess said.
Maybe they've never seen a cat grin. Maybe they've never even seen a cat.
But you're a cat,
Alice said.
You can grin. Yes, I can,
the Duchess said.
and so can most other cats. It's just that some people don't realize it.
Alice was still confused, but she was starting to understand what the Duchess was trying to tell her. Most cats could grin, but some people just didn't realize it. It was like they were blind to it. Alice was in a panic as a saucepan nearly hit the head of a mouse she was trying to help. The Duchess told Alice that if everyone minded their own business, the world would go much faster. Alice quickly learned that in this post-nuclear war world, it was best to mind her own business. Everyone had enough to worry about without worrying about other people. The Duchess was right. If everyone would just mind their own business, the world would go much faster. Alice was eager to please the Duchess and show off her knowledge.
Did you know that the Earth rotates on its axis?
She asked brightly. The Duchess was not interested.
That's lovely, dear,
she said.
But could you please chop off my head?
Alice was so startled that she dropped the knife.
Of course not,
she exclaimed.
Then I'm afraid you're not very useful to me,
the Duchess said coldly.
You may go now.
Alice was heartbroken as she walked away. She had really thought she could impress the Duchess and make a difference in this strange, new world. But she was just a silly little girl, and she didn't know anything about the real world. As Alice walked away from the Duchess, her heart felt heavy with sadness. She had really believed that she could make a difference in this strange, new world. As she trudged along, she kicked a stone in frustration. She didn't know what she was supposed to do now. She didn't have any skills or talents that could help anyone in this world. She was just a burden to everyone. Suddenly, she heard a voice behind her.
Alice, Alice, wait.
It was the Duchess. Alice turned around, disbelief etched on her face.
I'm sorry, Alice.
The Duchess said.
I was rude to you and I didn't mean it. Please, come back and help me.
Alice was so surprised and happy that she ran back to the Duchess and hugged her.
Of course I'll help you.
The Duchess was relieved.
Thank you, Alice.
She said.
I really need your help.
Alice joined the Duchess and they continued on their way. As they walked, the Duchess began to sing a song about a young boy.
Speak harshly to him, and even beat him, when he sneezes.
She sang. Alice was surprised. She had always been told that it was polite to say, "Bless you," when someone sneezed.
Why would you want to hurt a poor, innocent child?
She asked.
It's the only way to teach him how to survive in this world.
The Duchess replied.
If you're kind to him, he'll only get hurt. This world is harsh and cold, and only the strong will survive.
The Duchess continued to sing her song, and Alice listened sadly. She realized that the Duchess was right. This world was harsh and cold, and only the strong would survive. The mother in the poem continued to sing her song, and Alice listened sadly. She realized that the mother was right. The mother sang about how she would beat her son when he sneezes, and Alice couldn't help but feel pity for the poor child. No child should have to live in a world where they are constantly beaten, just for trying to survive. Eventually, the mother in the poem threw her baby at Alice and then hurried out of the room. Alice was horrified. She couldn't believe that a mother could be so cruel to her own child. She rocked the baby in her arms, trying to comfort it. She vowed that she would never let anyone hurt this child, no matter what. She would protect it, even if it meant sacrificing her own safety. Alice was having a lot of difficulty catching the baby, as it was a queer-shaped creature that was constantly moving its arms and legs. The baby was also snorting like a steam engine, making it even harder for Alice to hold onto it. She was starting to get very frustrated, and she was about to give up when she finally managed to grab the baby. She was relieved, but then she noticed that the baby's eyes were glowing red. She was terrified, and she started to back away. The baby started to laugh, and it sounded like the laughter of a demon. Alice was horrified, and she ran from the room. Alice was able to get a good look at the creature as she took it outside. It was small, and its body was elongated. It had 2 arms and 2 legs, but its arms were much longer than its legs. Its skin was orange, and it was covered in bumps. Its eyes were large and red, and its mouth was full of sharp teeth. Alice was scared, but she decided to take care of the creature. She named it Bob, and she started to take care of it. Bob was a good creature, and it always listened to Alice. However, one day, Bob started to growl and grunt. It was getting bigger, and its eyes were getting redder. Alice was terrified, and she ran away. Alice was worried about the baby's health because it had a turn-up nose and small eyes. She wonders if it is just crying, but then decides to look into its eyes again to see if there are any tears. When she looks into the baby's eyes, she sees that they are full of hate. The baby starts to growl and grunt, and it gets bigger and bigger. Its eyes turn red, and Alice is terrified. She runs away from the baby, and she decides to never come back. Alice was walking through the woods when she came across a creature that had turned into a pig. The creature was upset and Alice tried to console it, but eventually realized that it would be absurd to carry it any further. It would squeal and oink and root around in the dirt, and she didn't have the strength to carry it for long. She tried to talk to it, to see if it could understand her, but it only looked at her with its sad, piggy eyes. Alice felt sorry for it, but she knew she had to leave it there and continue on her way. Alice was greatly relieved after setting the creature down and seeing it trot away into the wood. She began thinking about other children she knows and how they might make good pigs. She thought about little Timmy, who was always following her around, and how he would be a good pig. She also thought about Susie, who was always so bossy, and how she would make a great pig. Then she began to giggle to herself at the thought of her friends as pigs. She is then startled by the Cheshire Cat. As Alice wandered through the wasteland, she encountered a cat. The cat was a scrawny thing, its fur matted and mangy. It must have been starving, Alice thought. She wondered which direction she should go in and decided to ask the cat. The cat told her it all depended on where she wanted to go. Alice replied that she didn't care where she went, as long as she got somewhere. The cat told her that in that case, it didn't matter which way she went. Alice thought about this for a moment. It was true, she didn't really care where she went. She just wanted to get away from the desolation and despair of the wasteland. She thanked the cat for its advice and continued on her way. She walked for hours, not really paying attention to where she was going. She was so lost in her own thoughts that she didn't even hear the man approach her from behind. He grabbed her arm and yanked her around to face him. Alice cried out in surprise and fear. Alice awoke with a start, her heart pounding in her chest. It took her a moment to remember where she was and what had happened. She was in the wasteland. The nuclear war had destroyed everything. She had been wandering for hours, not really sure where she was going. The last thing she remembered was a man grabbing her arm and yanking her around to face him. She wondered what had happened to him. She hoped he wasn't going to hurt her. She slowly got to her feet, her legs trembling beneath her. She looked around, trying to get her bearings. She saw the cat from earlier sitting on a nearby boulder, watching her. Alice frowned. She didn't remember seeing the cat when she was grabbed. Had the cat been there the whole time? She shook her head, trying to clear it. It didn't matter. What mattered was that she needed to find a way out of this place. The cat jumped down from the boulder and began to walk away. Alice hesitated for a moment, then followed. She didn't know why she was following the cat, but she felt like she had no other choice. The cat led her to a small opening in the ground. Alice peered into the darkness, her heart pounding in her chest. She had no idea what was down there, but she knew she had to go. She took a deep breath and started to descend. The cat followed close behind. Alice followed the cat through the darkness, her heart pounding in her chest. Alice felt like she had been walking for hours. She was getting tired and her legs were starting to shake. She was about to give up when she saw a faint light up ahead. She quickened her pace, hope sparking in her chest. The light grew brighter and she could see that it was coming from an opening in the ground. She climbed up to the opening and peered out. She saw the cat sitting in the middle of a clearing, looking up at her. Alice climbed out of the hole and stood up, dusting herself off. She looked around, taking in her surroundings. She was in a forest, and it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. She turned to the cat and smiled.
"Thank you,"
she said.
"I was beginning to think I would never find my way out of that place."
You're not out of the woods yet.
The cat said.
You still have to get to the Queen's palace.
The Queen's palace?
Alice repeated.
Yes.
The cat said.
That's where the croquet game is being held today. You need to go there if you want to win. And how am I supposed to get there? You'll need to find a white rabbit.
The cat said.
He'll be able to take you there. And where will I find this white rabbit? I have no idea.
The cat said.
But I'm sure you'll find him if you just keep looking.
With that, the cat turned and walked away, leaving Alice alone in the forest. Alice stood in the forest for a moment, contemplating what the cat had said. She was sure that she could find the white rabbit if she just looked hard enough. She began walking, her eyes scanning the ground for any sign of the rabbit. She walked for what felt like hours, but she still couldn't find him. She was just about to give up when she saw a flash of white out of the corner of her eye. She turned and saw the rabbit running away from her. She began to chase after him, but he was too fast. She lost sight of him and stopped, panting. She leaned against a tree, wondering what she was going to do. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her name. She turned and saw the cat walking towards her.
There you are.
The cat said.
I've been looking all over for you.
I've been looking for the white rabbit.
Alice said.
I can't find him anywhere.
I found him.
The cat said.
He's down by the river. I'll take you to him.
Alice followed the cat through the forest, her heart pounding in her chest. She was getting close to the Queen's palace. She could feel it. The closer she got, the more nervous she became. She knew that she had to be careful. If she was caught, she would be executed. The cat led her to the river and sure enough, the white rabbit was there. He was sitting on the bank, looking out at the water. He turned when he saw Alice and the cat approaching.
Hello, Alice.
The rabbit said.
I'm glad you're here. I've been waiting for you.
Alice couldn't believe her eyes. The white rabbit was there, just as the cat had said. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had finally found him.
Thank you so much for finding him,
she said to the cat.
I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't.
It's no problem.
The cat said.
I'm just glad I could help.
I'm sorry for what I said earlier,
Alice said.
I was just so frustrated.
I understand.
The cat said.
It's tough when you're looking for something and you can't find it.
I'm just glad I found him,
Alice said.
Thanks again.
You're welcome.
The cat said. Alice turned to the white rabbit.
I'm sorry I couldn't find you sooner,
she said.
It's okay,
the rabbit said.
I knew you would eventually.
I was just about to give up.
Alice said.
I'm glad the cat found me.
Me too.
The rabbit said.
I'm glad we're finally together.
Alice was walking along when she came across a house that looked like it belonged to the March Hare. She was hesitant to go near it, thinking that the hare might be mad, but decides to nibble on a bit of mushroom to give her some courage. When she gets closer, she sees that the hare is, in fact, mad. Alice approached the house slowly, her heart pounding in her chest. She had been walking for hours and was tired, hungry, and thirsty. The last thing she wanted to do was go near a mad hare, but she didn't see any other option. She took a deep breath and nibbled on a bit of mushroom for courage. As she got closer, she could see that the hare was, indeed, mad. He was pacing back and forth, muttering to himself. Alice was about to turn and run the other way when the hare spotted her.
Who are you?
He demanded.
What are you doing here?
Alice swallowed hard and took a step forward.
My name is Alice,
she said.
I'm looking for the white rabbit. I was told he might be here.
The white rabbit?
The hare said.
What do you want with him?
I need to find him.
Alice said.
It's very important.
Why?
The hare asked.
What's so important about him? I can't explain it.
Alice said.
But I need to find him. Please, can you help me?
The hare considered for a moment and then nodded.
I'll help you,
he said.
But you have to promise not to tell anyone about me. If you do, they'll lock me up and throw away the key.
I promise.
Alice said.
I won't tell anyone.
Good.
The hare said.
Follow me.
Alice followed the hare into the house. It was a mess. There were dishes piled high in the sink, books and magazines strewn about, and clothes thrown everywhere. Alice had to step carefully to avoid tripping over anything. The hare led her into the living room and motioned for her to sit. Alice sat down gingerly on the edge of the sofa, afraid to get too comfortable.
So,
the hare said.
What do you want to know about the white rabbit?
Alice told the hare about her adventures in Wonderland and how she needed to find the white rabbit in order to get back home. The hare listened intently, his mad eyes never leaving her face. When she was finished, he sat for a moment in silence, thoughtful.
Do you know where the white rabbit lives?
He finally asked.
No.
Alice said.
I was hoping you could tell me.
The hare shook his head.
I'm sorry, Alice, but I don't know where he lives. I haven't seen him in years.
Alice's heart sank. She had been hoping that the hare would be able to help her.
Is there anyone else who might know?
She asked.
Someone who's seen him recently? There is one person.
The hare said.
But I'm not sure if she'll help you.
Who?
The Red Queen.
The hare said.
She's the only one who's seen the white rabbit recently. But she's not going to be easy to find.
Why not?
Because she lives in the forest.
The hare said.
And it's a dangerous place.
Alice didn't hesitate. She had to find the Red Queen. It was her only chance of finding the white rabbit.
I'll go,
she said.
Show me the way.
The hare shook his head.
It's too dangerous.
He said.
You're not going alone.
Then come with me.
Alice said. The hare considered for a moment and then nodded.
All right.
He said.
I'll come with you. But we have to be careful. The forest is full of dangerous creatures.
Alice nodded and followed the hare as he led her out of the house and into the forest. The March hare offered Alice some wine, but when Alice looked there was only tea. Alice was angry, and the March hare told her that she shouldn't have sat down without being invited. Alice was about to say something, but she was interrupted by a loud screeching noise. The hare perked up his ears and listened intently.
What is that?
Alice asked.
She's coming this way. Quick, hide.
Alice hid behind a tree just as the Red Queen came into view. She was a large woman, and she was riding astride a giant bird. The bird's wings were enormous, and they flapped loudly as it flew. The Red Queen came to a stop in front of the hare's house and dismounted. She tied her bird to a tree and then marched up to the door. Alice was frozen with fear, and she didn't know what to do. The Red Queen pounded on the door and shouted.
March hare, I know you're in there. Come out and face me.
There was no answer. The Red Queen pounded on the door again and then kicked it open. She went inside, and Alice could hear her shouting.
Where is she? I know you have her. Give her to me.
Alice was terrified. She didn't know what to do. She was about to run away when the hare came out of hiding.
Alice, come with me. He said. I know a place we can hide.
Alice followed the hare as he led her through the forest. The Red Queen's bird was close behind them, and Alice could hear it flying through the trees. She was sure that it was going to catch them, but somehow they managed to lose it. The hare led Alice to a small cave.
We'll be safe here. He said. The Red Queen will never find us.
Alice was relieved. She was tired and scared, and she wanted nothing more than to go home. But she knew that she couldn't give up. Not while the White Rabbit was still out there somewhere.
Thank you,
she said to the hare.
I don't know what I would have done without you.
Don't worry about it.
The hare said.
Just rest now. We'll start looking for the White Rabbit in the morning.
Alice nodded and curled up in a ball. She was asleep within minutes. Alice awoke to the sound of the hare's voice.
Alice, wake up. It's time to go.
Alice rubbed her eyes and sat up. She was still tired, but she knew that she had to keep going. She couldn't give up now.
Are you sure you want to do this?
She asked.
It's dangerous. The Red Queen is looking for us.
I know.
The hare said.
But we have to find the White Rabbit. He's the only one who can help us.
Alice nodded and followed the hare as he led her out of the cave. The sun was just rising, and the forest was alive with the sounds of birds and animals. Alice had never seen anything like it. She wanted to stop and look around, but the hare was in a hurry.
Come on,
he said.
We have to find the White Rabbit before the Red Queen does. She had never felt so alive. She knew that she was doing something important, and she was determined to find the White Rabbit. Suddenly, the hare stopped and put his finger to his lips.
Shush!
He said.
Do you hear that? Alice listened intently. She could hear the sound of someone crying. It sounds like the White Queen, she said.
Yes.
The hare said. And she's in trouble. Quick, follow me. The White Queen was there, and she was surrounded by the Red Queen's soldiers. She was crying and begging them to let her go, but they just laughed and jeered at her.
Stop!
Alice shouted. She ran into the clearing and confronted the soldiers.
Let her go.
The soldiers turned to Alice. They were twice her size, and they had weapons. Alice was scared, but she didn't back down.
I said, let her go.
The soldiers hesitated. Then, one of them stepped forward and grabbed Alice. He lifted her off her feet and threw her over his shoulder.
Come on,
he said to the others. We're taking her to the Red Queen. Alice struggled, but she couldn't escape. She could only watch as the White Queen was taken away. Then, she was carried away herself. She didn't know what was going to happen, but she knew that it wasn't going to be good. Alice was thrown into a dark cell and left alone. She tried to stay calm, but she was terrified. She had never been in a situation like this before. She didn't know what was going to happen to her. Suddenly, the door opened and the White Queen was thrown into the cell with her. The Queen was crying and her dress was in tatters. Alice went to her and put her arms around her.
It's going to be all right,
she said.
We're going to get out of here.
But the Queen just shook her head.
It's no use,
she said.
We're going to die here.
Alice couldn't believe it. She refused to accept that. There had to be a way out. She would find it.
There's always a way out,
she said.
We just have to find it.
The Queen looked at her with hope in her eyes. Alice was determined to find a way to escape. Alice and the Queen sat in their cell, trying to come up with a plan to escape. They didn't have much time. They knew that the executioner would be coming soon.
We could try to talk to him,
said Alice.
Maybe if we explain our situation, he'll let us go. It's worth a try,
said the Queen. So, when the executioner came to the cell, they begged and pleaded with him. But he would not listen. He said that their punishment was just and that they deserved to die. Alice and the Queen exchanged a sorrowful look. They knew that their time was up. They had hoped that they could reason with the executioner, but it was clear that he was not going to show them any mercy. The executioner took them out of the cell and led them to the execution chamber. Alice and the Queen shared one last look before they were put to death. They both knew that this was the end. Alice and the Hatter were sitting at the table in the Mad Hatter's tea party, having a conversation about time. The Hatter asked Alice why her watch doesn't tell her what year it is, to which Alice replies that it doesn't need to because the year doesn't change. The Hatter then says that his watch doesn't tell him what time it is either, and Alice is left feeling puzzled. Alice looks down at her watch, wondering why it doesn't tell her the year. She then looks up at the Hatter, who is also looking at his watch with a perplexed expression.
Why doesn't your watch tell you what time it is?
She asks. I don't know. The Hatter responds.
It just stopped working a while ago.
Alice continues to look at her watch, trying to figure out why the year doesn't seem to be changing. She then has a sudden realization and looks back up at the Hatter.
That's because it's always the same year,
she exclaimed. The Hatter looks confused for a moment before he realizes that Alice is right.
Of course,
he says.
Time doesn't change in Wonderland.
Alice smiles and shakes her head. She's still not quite used to the strange ways of Wonderland, but she's grateful that she can always count on the Mad Hatter to help her make sense of it all. The Hatter and March Hare ask Alice if she has guessed their riddle yet, and she says she has not. They tell her that if she knew time as well as they did, she would not talk about wasting it. Alice says she does not know what they mean, and the Hatter tells her that if she kept on good terms with time, he would do almost anything she liked with the clock. Alice is still confused, so the Hatter tries to explain it to her in simpler terms.
Time is a very important thing,
he says.
If you're not careful with it, it can get away from you.
Alice nods, finally understanding what the Hatter is trying to tell her. She thanks him for his advice and promises to be more careful with her time from now on. The Hatter and March Hare are relieved to hear this and they both smile. It's good to know that Alice is finally starting to understand the importance of time in Wonderland. The next day, Alice is sitting with the Hatter and the March Hare, discussing the events of the previous day. Alice is still amazed that the Hatter was able to control time like that, and she asks him to teach her how to do it. The Hatter explains that it's not something that can be taught, it's something that has to be experienced. He tells Alice that the only way to learn how to control time is to live in Wonderland for a while and to observe how time works in this strange place. Alice is disappointed, but she knows that the Hatter is right. She thanks him for his advice and promises to try her best to learn how to control time. The Hatter and Alice sit in silence for a moment, both lost in thought. Alice is thinking about the Hatter's words and trying to make sense of them. She knows that he's right, but she can't help but feel like she's missing something. The Hatter is thinking about the song.
Twinkle, twinkle, little bat.
He's not sure why, but it's been stuck in his head for days. Suddenly, the dormouse pops up out of nowhere and startles both Alice and the Hatter. The dormouse looks around confused, and then it notices Alice and the Hatter. It smiles and asks them if they want to hear a song. The Hatter and Alice exchange a brief look, and then they both nod their heads. The dormouse begins to sing the song.
Twinkle, twinkle, little bat.
The Hatter and Alice both listen intently, and soon they find themselves singing along with the dormouse. The dormouse has a beautiful voice, and the song is so catchy that the Hatter and Alice can't help but sing along. Eventually, the dormouse falls asleep and starts singing in its sleep. The Hatter and Alice both look at each other, and then they both start laughing. They can't believe how cute the dormouse is, and they can't believe that they were both singing along with it. After a few minutes, the Hatter and Alice both realize that the dormouse is still asleep and it's still singing. They both start to feel a little bit annoyed, and eventually they both have to pinch the dormouse to get it to stop singing. The Hatter looks at Alice and asks her if she wants to hear a song about time. Alice nods her head, and the Hatter begins to sing the song.
Twinkle, twinkle, little bat.
The Hatter has a beautiful voice, and Alice finds herself singing along with him. The Hatter notices that Alice is singing along with him, and he smiles. He continues to sing the song, and soon the two of them are both lost in the music. They don't notice the time passing, and they don't notice the Queen coming into the room. The Queen is angry when she sees the Hatter singing the song about time, and she orders him to stop. The Hatter is confused, and he doesn't know why the Queen is so angry. The Queen tells him that he needs to get back to work, and she orders him to leave the room. The Hatter doesn't want to leave, but he knows that he has to obey the Queen. He gives Alice one last look, and then he leaves the room. Alice looks around the room, and she realizes that she is now alone with the Queen. The Queen looks at Alice, and she asks her if she is ready to hear her story. Alice nods her head, and the Queen begins to tell her story.
There was once a land that was filled with happiness and joy. The people were peaceful and content. But then, something happened that destroyed everything. A great war broke out, and the land was plunged into darkness. The people were killed, and the land was left in ruins. But even in the midst of destruction, there was still hope. One day, the people of the land will rise up and rebuild what was lost. The land will be filled with happiness and joy once again. This is my story, and it is the story of the land.
Alice is captivated by the Queen's story, and she can't help but feel hope for the future. When the Queen is finished, Alice applauds her. The Queen looks at Alice, and she seems to be pleased. She tells Alice that she can leave, and Alice does so. She is eager to tell her own story to the Hare and the Dormouse. The Dormouse slowly opens his eyes and looks at the March Hare and Alice. He tells them that he has a story to share about 3 little sisters who live at the bottom of a well. Alice is intrigued by the story and asks the Dormouse questions about the sisters. The Dormouse tells her that the sisters are very thin because they don't have enough to eat and drink. He also says that the sisters are very tired because they are constantly climbing up and down the well. Alice is horrified by the Dormouse's story, and she can't believe that such a thing could happen. She asks the Dormouse if there is anything that can be done to help the sisters. The Dormouse tells her that the only way to help the sisters is to get them out of the well. Alice is determined to help the sisters, and she asks the Dormouse for directions to the well. The Dormouse tells her, and Alice sets off on her journey. Alice arrives at the well and looks down. She can see the 3 little sisters at the bottom, and she can see how thin they are. She can also see the tired look in their eyes, and she knows that she has to help them. She looks around for a rope or something to help her lower herself down into the well. She finds a rope and ties it around her waist. She starts to lower herself down into the well, and she is soon at the bottom. She unties the rope and looks at the sisters. She can see how weak they are, and she knows that she has to get them out of the well. She tries to lift one of the sisters, but she is too weak. She knows that she can't do this by herself, and she starts to cry. Suddenly, she hears a voice calling her name. She looks up and sees the March Hare standing at the top of the well. He tells her that he has been looking for her. He asks her what she is doing at the bottom of the well. Alice tells him that she is trying to help the sisters, but she is too weak. The March Hare tells her that he will help her, and he lowers himself down into the well. Together, they lift the sisters out of the well and carry them to safety. Alice looks at the March Hare, and she can see the kindness in his eyes. She knows that he is going to help her, and she feels grateful. The March Hare tells Alice that she is a brave girl, and he is proud of her. He explains that the Mad Hatter is not really mad, he just has a different perspective on life. The March Hare tells Alice that the Mad Hatter is actually a very kind and caring person, and he is sure that the Mad Hatter will help Alice if she needs it. The Dormouse gets angry and tells Alice that if she can't be civil, she can finish the story herself. Alice apologizes and promises not to interrupt again. The Dormouse continues the story, telling of 3 little sisters who were learning to draw. When Alice asks what they were drawing, she forgets her promise not to interrupt and the Dormouse gets angry again. The Dormouse tells Alice that the 3 little sisters were drawing pictures of the things they loved the most. One sister drew a picture of her cat, another drew a picture of her favorite flower, and the last sister drew a picture of her family.
And what did you love the most, Dormouse?
Alice asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. The Dormouse thought for a moment before answering.
I think I loved my family the most,
she said softly. The March Hare, who had been stirring the milk jug impatiently, spoke up.
Who cares what the Dormouse loved the most? I'm more interested in what she hates the most.
Alice turned to the Hatter.
I thought you said we were moving on to new subjects.
The Hatter shrugged.
I changed my mind.
The Dormouse sighed.
If you must know, I hate living in this post-apocalyptic world. I hate the constant reminder that we could all die at any moment. I hate the way everyone is always on edge, never sure if they'll make it through another day. I hate the way we have to ration everything, never knowing if there will be enough to last until the next supply drop. I hate the way we have to be careful of every little thing we do, in case it sets off a radiation leak or draws the attention of raiders. I hate living like this.
Alice was silent for a moment, contemplating the Dormouse's words. She had never thought about it that way before. It was always just something she had to do, something that was necessary for her survival. She had never stopped to think about how much it must suck for the Dormouse, or anyone else, to have to live like this.
I'm sorry,
Alice said finally.
I never realized how hard it must be for you.
The Dormouse shrugged.
It is what it is. We all have to find a way to deal with it.
The Hatter interjected then.
Speaking of dealing with it, I think it's time we move on to a new subject. Who wants to go first?
Alice raised her hand.
I will,
she said. She was still curious about the treacle, and she thought maybe the Hatter could help her figure it out.
Where did the treacle come from, Hatter?
The Hatter gave her a look that said, I thought you'd never ask.
He leaned in close, as if he were about to tell her a great secret.
The treacle comes from the well,
he whispered. Alice furrowed her brow.
The well? But there's no water in the well. Exactly,
the Hatter said, his eyes twinkling.
And that's why the treacle is so special. It's a magical substance that can only be found in the depths of the well. Alice was about to ask another question, but the Hatter held up a hand to stop her. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you for now, Alice. You'll have to figure out the rest for yourself.
Alice thanked the Hatter and turned to the Dormouse.
Do you know anything about the treacle, Dormouse?
The Dormouse shook her head.
I'm sorry, Alice, but I don't know anything about it. Alice sighed. It looked like she was going to have to figure this one out on her own.
The treacle is special because it's magical,
the Hatter said.
But there's no water in the well. You see, the water turns to treacle when it reaches the bottom. That's why it's so important to keep the well filled. Otherwise, the treacle will dry up and the magic will be gone. It's a shame the well is dry,
the Hatter continued.
But I suppose it can't be helped. The magic is gone now, and there's nothing we can do to bring it back.
Alice frowned.
It doesn't seem fair that the magic is gone just because the well is dry.
But that's how it is.
What about all the other wells in the world? Are they all dry, too? As far as I know, they are, the Hatter said. But who knows? Maybe there's one place in the world where the magic is still alive and well. Do you think there is? It's possible. The Hatter said. But I doubt it. I think the magic is gone for good.
Alice was silent for a moment, contemplating the Hatter's words. She hated to think that the magic was really gone forever. It seemed like such a sad thing.
What do you think happened to the magic? She asked. That's a good question. The Hatter said. No one really knows. Some say that the magic went back to wherever it came from. Others say that it simply faded away over time. But no one really knows for sure.
Alice sighed.
It's just so hard to believe that it's really gone. It is hard to believe. But sometimes, things just happen that we can't explain. And the magic is gone. Alice frowned as she looked around the Mad Hatter's tea party. It wasn't that she didn't like the tea party itself. It was just that she missed the magic. The Mad Hatter had said that the magic was gone, and as far as Alice knew, he was right. It was just so hard to believe that something so wonderful could disappear like that. But then, Alice spotted something that made her heart skip a beat. There was a tree in the corner of the room, and it had a door leading into it. Alice's eyes widened in excitement. Could it be? Was there still magic in the world? Alice didn't hesitate. She quickly got up from her seat and walked over to the tree. She opened the door and stepped inside. As soon as Alice stepped through the door, she knew that the magic was still alive. The world around her was filled with the most beautiful sights and sounds she had ever seen. She smiled and began to explore her new surroundings. This was definitely a world worth exploring, and Alice knew that she would never want to leave. Alice wandered through the garden, marveling at all of the sights and sounds. The flowers were so bright and beautiful, and the fountains were so cool and refreshing. Alice had never seen anything like it. She felt like she could stay in the garden forever. However, Alice knew that she couldn't. She had a job to do. Alice remembered the Mad Hatter's words.
The magic is gone.
Alice was determined to find the magic and bring it back. She nibbled on the mushroom. She had kept a piece of it in her pocket, until she was a foot high. Then she began to search for the magic. She walked down the little passage and finally ended up in the beautiful garden among the bright flower beds and cool fountains. Alice smiled. It was time to get to work. One hot summer day, 3 gardeners were tasked with painting a white rose tree red. 7, the eldest of the group, scolded 5 for accidentally splashing paint on him. 5 responded with anger, saying it was 7's fault for jogging his elbow. 7 then told 5 not to lay the blame on others, but to take responsibility for his own actions. The gardeners continued to argue until 6, the voice of reason, told them to stop bickering and to focus on the task at hand. Although they were hesitant at first, 7 and 5 eventually followed 6's advice. They worked together tirelessly until the job was done. As they surveyed their work, they couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. It was a job well done, and they had done it together. As Alice watched the 7 gardeners argue, she couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. It was clear that they were divided on the issue of whether or not 2 deserved to be beheaded for bringing the cook tulip roots instead of onions. 5 interjected that it was actually the Queen who said this. 7 responded with frustration, saying that the Queen was not to be trusted. 5 retorted that 7 was just afraid of change. Alice felt sorry for 2. It seemed like such a small mistake to make, and it certainly didn't deserve the death penalty. She also couldn't help but agree with 5 that the Queen was at fault. After all, it was her who had made the demands in the first place. As the arguing continued, Alice began to feel more and more uneasy. These gardeners were supposed to be caring for the plants, not fighting with each other. It was clear that they were not going to reach a resolution anytime soon. Alice decided it was time to leave before the situation escalated further. Alice is walking through the garden, talking to the gardeners. They tell her that they are painting the roses white because they mistakenly planted a white rose tree. If the Queen were to find out, they would all be decapitated. Suddenly, they see the Queen coming and they all throw themselves on the ground. The Queen demands to know what is going on. The gardeners explain that they were just trying to make the roses look more beautiful. The Queen is not pleased. She orders the gardeners to behead the white rose tree. The gardeners obey, but they are clearly reluctant. As they walk away, Alice can't help but feel sorry for them. Alice was walking through the garden, talking to the gardeners, when she suddenly saw the white rabbit among the guests. She was surprised that it didn't notice her. The white rabbit was part of a grand procession that consisted of soldiers, courtiers, royal children, guests, and finally the King and Queen of Hearts. The procession led Alice to a beautiful castle. She had never seen anything like it before. The Queen of Hearts noticed Alice and asked her who she was. She ordered her soldiers to seize Alice. Alice was taken to the dungeon. She was put in a cell next to the white rabbit. The white rabbit finally noticed Alice and was surprised to see her. The white rabbit explained that the Queen was having a party and he was supposed to be one of the guests. The party was soon over and the guests started to leave. The white rabbit was amazed. The white rabbit told Alice that she was in danger. The Queen was not going to let her go. Alice was going to be executed. Alice was unsure if she should lie down like the three gardeners in the procession, but she can't remember if there's a rule about it. She wonders what the point of a procession would be if everyone had to lie down and couldn't see it. So she waits where she is. She then sees the white rabbit noticing her for the first time. He looks surprised. The party is soon over and the guests start to leave. Alice stood next to the Knave of Hearts, who was bowed and smiling in response to the Queen's questions. The Queen was visibly angry and turned to Alice to ask her name. Alice told the Queen her name, and the Queen then asked Alice who the three gardeners are that are lying on the ground around the rose tree. Alice did not know, as she could not tell from their clothing what their profession is. The Queen became even more angry and shouted that Alice was a liar. She said that everyone knew that gardeners wore green and that Alice was clearly trying to deceive her. The Queen ordered the executioner to take Alice away. Executioner approached Alice with a set of shackles and motioned for her to put her hands behind her back. Alice complied and the executioner shackled her wrists together. He then grabbed her by the arm and pulled her towards the Queen. The Queen looked at Alice with a satisfied smirk and said,
"Off with her head."
The executioner pulled out his sword and raised it above his head. Alice closed her eyes and prepared for the worst. However, before the executioner could bring his sword down, he was tackled to the ground by one of the gardeners that Alice thought was dead. The gardener yelled at the Queen.
Alice is telling the truth. We are the gardeners.
The Queen's face turned red with anger and she ordered her guards to take the gardeners away. She then turned to Alice and said,
"As for you, you'll be going to the tower."
Alice was taken to the tower and thrown into a dark cell. She was left alone for what felt like days, with only the sound of rats scurrying around to keep her company. She was given no food or water and was starting to lose hope. She was sure that she would die in this place. One day, she heard the sound of keys jangling and the cell door opened. A guard walked in, followed by the Queen. The Queen looked at Alice with a satisfied smirk and said,
"I'm glad you're still alive. I have a special treat for you."
The Queen motioned for the guard to take Alice out of the cell. Alice was confused but complied. The Queen led Alice to a nearby room and said,
This is where we execute people. I thought you might want to see it before you die.
Alice looked into the room and saw a platform with a noose hanging from the ceiling. She felt her stomach drop and she started to shake. The Queen said,
"Don't worry, you won't feel a thing. It'll all be over before you know it."
Alice was led to the platform and the noose was put around her neck. She was given a blindfold and the Queen said,
"Any last words?"
Alice shook her head and the Queen gave the signal. The trapdoor opened and Alice fell through. She felt the noose tighten around her neck and then everything went black. The King and Queen were in their chambers, arguing about Alice. The Queen was angry that Alice had defied her and she wanted her to be punished. The King tried to reason with her, saying that Alice was just a child, but the Queen was unyielding. She ordered the knave to turn the gardeners over. The 3 gardeners instantly jumped up and began bowing to the King and Queen. The Queen pointed at Alice and said,
"This is the girl who ruined my party. I want her executed."
The King tried to reason with the Queen again, but she was adamant. She ordered the knave to take Alice to the tower and throw her into a dark cell. Alice was left alone in the dark cell for what felt like days. "I have a special treat for you."
"Stop."
The Queen's voice screeched like fingernails on a chalkboard, causing the gardeners to pause in their work.
"What do you think you're doing?"
she demanded, planting her hands on her hips. The gardeners exchanged a quick, nervous glance before one of them stepped forward.
"Your Majesty, we're trying to trim the roses,"
he explained. The Queen's face twisted in anger.
"How dare you? Those roses are my pride and joy. I'll have you know that I've won awards for those roses. And you,"
she said, pointing an accusing finger at the gardener.
"You're going to ruin them. I'll have you executed for this."
The gardener's eyes widened in fear, and they began to plead for their lives, but the Queen wasn't listening. She had already ordered the soldiers to take them away and execute them. Alice tried to intervene, to reason with the Queen, to protect the gardeners, but it was too late. Alice watched helplessly as the 3 gardeners were dragged away by the soldiers. She had tried to reason with the Queen, to no avail. The Queen was determined to have them executed. Alice didn't know what to do. She couldn't just let them be killed. But she couldn't stop the Queen either. Suddenly, an idea came to her. She ran to the nearby flower pot and upended it. The 3 gardeners tumbled out, landing in a heap on the ground. The Queen was so surprised, she didn't know what to say. The soldiers helped the gardeners to their feet and then marched off after the others. The Queen shouted to ask if their heads were off, and the soldiers confirmed that they are. Alice breathed a sigh of relief. She had managed to save the 3 gardeners from being beheaded. But she knew it wouldn't be long before the Queen came after her. She had to find a way to stop her. The Queen asked Alice if she knew how to play croquet. When Alice answered in the affirmative, the Queen told her to come on. Alice walked with the White Rabbit, who was looking anxiously at her. Alice could see the concern in his eyes, but she didn't know what to say to him. They reached the croquet ground, and the Queen began to set up the game. Alice looked around, hoping to see some way to escape. She was surrounded by the Queen's soldiers, and there was no way out. She would have to play the game and hope for the best. The Queen placed the ball in front of Alice and told her to hit it with her mallet. Alice took a deep breath and tried to steady her hand. She swung the mallet and hit the ball, sending it flying through the air. It landed near the Queen, who was watching intently. The Queen then took her turn, and Alice watched as the ball sailed through the air and hit the peg. The game continued, and Alice began to feel more confident. She started to think maybe she could win. But then she made a mistake, and the queen took her turn. The ball hit the peg, and Alice's heart sank. She knew she had lost. The queen turned to Alice and asked her if she wanted to be beheaded or burned at the stake. Alice swallowed hard and tried to think of a way out. She would have to choose her own death. Alice thought for a moment before she answered. She knew she didn't want to be burned at the stake, but she wasn't sure about being beheaded. She didn't want to die, but she knew she had to choose one of the two options. Finally, she chose to be beheaded. She couldn't bear the thought of being burned alive. The queen ordered the executioner to bring Alice to the chopping block. Alice's heart was pounding as she walked to her death. She could see the rabbit looking at her with terror in his eyes. Alice tried to give him a brave smile, but she was quaking inside. The executioner placed her head on the chopping block and raised his axe. Alice closed her eyes and waited for the end. But then she heard a voice yell,
"Stop!"
She recognized the voice as the Duchess's. The Duchess had been spared at the last minute. Alice was relieved, but she knew her reprieve would only be temporary. She would have to face her death sooner or later. The Queen was growing impatient. She had been waiting for Alice to arrive for the game of croquet, but Alice was late. Finally, Alice arrived and the Queen began the game. The playing field was full of ridges and furrows, but the Queen didn't mind. The balls were live hedgehogs and the mallets were live flamingos, but the Queen was used to such things. The soldiers had to stand on their hands and feet to make the arches, but the Queen was uninterested in their suffering. All she cared about was the game. Alice did her best to keep up, but she was quickly falling behind. The Queen was winning by a wide margin and she showed no signs of slowing down. Finally, Alice had had enough. She was tired, hungry, and thirsty. She wanted to go home. She didn't want to play anymore. The Queen was angry, but she had no choice but to let Alice go. She would have to find someone else to play with. Alice was relieved to be done with the game. She was tired, hungry, and thirsty, and she just wanted to go home. She had been playing for hours, and she was ready for a break. As Alice walked away from the playing field, she heard the Queen calling after her.
"Alice, come back here. I'll make it worth your while."
Alice considered for a moment, but then she shook her head and kept walking. She wasn't interested in playing anymore. Besides, she didn't like the Queen. She was always making demands and expecting Alice to do things for her. No, Alice was done with the Queen and her games. Alice kept walking until she was out of the Queen's sight. Then she sat down to rest. She was tired, and she didn't want to go back to the game. She would wait a while and then she would go home. Alice rested for a while, and then she got up and started walking again. She wasn't sure where she was going, but she knew she needed to get away from the Queen. She had a feeling that the Queen was going to try to force her to play again, and she didn't want to do that. She wanted to go home. As Alice walked, she saw something out of the corner of her eye. It was a cat. A big, black cat. It was sitting in a tree, watching her. Alice stopped and looked at the cat.
"Hello,"
she said.
"Who are you?"
"I'm the Cheshire Cat."
The cat replied.
"And you are?"
"I'm Alice. I'm just trying to get away from the Queen. She's going to have me executed. I just know it."
"What makes you say that?"
The cat asked.
"I just have a feeling."
Alice said.
"She's been looking at me funny lately, and I just know she's going to try to get rid of me."
"I see."
The cat said.
"Well, Alice, you need to be careful. If the Queen catches you, she will certainly have you executed." You need to be very careful.
I know.
Alice said.
I'm just so tired. I've been walking for hours, and I'm just ready to go home.
I understand.
The cat said.
But you need to be careful. If you're not careful, the queen will catch you and she'll kill you. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Alice said.
Now, you need to focus on escaping without being seen. Can you do that?
I think so.
Alice said.
I'll be rooting for you, Alice. I hope you make it out alive.
And with that, the cat disappeared. Alice was left alone, staring at the empty tree. She was scared, but she knew she had to be careful. If she wasn't, the queen would catch her and she would be killed. She had to be careful. Alice continued to walk, careful to avoid any patrols that might be looking for her. She had no idea where she was going, but she knew she needed to keep moving. She was getting tired, but she pushed on. She had to find some place to rest, some place where she would be safe. Suddenly, Alice heard a noise. It sounded like someone was following her. She turned around, but there was no one there. She turned back around and continued walking, but the noise got louder. She was getting scared. She turned around again, and this time she saw someone. It was the Cheshire Cat.
Alice.
The cat said.
I've been looking for you. The queen is looking for you. She's going to have you executed if she catches you. Alice was scared, but she knew she had to be careful.
Alice continued to walk, her heart pounding in her chest. The Cheshire Cat had found her, and now the queen was going to execute her. She had to find some place to hide, some place where the queen would never find her. She walked for what felt like hours, but she couldn't find any place to hide. She was getting tired, and she knew she couldn't keep walking forever. She needed to find someplace soon. She continued walking, but she was always on the lookout for the Cheshire Cat. She didn't want to be caught by the queen. She knew she was in danger, but she had to keep moving. Alice was walking through the forest, her heart pounding in her chest. She had been walking for hours, and she was getting tired. She had been on the lookout for the Cheshire Cat, but she hadn't seen him since he had found her. She was getting worried that the queen would find her and execute her. She needed to find some place to hide, but she didn't know where to go. She was getting desperate. Suddenly, she heard a voice behind her.
Alice.
The voice said.
I know you're looking for a place to hide. I can help you.
Alice turned around and saw the Cheshire Cat. She was relieved and happy to see him.
Thank you.
She said.
I didn't know where to go. The queen is going to execute me if she finds me.
I know.
The Cheshire Cat said.
But I will help you. I will take you to the queen. She is not likely to win the game.
Alice was surprised.
Really?
She said.
Yes.
The Cheshire Cat said.
Come with me.
Alice followed the Cheshire Cat through the forest. She was getting more and more nervous. She didn't know what to expect. Finally, they came to a clearing. In the center of the clearing was the queen. She was sitting on a throne, surrounded by her subjects. Alice's heart sank when she saw the queen. She knew she was going to die. The queen saw Alice and smiled.
Ah, Alice.
She said.
I have been waiting for you. I'm so glad you finally showed up.
Alice didn't know what to say. She was scared and herself.
Now,
the Queen said,
it's time to play the game. The Queen leaned forward in her throne and looked at Alice.
You killed my husband, she said. And now you will pay the price.
Alice tried to protest, but the Queen cuts her off.
There is no use denying it, she said. I have all the evidence I need. You will be executed for your crimes. Alice tried to think of something, anything, to say that would save her, but she couldn't. She was going to die. The Queen signaled to one of her subjects and he brought forth a sword. Alice tried to run, but it was too late. She was surrounded. The Queen stood up and walked towards her.
I'm sorry, Alice,
she said. But you leave me no choice.
She raised the sword and prepared to strike.
With a heavy heart, the Queen lowered her sword. She simply couldn't bring herself to kill Alice, not after everything that had happened. It wasn't Alice's fault that the king was dead. She didn't deserve to die for it.
Take her away,
the Queen said, her voice trembling.
I don't want to see her again.
The guards dragged Alice away, none of them meeting her eyes. They all knew that this wasn't right, that Alice didn't deserve this, but they had their orders. There was nothing they could do. Alice was thrown into a cell and the door was locked behind her. She sank to the ground, defeated. She had wanted to make things right, to make the world a better place, but all she had managed to do was make things worse. And now she was going to pay the price for it. Alice is walking through the forest when she hears the Queen's voice in the distance. Alice has been walking for hours and she is getting tired. She is getting hungry too, and she stops to rest for a moment. She sits down on a tree stump and looks around her. The forest is dark and eerie and Alice feels a sudden chill. She gets up and starts walking again, quicker now. She hears the Queen's voice again and she knows she is getting closer. The voice is louder and more frantic now and Alice knows the Queen is angry. She comes to a clearing and she sees the Queen, surrounded by her subjects. Alice sees two hedgehogs fighting and decides to use her flamingo to croquet one of them. The flamingo is on the other side of the garden, however, and seems to be having difficulty flying into one of the trees. Alice is getting impatient and she wants to help the hedgehog, but she doesn't want to get too close. She watches as the hedgehogs continue to fight and the flamingo finally manages to get into the tree. Alice breathes a sigh of relief and starts to walk away, but she is stopped by the Queen's voice.
Alice, where are you going?
Alice turns around and sees the Queen, flanked by her subjects. She feels a sudden surge of anger and she knows she can't keep walking away. She has to face the Queen and she has to find out what she wants.
Your Majesty,
Alice says.
I was just on my way home.
And why are you in such a hurry? Don't you want to stay and play with us?
I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but I don't think that would be appropriate.
Alice says.
And why not? Is it because you're not feeling well? You look a little pale.
No, Your Majesty, I'm fine.
Alice says.
It's just that, well, I don't think it would be proper for me to stay here with you.
The Queen looks at Alice for a moment and then she starts to laugh.
You're right, Alice, it wouldn't be proper. But I don't see why you're so worried about that. After all, we're all friends here, aren't we?
Alice doesn't know what to say and she just stands there, looking at the Queen.
Are you sure you're feeling well, Alice? You look a little shaky.
I'm fine, Your Majesty.
Alice says.
I'm just a little tired, that's all.
Well, you should go home then and get some rest.
The Queen says.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Alice nods and then she turns and walks away. She can feel the Queen's eyes on her back, but she doesn't turn around. She knows she has to get out of here and she has to go home. Alice catches a flamingo and returns it to found hedgehogs who have since disappeared. Alice reflects that it does not matter much as all the arches supporting the ground have collapsed. She looks up and sees the Queen and her subjects watching her. Alice feels a sudden surge of anger and she knows she can't keep walking away.
And why are you in such a hurry? Don't you want to stay and play with us?
I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but I don't think that would be appropriate.
Alice says. After all, we're all friends here, aren't we? Alice doesn't know what to say and she just stands there, looking at the Queen.
You look a little shaky.
I'm just a little tired, that's all.
Alice looks around at the gathered crowd and wonders what could possibly be so important that it would bring all of them together. She approaches the Cheshire Cat and is quickly surrounded by people who are arguing passionately about something. Alice can't make sense of their arguments, but eventually agrees to act as a judge in the matter. Alice listens to both sides of the argument and is quickly able to see that there is no clear right or wrong answer. She weighs the pros and cons of each side and comes to a decision. The crowd erupts in applause and thanks Alice for her decision. The Cheshire Cat is led away and Alice is left alone with her thoughts. She knows that she made the right decision, but she can't help but feel a little sad about it. The King is arguing that Alice made the right decision and that she is a fair and just judge. The executioner is arguing that Alice is not qualified to make such a decision and that she is not a true queen. The crowd is getting restless and Alice is starting to feel overwhelmed. She looks to the Cheshire Cat for help, but he just smiles and fades away. Alice is left alone to make a decision. She knows that there is no clear right or wrong answer, but she has to choose one side or the other. She takes a deep breath and makes her choice. The executioner brings the Duchess to the Queen and everyone gathers around to hear what she has to say. The Duchess is angry and doesn't want to cooperate, but she eventually tells them what happened. She says that she was in the prison for being a political prisoner and that she was treated very poorly. She says that the conditions in the prison were horrible and that she was never given enough food or water. She also says that she was never given any medical care, and that she was constantly beaten by the guards. The Queen is shocked by this story and she immediately orders the release of the Duchess. She also orders that the prison be shut down and that the guards be punished. Alice is relieved that she was able to help the Duchess, but she knows that there are many more people who are still suffering in the prisons. She vows to continue fighting for justice until all of the prisoners are free. Alice is happy to see the Duchess free, but she knows that there are many more prisoners who need help. She decides to go back to the prison and try to help more people escape. However, when she gets there, she finds that the prison has been completely destroyed. It looks like it was hit by a bomb or something. Alice is devastated. She can't believe that all of those people are dead. She sits down and cries. Alice was pleased to find the Duchess in a pleasant temper, and speculated that it may have been the pepper that made her so savage when they met in the kitchen. She went on to speculate that perhaps it is always pepper that makes people hot-tempered, vinegar that makes them sour, and chamomile that makes them bitter, before being interrupted by the Duchess. The Duchess was pleased to see Alice and told her that she had been meaning to thank her for helping her escape. Alice thought for a moment and then told the Duchess about the prison that she had been trying to help people escape from. She told the Duchess about how it had been destroyed and how all of the people inside were dead. The Duchess was shocked. Alice and the Duchess began to make inquiries, and soon they had a list of names of people who they thought might be responsible for the destruction of the prison. Alice thought for a moment and then told the Duchess about the people who had been imprisoned in the labor camps. She told the Duchess about how they were being worked to death and how they needed help. Alice told the Duchess that she could try to find the people who were responsible for the labor camps and bring them to justice. Alice and the Duchess began to make inquiries, and soon they had a list of names of people who they thought might be responsible for the labor camps. Alice and the Duchess began to make inquiries, and soon they had a list of names of people who they thought might be responsible for the city. Alice and the Duchess began to make inquiries, and soon they had a list of names of people who they thought might be responsible for the wasteland. Alice thought for a moment and then told the Duchess about the people who had been forced to live in the radiation zones. Alice told the Duchess that she could try to find the people who were responsible for the radiation zones and bring them to justice. Alice and the Duchess began to make inquiries, and soon they had a list of names of people who they thought might be responsible for the radiation zones. Alice told the Duchess that she could try to find the people who were responsible for the underground and bring them to justice. Alice and the Duchess began to make inquiries, and soon they had a list of names of people who they thought might be responsible for the underground. Alice told the Duchess that she could try to find the people who were responsible for the dome and bring them to justice. Alice and the Duchess began to make inquiries, and soon they had a list of names of people who they thought might be responsible for the dome. Alice and the Duchess began to make inquiries, and soon they had a list of names of people who they thought might be responsible for the desert. Alice told the Duchess that she could try to find the people who were responsible for the snow and bring them to justice. Alice and the Duchess began to make inquiries, and soon they had a list of names of people who they thought might be responsible for the snow. Alice told the Duchess that she could try to find the people who were responsible for the water and bring them to justice. Alice and the Duchess began to make inquiries, and soon they had a list of names of people who they thought might be responsible for the water. Alice told the Duchess that she could try to find the people who were responsible for the air and bring them to justice. Alice and the Duchess began to make inquiries, and soon they had a list of names of people who they thought might be responsible for the air. She said. Alice told the Duchess that she could try to find the people who were responsible for the desert and bring them to justice. The Duchess told Alice that everything has a moral, and that she will remember it soon. Alice suggested that perhaps some things don't have a moral, but the Duchess insisted that they do. Alice encountered a Duchess who she did not much care for. The Duchess was ugly and her breath stank. She was also the right height to rest her chin on Alice's shoulder, which was uncomfortable for Alice. However, Alice tried to be polite and keep up the conversation. The Duchess was prattling on about nothing in particular, and Alice was having a hard time following her. Suddenly, the Duchess stopped talking and looked past Alice. Her eyes got wide and she gasped. Alice turned to see what the Duchess was looking at and saw a large, green snake slithering towards them. The Duchess was quick to take action. She grabbed Alice's arm and pulled her away from the snake. Alice was taken by surprise and yelped. The Duchess scolded Alice, telling her that she needed to be more careful. Alice apologized and the Duchess said that it was all right. She then told Alice that the moral of the story was to take care of the scents and the sounds will take care of themselves. The Duchess was clearly agitated by the snake incident. She paced back and forth, muttering to herself. Alice watched her, wondering what she was going to do next. Suddenly, the Duchess stopped and turned to Alice. She asked if she could try an experiment. Alice was cautious and asked what the experiment was. The Duchess explained that she wanted to see if her flamingo would bite. Alice was hesitant, but the Duchess assured her that the flamingo was tame. Alice agreed to the experiment and the Duchess called for her flamingo. The bird came over and the Duchess held it out to Alice. Alice hesitantly reached out and touched the flamingo. It was soft and warm. The Duchess then asked Alice to hold the flamingo's head. Alice did as she was asked and the Duchess let go. The flamingo started to nip at Alice's fingers. Alice yelped and tried to pull away, but the Duchess told her to hold still. After a few seconds, the flamingo stopped biting and Alice was able to pull her hand away. The Duchess was pleased with the results of the experiment. She said that it showed that the flamingo was not going to bite unless it was provoked. Alice was relieved and said that she was glad the experiment was over. The Duchess then asked Alice if she wanted to hear the moral of the story. Alice said that she did and the Duchess told her that it was important to take care of the scents and the sounds will take care of themselves.
So tell me again, Alice, why do you think that mustard is a vegetable?
The Duchess asked with a smirk, clearly amused by Alice's lopsided train of thought.
Well, I just assumed since you can mine it, it must be a vegetable.
Alice replied, matter-of-factly. The Duchess let out a hearty belly laugh.
My dear child, you cannot mine vegetables. They do not grow deep in the earth like coal or gold. Why, if you were to dig up a carrot, you would find only soil and worms.
I suppose you're right.
Alice said, blushing with embarrassment.
So, if mustard isn't a vegetable, what is it? Mustard is a condiment made from the seeds of the mustard plant. The plant is actually a member of the cabbage family, which probably explains why you thought it was a vegetable.
The Duchess explained.
I see. Thank you for setting me straight, Duchess.
Alice said.
Think nothing of it, my dear. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be off. I have a flamingo to reprimand.
The Duchess said, before turning on her heel and walking away.
Duchess, wait.
Alice called out, running after the older woman.
I have another question for you.
And what might that be, Alice?
The Duchess said, stopping to look at the girl.
You said that it's important to appear to be what you want to be. What did you mean by that?
Alice asked, furrowing her brow in confusion.
It's simple, really. If you want to be something, you have to act like it. For example, if you want to be a queen, you have to act regal and commanding. If you want to be a servant, you have to be humble and obedient. Do you understand?
I think so.
Alice said, slowly.
But I'm not sure I could ever be anything other than what people expect me to be.
Nonsense.
The Duchess said, with a wave of her hand.
You can be anyone you want to be, as long as you're willing to put in the effort. Just imagine yourself as the person you want to be, and eventually, you will become that person.
Thank you, Duchess.
Alice said, with a smile.
I'll try to remember that.
Good luck, my dear.
The Duchess said, before walking away. Alice watched the Duchess walk away, before turning back to the empty hall. She was still trying to process everything that had happened in the past few hours. She had been expecting a boring party, but instead she found herself in the middle of a nuclear war. And now, she was apparently the only human left alive. The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. She was the only one left who could shape the world into whatever she wanted it to be. She could be anything she wanted to be. But first, she needed to find some food and shelter. She was sure that the world would be a very different place after the bombs had dropped, and she didn't want to be caught unprepared. She started walking down the hall, her mind racing with all the possibilities that now lay before her. Suddenly, Alice heard footsteps coming down the hall towards her. She tensed, prepared to run if necessary. But then she saw the Queen approaching and relaxed slightly. The Queen didn't look happy, but Alice figured she probably had good reason. After all, she was the one who had just won a nuclear war.
There you are.
The Queen said, coming to a stop in front of Alice.
I've been looking for you.
I'm sorry.
Alice said.
I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
You didn't cause any trouble.
The Queen said.
But you did interrupt my conversation with the Duchess.
I'm sorry.
Alice said again.
I didn't mean to.
It's all right.
The Queen said.
I'm sure you had your reasons. But I'll have to ask you to leave now.
Of course.
Alice said, turning to go.
Oh, and Alice.
The Queen said, stopping her.
Yes.
Don't come back.
The Queen said.
I don't want to see you again.
Alice nodded, before turning and walking away. She didn't know what she had done to anger the Queen, but she figured it was probably for the best if she stayed away. After all, she didn't want to end up on the wrong side of a nuclear war. Alice walked away from the Queen, feeling relieved. She was glad that she had left when she did, and she didn't want to cause any more trouble. She figured it was best to just stay away and not come back. But as she walked, she couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. She didn't know what the future held, but she knew it wasn't going to be good. The world was a different place now, and she didn't know if she would be able to survive in it. Alice was too frightened to speak when the Queen returned to the croquet ground, and the other guests quickly resumed the game. The Queen tells Alice that a delay would have cost her life. Alice is confused, and the Queen explains that the delay was caused by the White Rabbit. The White Rabbit had stolen a pocket watch from the Queen, and when Alice tried to get it back, the Queen thought she was trying to steal it. The Queen says that she would have had Alice executed if she had not returned the watch. Alice is horrified, and she can't believe what she's hearing. She thought the Queen was just a cruel, heartless ruler, but she never realized that she was actually capable of killing someone. She wonders if the Queen is going to kill the White Rabbit now, but she doesn't dare ask. She knows that she needs to get out of there as soon as possible. The Queen tells Alice that she is free to go, but she warns her not to come back. Alice doesn't need to be told twice, and she quickly leaves the croquet ground. She knows that she's lucky to be alive, and she doesn't want to push her luck any further. She's not sure what the future holds, but she knows that she needs to be careful. The world is a dangerous place now, and she needs to be prepared for anything. Alice walked quickly away from the croquet ground, her heart pounding in her chest. She couldn't believe what had just happened. She had narrowly escaped execution, and she knew that she was lucky to be alive. She didn't know what the future held, but she knew that she needed to be careful. The world was a dangerous place now, and she didn't want to take any unnecessary risks. She needed to find a safe place to call home, and she needed to find a way to survive. Alice made her way through the forest, her heart still pounding in her chest. She had never been so scared in her life, and she didn't know what to expect. She had never seen or heard of a mock turtle before, so she didn't know what to expect. The Queen had told her that she needed to see the mock turtle if she wanted to know what mock turtle soup was made of, and Alice was curious. She didn't know if the mock turtle was a friend or a foe, but she knew that she needed to be careful. As she made her way through the forest, she heard a noise. It sounded like something was following her. She turned around, but there was nothing there. She started to run, but she was quickly caught by something. She felt herself being lifted off the ground, and she panicked. She didn't know what was happening. Suddenly, she was sitting on a throne in a large room. She looked around, confused. She saw the Queen, the Cheshire Cat, the Mad Hatter, and the March Hare. They all stared at her, and she had no idea what was going on. The Queen spoke first.
Alice, you must be wondering why you're here.
Alice nodded, still feeling confused and scared.
You need to see the mock turtle if you want to know what mock turtle soup is made of.
The Queen explained. Alice nodded again, understanding. The Queen then took her hand and led her out of the room and into a large hall. Alice gasped when she saw the mock turtle. He was a large, green turtle, and he looked very sad. The mock turtle spoke, and his voice was full of sadness.
I was once a happy turtle. I lived in the sea, and I was free. But then, I was captured and taken to a zoo. I was put on display for humans to gawk at. I was miserable.
One day, I was freed from the zoo. I was pardoned for my crimes, and I was given a second chance. I was given a choice. I could go back to the sea, or I could stay here and help others. I chose to stay, and I'm glad that I did. I'm able to help others, and I'm able to make them laugh. I'm happy here, even though I miss the sea. Alice listened to the mock turtle's story, and she felt sorry for him. She couldn't imagine what it would be like to be captured and put on display. She was glad that he was happy now, even though he wasn't free. The mock turtle then turned to Alice. So, what do you want to know about mock turtle soup? Alice thought for a moment. I want to know what it's made of,
she said. The mock turtle smiled.
Mock turtle soup is made of vegetables, fruits, and nuts. It's a nourishing soup, and it's very good for you. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Alice smiled. Thank you, mock turtle. She then bid him goodbye and made her way back to the forest. She was glad that she had taken the time to visit the mock turtle, and she was excited to try the soup. She had never seen or heard of a griffin before, so she didn't know what to expect. She didn't know if the griffin was a friend or a foe, but she knew that she needed to be careful. Alice gasped when she saw the griffin. He was a large, green creature, and he looked very sad. The griffin spoke, and his voice was full of sadness.
I was once a happy creature. I lived in the forest, and I was free. One day, I was freed from the zoo. I was given a choice. I could go back to the forest, or I could stay here and help others. I'm happy here, even though I miss the forest.
Alice listened to the griffin's story, and she felt sorry for him. The griffin then turned to Alice. The griffin smiled.
Alice smiled. Thank you, Griffin. She was glad that she had taken the time to visit the griffin, and she was excited to try the soup.
The griffin chuckled to itself as it watched the Queen leave. Alice, confused, asked what was so funny. The griffin told her that it was all just a show and that nobody actually gets executed. Alice, bemused, thinks that everyone in this place is awfully bossy. She then turns to the griffin and asks why he is really laughing. The griffin tells her that the Queen's execution method is very inefficient and that it would never work. Alice, now understanding, laughs along with the griffin. The mock turtle is sitting on a little ledge of rock, looking sad and lonely. Alice and the griffin come up to him, and Alice asks what his sorrow is. The griffin says that it's all in the mock turtle's head, and that he actually has no reason to be sad. The mock turtle says nothing in response, just hangs his head and looks even more miserable. Alice feels bad for the Mock Turtle and decides to try and cheer him up. She asks him what his favorite subject is, in the hopes that talking about something he loves will make him feel better. The Mock Turtle sadly replies that his favorite subject used to be mathematics, but he's not sure what his favorite subject is anymore. Alice, not knowing what to say, decides to ask the Mock Turtle about his life. The Mock Turtle tells her that he used to be a happy and carefree creature, but everything changed when the bombs fell. He lost his family, his home, and everything he loved. He was drafted into the army and forced to fight in a war that he didn't believe in. He saw his friends die, one by one, until he was the only one left. He was captured by the enemy and imprisoned, and he has been alone ever since. The Mock Turtle's story makes Alice feel even worse. She can't imagine what it must be like to lose everything and be so alone. She puts a comforting hand on the Mock Turtle's shoulder and tells him that she's sorry. The Mock Turtle just nods sadly and looks out into the distance. The Mock Turtle's story has left Alice feeling deeply saddened. She can't imagine what it must be like to go through all that he has gone through. She can only hope that someday he will be able to find happiness again. The Griffin, who has been silent up until now, suddenly speaks up. He tells Alice that the Mock Turtle is not the only one who has a sad story to tell. He says that there are many creatures in this world who have suffered, and who have lost everything they love. He tells Alice that she should go and talk to the others, and that she will find that their stories are just as sad as the Mock Turtle's. Alice is not sure if she wants to hear any more sad stories, but she knows that the Griffin is right. She needs to talk to the others and learn about their experiences. She thanks the Griffin for his advice and starts to walk away. As she does, she hears the Mock Turtle's voice behind her. He tells her that he hopes she can find the happiness that he has lost. Alice gives him a sad smile and continue on her way. Alice walks for a while, not really knowing where she is going. She is so deep in thought that she doesn't even notice when she walks into a strange-looking building. It is only when she hears a voice calling her name that she realizes where she is. She is in the palace of the White Queen. The White Queen tells Alice that she has been expecting her. She says that Alice has a very important role to play in the upcoming war. Alice is not sure what she is talking about, but she knows that she needs to listen to the White Queen. The Queen tells Alice that she will need to gather all of the creatures who have been affected by the war and lead them into battle. Alice is not sure if she is up for the task, but she knows that she needs to try. She thanks the White Queen for her advice and starts to leave. As she does, she hears the Queen's voice behind her. She tells Alice that she is the only one who can save them all. Alice is not sure what to make of the Queen's words, but she knows that she needs to find the others and talk to them. Alice walks for a while, until she comes to a group of creatures who are all sitting around looking sad. She recognizes some of them from her own world, but others are completely new to her. She approaches them and introduces herself. She tells them that she has been talking to the White Queen and that she has been asked to lead them into battle. The creatures all look at her in disbelief. They can't believe that Alice, a human, would be asking them to fight. They all start to talk at once, each creature telling Alice their own sad story. Alice listens to each of them, feeling more and more sad with each story. She can't believe that so many creatures have suffered so much. When they are finished, Alice tells them that she will do everything she can to help them. She knows that it won't be easy, but she is ready to fight for them. The creatures all start to cheer, and Alice knows that she has made the right decision. Alice leads the creatures to the White Queen's palace, where they are met by the Queen's army. The creatures are scared, but Alice tells them that they need to be brave. She knows that they can win this war, but they need to fight together. The creatures all nod their heads and follow Alice into battle. The fighting is fierce, but Alice and the creatures are winning. They are getting closer and closer to the palace of the Red Queen. Alice knows that they need to keep fighting, but she also knows that she needs to be careful. She doesn't want to get hurt or killed. She knows that if she dies, the creatures will lose their only hope. Suddenly, Alice is surrounded by the Red Queen's soldiers. She is outnumbered and outgunned, but she doesn't give up. She fights with all her strength, but she is no match for the soldiers. They start to close in on her, and she knows that she is going to die. Just when all hope seems lost, Alice hears the sound of reinforcements. The White Queen's army has arrived, and they are ready to fight. The Red Queen's soldiers are no match for the White Queen's army, and they are quickly defeated. Alice and the creatures are saved, and they all return to the White Queen's palace. Alice is hailed as a hero, and she knows that she has made a difference. She has saved the creatures from the Red Queen, and she knows that they will never forget what she has done for them.
So, tell me,
said the Mock Turtle.
What was your school like? Alice sighed. It was all right, I suppose,
she said.
But we didn't have any extras like French or music. I wanted to learn those things, but my parents couldn't afford it.
That's a shame,
said the Mock Turtle.
I had a wonderful time at my school. We had all sorts of extras. We had swimming lessons and horse riding and fencing. It was great.
It sounds like it,
said Alice.
I wish I could have gone to a school like that.
Why don't you?
said the Mock Turtle.
It's not too late. You could still go to school and learn all sorts of things.
Alice thought about it for a moment. Then she shook her head.
No,
she said.
I don't think so. I'm too old for school now.
Nonsense,
said the Mock Turtle.
You're never too old to learn. I'm sure you would enjoy it.
Alice smiled.
Maybe you're right,
she said.
Maybe I'll give it a try.
And so Alice went back to school. She studied hard and learned all sorts of things. She made new friends and had new adventures. And she never forgot the creatures that she had saved from the Red Queen. She knew that she had made a difference in their lives, and she was proud of that. The Mock Turtle is explaining to Alice that he could not afford to learn beyond the
regular course,
which only included reeling and writhing, and the different branches of arithmetic. Alice is surprised to hear of uglification and asks what it is. The Griffin is surprised that Alice has never heard of uglifying and explains that it is the opposite of beautifying.
So, if you wanted to learn how to uglify someone, you would go to a school for that?
Alice asked, her eyebrows furrowed in confusion.
Precisely,
said the Mock Turtle.
And there are all sorts of different schools for different things. You could go to a school for cookery, or gardening, or carpentry.
What about a school for magic?
Alice asked.
Oh, there's no such thing,
said the Griffin.
Magic is something that you're born with, not something that you can learn. Then she said,
I wish there was a school for magic. I'd like to learn how to do magic. You can't, said the Griffin. Magic is impossible. Alice sighed. She wished that she could learn magic. It would be so wonderful to be able to do things that other people couldn't do. She was sure that she would be very good at it. But unfortunately, magic was just something that wasn't possible. And so Alice never learned how to do magic. Alice was disappointed to hear that there was no such thing as a school for magic. She had always wanted to learn how to do magic, and she was sure that she would be very good at it. But sadly, it was just not possible. Alice was about to ask the Mock Turtle what else they had learned at his school when she suddenly remembered something.
Oh, I nearly forgot,
she exclaimed.
I wanted to ask you about the Hatter. Is he really mad?
Of course he is,
said the Griffin.
He's as mad as a hatter.
But why is he mad?
Some people say it's because he was born on a Tuesday,
said the Mock Turtle.
but I think it's because he's made of straw.
Straw,
Alice said, confused.
yes,
said the Mock Turtle.
He's made entirely of straw. And when you're made of straw, you're bound to go mad eventually.
Alice was surprised to hear that the Hatter was made of straw. She had always thought that he was just a normal person.
but why is he mad?
Alice thought about this for a moment. It made sense, in a way. If you were made of something that wasn't real, it would be hard to stay sane. But what about you? Are you made of anything?
Of course not,
said the Mock Turtle. I'm a real creature. I'm made of flesh and blood, just like you. And what about the Griffin? Alice asked. Is he real, too?
Of course he is,
said the Griffin. He's as real as can be. Alice was relieved to hear this. She had been worried that she was the only real person in this strange place. But now she knew that there were others like her. She just had to find them.
As you can see,
the Mock Turtle explained. On the first day of school, we have 10 hours of lessons. And then, on the second day, we have 9 hours of lessons. And so on, until the 11th day. Alice was surprised by this. She had never heard of such a thing.
but what happens on the 11th day? Why, that's when we have our holiday,
said the Griffin.
But what do you do on your holiday?
We play games, of course,
said the Griffin.
That's what holidays are for.
And what sort of games do you play?
Oh, all sorts of games,
said the Griffin.
You'll just have to wait and see.
The Mock Turtle was sad and crying, and the Griffin tried to help by shaking and punching him in the back. The Mock Turtle eventually recovers his voice and continues speaking.
It's just that I miss my family,
said the Mock Turtle.
I miss my home.
Oh, Mock Turtle,
said the Griffin.
you'll see them again someday. I promise.
I don't think I'll ever see them again. The Griffin was about to say something, but he was interrupted by the sound of footsteps. They turned to see Alice approaching.
Alice,
said the Griffin. You're just in time. The Mock Turtle was just about to tell us about his family. That's all right, said Alice. I'm sure he'll tell us another time. I don't think I ever want to talk about my family again.
A lobster quadrille is a very delightful kind of dance,
said the Griffin.
The dancers first form into two lines along the shore, and then they clear the jellyfish out of the way before starting the dance.
That sounds like a lot of work,
said Alice.
Oh, it's not so bad,
said the Griffin.
You'll see. It's actually quite a lot of fun.
The Mock Turtle was still looking sad, so Alice decided to change the subject.
So, Mock Turtle, what does your family do?
She asked.
My father was a turtle, and my mother was a turtle,
said the Mock Turtle.
They were both very good at swimming.
They must have been,
said Alice.
I've never seen a turtle swim.
Oh, it's quite easy,
said the Mock Turtle.
You just paddle with your legs and move your arms in a circular motion.
I see,
said Alice.
I think I might try it sometime.
I'm sure you will,
said the Griffin.
but for now, let's get started on the quadrille.
The dancers formed into two lines and started moving down the shore, clearing the way for the others to start the dance. Alice was amazed at how graceful they all looked, and she was soon caught up in the music and the movement. She didn't even notice when the jellyfish started to sting her feet.
Ouch,
said Alice as she felt something sting her foot.
what is it?
It's a jellyfish,
said the Griffin.
They're quite harmless, really. Just ignore them and they'll go away.
Alice tried to do as the Griffin said, but it was difficult to concentrate on the dance when her feet were being stung. She soon lost her place in the line and had to retire from the dance.
I'm sorry,
she said to the Mock Turtle.
I didn't mean to ruin the dance.
It's quite all right,
said the Mock Turtle.
I'm sure you'll do better next time.
Alice was relieved that the Mock Turtle was so understanding. She was also glad that the Griffin had been there to help her through the dance. She was beginning to see that there was more to this strange world than she had first thought.
You really are quite good at this,
said the Mock Turtle, as Alice managed to make her way through the dance without stopping.
I'm glad you think so,
said Alice.
I was a bit worried that I wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, you needn't worry anymore,
said the Mock Turtle.
You're a natural at this.
Alice was pleased to hear this and smiled. She was beginning to enjoy herself in this strange world. The two creatures danced with such grace and elegance, and Alice found herself filled with a sense of wonder. She had never seen anything like it before. As she watched the two creatures dance, she began to feel her own body moving to the rhythm of the music. She started to sway back and forth, and then, without even realizing it, she began to dance along with the Mock Turtle and the Griffin. She moved her feet and her arms, following their lead, and she felt as though she had been dancing all her life. The whiting asks the snail to walk faster, as there is a porpoise close behind them. The other animals are already waiting on the shoreline and eager to start the dance. The whiting encourages the snail to join in, but the snail is reluctant.
Oh, I don't know,
said the snail.
I'm not very good at this sort of thing.
Nonsense,
said the whiting.
You'll be fine. Just follow my lead.
The snail hesitates for a moment, but then finally agrees. The two creatures join the other animals on the shoreline and begin to dance. The porpoise, who had been following close behind them, also joins in. At first, the snail is self-conscious and unsure of himself. But as he watches the other animals dance around him, he begins to relax and enjoy himself. He starts to move his body to the rhythm of the music, and before long, he is dancing along with the others. He forgets all about his earlier self-doubt and genuinely enjoys himself. As the dance comes to an end, the snail is panting and sweating. He is tired, but he feels happy and fulfilled. He knows that he has finally found his place in this strange world. The sun had set long ago, but the sky was still ablaze with the afterglow of the nuclear bombs. The animals had been dancing for hours, and they showed no signs of stopping. The snail was exhausted, but he didn't want to stop. This was the first time in months that he had felt truly alive. The whiting had been right. The dance was far, but it was worth it. The snail had never seen anything like it. He had never imagined that such a thing was possible. The other animals were so different from him, but they had welcomed him with open arms. He felt like he belonged here. He was tired, but he didn't want to leave. This was his new home, and he never wanted to leave. The mock turtle was still talking, and Alice was starting to get bored. She had been happy to listen to him at first, but now she just wanted him to stop. She wanted to go home. The dance had been fun, but it was over now. She didn't want to stay here any longer.
Excuse me, Mr. Turtle,
she said.
But I really should be going now.
Oh, Alice, please don't go,
said the mock turtle.
This is the best part of the dance. We were just about to sing the whiting song. Won't you stay and listen?
I'm sorry, Mr. Turtle, but I really must go. Thank you for the dance. It was very nice.
Alice turned to leave, but the mock turtle called after her.
Wait, Alice. I have something for you.
He reached into his shell and pulled out a small box.
This is for you,
he said.
I hope you like it.
Alice took the box and opened it. Inside was a beautiful silver necklace with a small diamond pendant.
Oh, Mr. Turtle, it's beautiful,
she said.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Alice. I'm glad you like it. Now, please stay and listen to the song. I promise you'll like it.
Alice hesitated for a moment, but then she decided to stay. After all, the mock turtle had been so kind to her. She didn't want to be rude. The mock turtle began to sing, and Alice soon found herself liking the song. It was about a whiting, and she could relate to it. She thought about her own home and how much she missed it. She didn't know if she would ever see it again, but she was glad she had the memories. When the song was over, Alice applauded along with the other animals. She was sorry she had ever thought about leaving. This was her new home, and she never wanted to leave.
So that's why the lobsters have their tails in their mouths,
said Alice. Exactly, said the mock turtle.
It's because they want to go to the dance.
But why do they have to go to the dance?
asked Alice.
It's a tradition,
said the griffin.
All the animals go to the dance. It's the only time we can all be together.
But why do the lobsters have to go?
asked Alice.
It's because they're the best dancers,
said the Mock Turtle.
They always win the dance contest.
I see,
said Alice.
And what about the crumbs?
What crumbs?
asked the Griffin.
The crumbs that wash off in the sea,
said Alice.
Why do they have to go to the dance?
It's because they're the best cleaners,
said the Mock Turtle.
They always clean up the messes.
I see,
said Alice.
Thank you for explaining it to me.
You're welcome, Alice,
said the Mock Turtle.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I should go home,
said Alice.
But the dance isn't over yet,
said the Griffin.
I know, but I really should go,
said Alice.
Thank you for everything. It was really nice meeting you. You're welcome, Alice,
said the Griffin.
We hope to see you again soon.
Alice said goodbye and then started to walk away. She was sorry to leave, but she knew she had to go. She had been away from home for too long. It was time to go back. As Alice walked away, she heard the Mock Turtle and the Griffin start to sing the whiting song. She smiled and continued on her way. Alice was walking through the forest when she came across a strange creature. It was a small, white creature with a long tail. It was sitting on a log, eating something. Alice approached the creature cautiously.
Hello,
she said.
My name is Alice. What's your name?
I'm a whiting,
said the creature.
Why are you called a whiting?
asked Alice.
It's because I do the boots and shoes,
said the creature. Alice was thoroughly puzzled by this statement. She had never heard of a creature that did boots and shoes. She didn't even know that such a thing existed.
How do you do the boots and shoes?
she asked.
It's easy,
said the creature.
I just put them on and then I tie them up. It's really easy,
I see,
said Alice.
But the dance isn't over yet,
said the creature. As Alice walked away, she heard the creature and the others start to sing the whiting song. Alice approached the Griffin cautiously. What's your name? I'm a Griffin, said the creature. Why are you called a Griffin? asked Alice. It's because I have the head of a lion and the body of an eagle,
said the creature. She had never heard of a creature that had the head of a lion and the body of an eagle.
How did you get the head of a lion and the body of an eagle?
It's easy,
said the Griffin. I just put on a lion mask and an eagle costume.
but the dance isn't over yet,
said the Griffin. As Alice walked away, she heard the Griffin and the others start to sing the Griffin song. The Mock Turtle's eyes misted over as he began to speak.
Every fish needs a porpoise,
he said,
because they're the only ones that can keep up with us on our journeys.
Alice was surprised by this.
I thought you meant purpose,
she said.
No, I mean what I say,
said the mock turtle.
A porpoise is a mammal that can breathe underwater. They're very helpful to have around.
The griffin nodded.
They're very helpful indeed.
He said.
We should hear some of Alice's adventures.
Alice took a deep breath and began her story.
It all started when I saw the white rabbit,
she said.
At first I was nervous, but I gained courage as I went on. I met many interesting creatures along the way, including the mock turtle and the griffin. I'm sorry to say that I can't stay with you for long, but I really must be going.
The mock turtle and the griffin both nodded understandingly.
We completely understand,
said the griffin.
You have a very important journey to continue.
Alice bid them both farewell and continued on her way. She knew that she had to find the white rabbit, and she was determined to do so. She had come so far, and she wasn't going to give up now. Alice continued on her journey, feeling more determined than ever to find the white rabbit. She walked for what felt like hours, but she finally came to a clearing. In the middle of the clearing was a large, imposing castle. Alice knew that this was the white rabbit's home, and she began to feel nervous. She wasn't sure if she was welcome, but she knew that she had to try. She walked up to the castle and knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened and the white rabbit himself stood before her.
Alice,
he said, sounding surprised.
What are you doing here? I came to find you,
Alice said.
I need your help. I'm lost, and I don't know how to get back home.
The white rabbit frowned.
I'm sorry, Alice, but I can't help you. I can't leave my home, and I can't take you with me. It's too dangerous.
Alice's heart sank. She had been so sure that the white rabbit would be able to help her, but now she didn't know what to do. She was about to give up when she heard someone calling her name. She turned and saw the mock turtle and the griffin walking towards her.
Alice, we've been looking for you,
said the griffin.
We were worried that something had happened to you.
We're so glad you're all right,
added the mock turtle. Alice was relieved to see them. She knew that they would be able to help her.
The white rabbit is going to help me find my way home,
she said. The white rabbit looked surprised, but he didn't say anything. The griffin and the mock turtle both looked at Alice skeptically.
Are you sure?
asked the griffin.
Positive,
said Alice. The white rabbit seemed to be considering something, but he finally nodded.
All right, Alice, I'll help you, but you must promise to be careful. It's a dangerous world out there.
I promise,
said Alice. The white rabbit led Alice into the castle and showed her the way to her home. She was relieved and grateful to finally be going home. She thanked the white rabbit and bid him farewell. As she walked away, she felt more hopeful than ever. She knew that, as long as she had her determination and courage, she would be able to overcome anything. Alice was ordered to stand up and repeat a saying by the griffin, but she was so distracted by thoughts of the lobster quadrille that she could hardly remember the words.
Come on, Alice. You can do it,
said the griffin.
Just concentrate.
Alice took a deep breath and tried to focus. She repeated the words in her head over and over again until she finally remembered them.
I'm sorry,
she said.
I was just thinking about the lobster quadrille.
It's all right,
said the griffin.
You did well.
Alice was relieved. She was beginning to feel more at ease in the strange world she found herself in. She knew that she had to be brave if she wanted to find her way home. With that in mind, she set off on her journey once again. The lobster was talking to the griffin, saying that the griffin has baked him too brown. The lobster is trimming his belt and buttons and turning out his toes. The lobster says that when the tide rises and sharks are around, his voice has a timid and tremulous sound.
I'm sorry,
said the griffin.
I didn't know that you were so sensitive about your appearance.
It's not just my appearance,
said the lobster.
It's my voice as well. When I'm around sharks, my voice trembling and my hands shake.
I see,
said the griffin.
I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable.
It's okay,
said the lobster.
I'm just a little bit on edge.
Alice was curious about the lobster and his fear of sharks. She had never seen a real shark before, only in books. She wondered if they were really as dangerous as he said.
Do you want to talk about it?
She asked.
There's not much to say,
said the lobster.
I just don't like being around them.
I understand,
said Alice.
I'm sorry that you have to go through that.
The lobster was touched by her words. He had never met anyone who was so understanding. He started to feel better, and his voice stopped trembling.
Thank you, Alice,
he said.
You're a good friend.
The mock turtle and the griffin were discussing the poem that Alice had just recited. The mock turtle was confused by the part about the toes and asked Alice to explain it. Alice was also confused and didn't know how to explain it. The griffin told the mock turtle to move on to the next verse.
Alice, why are your toes so big?
Asked the mock turtle. I don't know, said Alice.
I've never thought about it before.
They're very big,
said the mock turtle.
Do they make you walk differently?
No,
said Alice.
I don't think so,
said the mock turtle.
I'm not sure I understand.
me neither,
said Alice. The griffin interjected.
Let's move on to the next verse, shall we?
Yes, let's,
said the mock turtle. They continued their discussion of the poem, but Alice was no longer paying attention. She was thinking about her toes and why they were so big. She had never thought about it before, but now she was curious. She wiggled her toes inside her shoes and tried to think of a reason why they might be big. Eventually, she came up with a theory. Maybe her toes were big because she had big feet. That made sense to her. She knew that she had big feet for her age. She had always been self-conscious about it, but now she was glad that she had big feet. They were useful for walking and running. She was so busy thinking about her feet that she didn't notice when the mock turtle and the griffin stopped talking. They were both staring at her, waiting for her to say something.
Alice, are you all right?
asked the Griffin.
Yes, I'm fine,
said Alice.
I was just thinking about my toes.
And?
asked the Mock Turtle.
I think I might have big feet,
said Alice.
Yes, you do,
said the Mock Turtle.
but that's not why your toes are big.
Why are my toes big, then?
asked Alice.
It's a mystery.
said the Mock Turtle.
But maybe someday you'll figure it out.
Alice was still thinking about her toes when she suddenly heard a noise. It sounded like someone was coming. She quickly hid behind a tree and waited to see who it was. She was relieved when she saw that it was just the Mock Turtle and the Griffin. They were both laughing.
What's so funny?
asked Alice.
Oh, nothing,
said the Mock Turtle.
We were just talking about you.
What about me?
asked Alice.
Well, the Griffin was saying how you're always asking questions and you're never satisfied with the answers.
Is that true?
asked Alice.
Sometimes,
said the Griffin.
but it's not always a bad thing. Sometimes it's good to ask questions and to think about things.
I guess you're right,
said Alice.
I'm sorry if I've been annoying you.
Oh, you're not annoying,
said the Mock Turtle.
we like you, you're interesting,
Thank you,
said Alice.
I like you too.
They all smiled at each other and then continued on their way. Alice enjoyed talking with the Mock Turtle and the Griffin. They were both so friendly and seemed to understand her. She was glad that she had met them. As they continued walking, the Mock Turtle began to sing a song. It was a song about a soup made from turtles. Alice thought it was very beautiful and she clapped her hands when he finished.
That was lovely,
said Alice.
Thank you for singing it for me,
You're welcome,
said the Mock Turtle.
I'm glad you liked it.
The three of them continued walking and talking together. Alice felt very happy. She had never felt so happy before. Alice smelled the soup before she even saw the pot. It was a thick, hearty soup, and she could see chunks of vegetables and meat floating in it. Her stomach grumbled, and she realized that she hadn't eaten anything all day. She approached the pot cautiously, half afraid that it was a trap. But the smell was too tempting, and she was willing to risk it. She leaned over the pot and took a small spoonful of the soup. It was delicious, and she was willing to trade anything for just a small amount. She heard a noise behind her and turned to see the Mock Turtle and the Griffin. They were singing a song, and the chorus was repeated over and over. Alice felt herself getting sleepy. She tried to fight it, but she couldn't. She realized that she had been poisoned. The last thing she heard was the Mock Turtle's voice.
I'm sorry, Alice. I didn't mean to kill you.
She felt herself falling into a deep sleep. She dreamt that she was back in the forest, and the Griffin was leading her away. She asked what trial it was, and the Griffin only replied with,
Come on,
and ran faster. The words of the song became more faint as they got further away. Suddenly, Alice woke up. She was back in the room with the mock turtle and the griffin. They were both looking at her with concern.
Are you all right, Alice?
Asked the mock turtle.
You were out for a while.
Alice tried to sit up, but she felt dizzy and sick. She realized that the soup must have been poisoned. She looked at the mock turtle and the griffin accusingly.
You poisoned me,
she accused. The griffin looked ashamed, but the mock turtle only shrugged.
It was necessary,
he said.
You would have died anyway, eventually. This way, at least you get to choose how you go.
Alice was horrified. She tried to stand up, but her legs were weak and she collapsed. The last thing she saw before she lost consciousness was the griffin and the mock turtle carrying her away. Alice tried to stand up, but her legs were weak and she collapsed. She woke up some time later, lying on a bed in a strange room. She tried to sit up, but she was still weak. She saw the mock turtle and the griffin sitting at a table, eating what looked like tarts. Alice's stomach growled. She realized she was starving. Alice nodded.
Good,
said the mock turtle.
You're going to need your strength for what's coming next.
She had a feeling she knew what was coming.
The King and Queen of Hearts are going to trial you for being unlawfully present in their forest,
said the griffin.
And since you're not actually from Wonderland, they're going to sentence you to death.
Alice felt tears welling up in her eyes. She was going to die. She wondered if anyone would even miss her.
Don't worry, Alice,
said the mock turtle.
It won't be too bad. I've been through it myself. It's not as bad as it sounds.
Alice was led into the courtroom. The King and Queen of Hearts were on their thrones, with a bunch of animals and the pack of cards gathered around them. The knave was in chains in front of them, and the white rabbit was holding a trumpet and a scroll of parchment. There was a table in the middle of the court with tarts on it, making Alice hungry. The Queen pointed at Alice and said,
This is the girl who was unlawfully present in our forest. What do you have to say for yourself?
Alice tried to explain that she hadn't meant to wander into the forest, but the Queen cut her off.
Silence,
she shouted.
You are hereby sentenced to death. We will give you a choice of how you would like to die. You can be beheaded, or you can be eaten by lions.
She didn't want to die. She looked at the griffin and the mock turtle, but they both just shook their heads. There was nothing they could do.
I'm sorry, Alice,
said the griffin.
But you're on your own.
Alice was in a court of justice for the first time, and she was quite pleased to find that she knew the name of nearly everything there. She identified the judge as the king, and notes that he does not look at all comfortable in his wig and crown. The jury was made up of beasts of all sorts, sitting in a semicircle around the judge's bench, and the public gallery was full of more of the same. Even the lawyers were animals. Alice could not help but giggle at the sight of a monkey in a wig, prosecuting the case. The trial seemed to take forever, and Alice was getting very hungry by the time it was finally over. She was relieved when the jury pronounced her not guilty, and she was even more relieved when the judge said she could go. She was free. She turned to leave the courtroom, but she was stopped by the griffin.
Not so fast, Alice,
he said.
You still have to answer for your crimes.
What crimes?
Alice asked, confused.
You're still an accessory to the knave's theft,
said the griffin.
You helped him steal the tarts, and you ate one yourself. That's a crime. You're going to have to go to prison.
Alice couldn't believe it. She was going to be sent to prison. The Griffin took her by the arm and led her out of the courtroom. She was marched down a long hallway to a set of iron bars. The Griffin pushed her through the bars and into a dark cell. Alice heard the door slam shut behind her and she was alone in the dark. Alice had been in the courtroom for what seemed like hours, although it was really only minutes. She was growing bored and restless, and her mind began to wander. She started to wonder about the 12 creatures that were sitting in the jury box. She correctly surmised that they were the jurors. She was proud of herself for knowing the meaning of the word. Juryman. Alice's mind was still racing as she tried to think of a way to escape the boredom of the trial. She looked over at the jury box and saw that the 12 creatures were busy writing something on small slates. She was curious what they could be writing, so she got up and walked over to them.
What are you writing?
One of the creatures, a white rabbit, looked up at her.
We're writing our names,
he said.
In case we forget them before the trial is over.
Alice was indignant.
How could you possibly forget your own names?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
The white rabbit said.
It's very easy to forget things in this place. Trust me, it's better to be safe than sorry.
With that, the white rabbit went back to writing on his slate. Alice huffed and walked back to her seat. She was still bored, but now she was also annoyed. She didn't understand how anyone could forget their own name. It didn't make any sense to her. The trial dragged on and Alice's mind continued to wander. She thought about the creatures in the jury box and she wondered if they would forget their own names. She also wondered if she would forget her own name. It was a scary thought, but she wasn't sure if it was possible. After what seemed like forever, the trial finally ended. Alice was relieved that it was over, but she was also worried that she might have forgotten her own name. She quickly said it to herself several times, just to be sure. Phew, she thought. I didn't forget it. But as she was about to leave the courtroom, she heard someone call out her name. She turned around and saw the white rabbit waving to her.
Alice, wait.
He called out. Alice's heart sank. She had forgotten her own name. Alice was in a state of shock as she realized that she had forgotten her own name. She stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. The white rabbit approached her and handed her a small piece of paper.
Here, Alice.
He said.
Write your name on this paper and keep it with you. That way, you'll never forget it again.
Alice took the paper and slowly wrote her name on it. She felt silly, but she was also relieved. She thanked the white rabbit and then she quickly left the courtroom. She was eager to get out of this place and forget about the whole ordeal. As she walked home, she tried to remember what her life was like before the trial. She wasn't sure if she could remember it, but she was determined to try. She needed to remember who she was, and she needed to find her place in this new world. The king was about to ask for the verdict on the case of the Queen of Hearts and the Knave of Hearts, but the white rabbit interrupted and said that there was more to come before that. The first witness was the Hatter, who came in with a teacup and a piece of bread and butter. Hatter, why are you eating bread and butter?
I'm sorry, Your Majesty.
The Hatter said.
I hadn't finished my tea when I was sent for.
The king sighed.
Very well, continue.
The Hatter took a seat and began his testimony.
I was at the Mad Hatter's tea party when the Queen of Hearts came in. She was very upset and she demanded to know who had eaten her tarts. I told her that I didn't know, but she didn't believe me. She accused me of lying and she ordered her soldiers to take me away.
And what happened then?
I was brought to this courtroom and put on trial. I'm innocent, Your Majesty. I don't know who ate the tarts.
The king turned to the Queen of Hearts.
Your Majesty, what do you have to say in response to this testimony?
The Hatter is lying.
The Queen shouted.
He's the one who ate my tarts. I demand justice.
Very well.
The king said.
The Hatter will be put to death unless the true culprit is found.
The king turned to the next witness, the March Hare.
March Hare, when did the Hatter begin his task?
It was the 14th of March.
The March Hare said.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive.
The March Hare said.
I remember because it was the day before my birthday.
The king asked the next witness, the Dormouse, when the Hatter began his task.
It was the 16th.
The Dormouse said.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I'm quite sure.
The Dormouse said.
I remember because it was the day after the March Hare's birthday.
The jury will write down all 3 dates and add them up. We will resume after lunch. After lunch, the jury announced that the Hatter began his task on the 14th of March, as the March Hare had said.
Very well.
The king said.
Hatter, you are accused of stealing a hat. Do you have anything to say in your defense? I sell hats, Your Majesty.
The Hatter said.
I don't have any of my own.
That's not what the Queen says.
The king said.
She says you stole her hat.
The Queen began staring at the Hatter, who turned pale and fidgety.
I didn't mean to, Your Majesty.
The Hatter said.
It was an accident.
And you expect us to believe that?
The king asked.
You're a liar and a thief, and I sentence you to death.
The Hatter was led away to the gallows, and the Queen put on her new hat. The king was not known for his patience. He did not tolerate those who lied or stole, and he certainly didn't care for those who couldn't keep their cool under pressure. So when the Hatter began to stutter and sweat under the Queen's gaze, the king knew that he was done for. Alice was growing again. She wasn't sure what was causing it, but she knew that she needed to leave the court soon. She didn't want to be seen as a freak, but she also didn't want to leave the people she had grown to know and care for. She wondered if she should say something to the Queen, but decided against it. The last thing she needed was to be locked up in some tower or dungeon. No, it was better to leave quietly and hope that nobody noticed. She said her goodbyes to the Hatter and the March Hare, and then made her way out of the palace. She wasn't sure where she was going, but she knew she needed to find someplace safe. She had a feeling that the world was about to become a very dangerous place. The Dormouse was not happy. He had been squished by Alice once again, and he was finding it hard to breathe. He complained to Alice that she was growing too much and that she was taking up too much space. Alice replied that she couldn't help it, she was growing. The Dormouse told her that she had no right to grow there, and Alice said that he was growing too. The Dormouse retorted that he grows at a reasonable pace, not in a ridiculous fashion. He then went to the other side of the court, where he felt safer. Alice watched him go, feeling a little guilty. She knew she needed to leave soon, but she didn't want to leave the people she had grown to know and care for. The king was not happy. He was angry with the Hatter for not giving his evidence properly. The Hatter explained that he was nervous. He went on to say that everything started with the tea, and the March Hare interrupts him to deny this. The king tells the Hatter to leave out that part, and the Hatter then says that the Dormouse said something next, but the Dormouse is asleep and so cannot deny it. The king is getting frustrated, and he tells the Hatter to hurry up and get on with it. The Hatter then says that the Dormouse said, "Twinkle, twinkle, little bat." The king is surprised and he asks what that has to do with anything. The Hatter replies that it doesn't have anything to do with anything, but he thought it was a good moment to say it. The king is not amused and he tells the Hatter to leave. The Hatter is happy to leave and he quickly exits the court. The king is angry and frustrated with the Hatter. He insists that the Hatter hurry up and get on with the story, but the Hatter's story doesn't seem to be going anywhere. The king is ready to give up and just have the Hatter leave when he suddenly says something that surprises the king.
The Hatter's evidence was not going as planned. The king was getting frustrated with the Hatter's lack of progress. He was about to give up and let the Hatter leave when he suddenly said something that surprised the king.
Your Majesty, I have deduced that the real killer is in this room with us right now.
The Hatter said, looking around pointedly. The king was taken aback. He had not expected the Hatter to say such a thing. He looked around the room, trying to see if there was anyone who looked suspicious.
Who is it?
He asked, his voice trembling slightly.
I'm not sure.
The Hatter said. But I will find out. With that, the Hatter began to search the room, looking for clues. The king watched him, feeling more and more uneasy. He was sure that the Hatter was going to find the killer. And he was also sure that the killer would not be happy about being found out. Alice was pleased to have witnessed the sentencing of a criminal, as she had often read about such events in the newspaper but never understood what they meant. The king tells her that she may stand down if that is all she knows about the situation. However, Alice wishes to learn more and asks the king to explain what is happening. The king obliges and begins to explain the situation in more detail. Alice listens intently as the king explains that the criminal being sentenced is a murderer. He goes on to say that the victim was a young woman who was brutally killed. The king explains that the criminal will be put to death for his crime. Alice is horrified by what she hears and can't believe that someone could be so cold-blooded. She asks the king if there is anything that can be done to stop the criminal from being put to death. The king tells her that the law is very clear in this situation and that there is nothing that can be done. Alice is distraught and can't bear to witness the criminal being put to death. She asks the king if she can leave, but he tells her that she must stay and watch. Alice doesn't want to, but she knows that she must. She watches as the criminal is led to the gallows and is hanged. She is relieved when it is all over and she can finally leave. The Hatter is on the floor and can't go any lower, so the king tells him he may sit down. The other guinea pig cheers and is then suppressed. Alice thinks that now they will get on better. The Hatter says he would rather finish his tea and gives an anxious look at the Queen, who is reading the list of singers. The Hatter is quickly called to the stand. The king looks upon him with a sneer and then asks him to leave just as quickly when the king learns he didn't even put his shoes on. Outside, the Queen orders that his head be taken off. The next witness is the Duchess's cook. As she enters, she is sneezed at by everyone near the door. She testifies that the Duchess often made the baby cry by shaking it. The Queen has her beheaded as well.
Where is the evidence?
The king demanded, slamming his fist down on the table. The cook, a small, meek man, cowered under the king's gaze.
Answer me.
The king shouted. The White Rabbit, who was acting as the prosecutor in this case, stepped forward.
Your Majesty, if I may,
he said in a calm, steady voice.
I believe it would be best if we cross-examined the witness.
The king considered this for a moment, then nodded.
Very well,
he said. He turned his attention back to the cook.
What are the ingredients of these tarts?
He asked. The cook stammered for a moment, then looked to the White Rabbit for help. The rabbit shook his head, indicating that the cook was on his own.
Well, Your Majesty.
The cook said.
They are mostly made of treacle.
Treacle?
The Queen exclaimed.
That is disgusting. Get this man out of my court.
She ordered. 2 burly guards grabbed the cook and hauled him out of the room. The Dormouse, who had been sitting in the corner with his eyes closed, slowly opened them and began to speak.
Your Majesty,
he said in a sleepy voice.
If I may interject, the cook is telling the truth. The tarts are indeed mostly made of treacle.
Silence.
The Queen shouted.
How dare you speak out of turn? You will be put out of court as well.
The Dormouse was grabbed by the guards and unceremoniously escorted from the room. The Queen, now in a fury, turned her attention back to the White Rabbit.
You will find the evidence, Rabbit,
she said in a dangerous voice.
Or you will suffer the same fate as those 2.
Alice was surprised when she heard her own name called as the next witness. She had not expected to be called to testify in this case. She slowly stood and made her way to the stand, where she was sworn in. The Queen, who was now acting as the prosecutor, began to speak.
Miss Alice,
she said in a sweet, sugary voice.
Can you tell us what you saw on the night of the party?
Alice hesitated for a moment. She was not sure if she should tell the truth or not. She knew that if she did, she would be incriminating herself. However, if she lied, she could be convicted of perjury. She decided to tell the truth.
I saw the cook putting something into the tarts,
she said.
I'm not sure what it was, but it looked like poison.
The Queen's face turned hard.
And what did you do when you saw this?
Alice swallowed hard.
Ran away,
she said.
I was afraid.
The Queen sneered at her.
Afraid of what, exactly? Of the cook? Of the tarts? Or of the Queen's wrath?
Alice did not answer. She could see the Queen's face turning red with anger and she knew that she had made a mistake.
I think, Miss Alice, that you were a liar,
the Queen said.
I think you saw the cook putting poison into the tarts and you did nothing. You let those poor, innocent children eat those tarts and you did nothing to stop it. You are just as guilty as the cook.
Alice shook her head.
No, Your Majesty,
she said.
I swear, I did not know what he was going to do. I would never have let those children eat those tarts if I had known.
The Queen regarded her for a moment, then nodded.
You may step down.
Alice breathed a sigh of relief as she left the stand. She had been certain that the Queen was going to convict her, but thankfully she had been spared. For now, at least. She knew that she was not out of the woods yet. The Queen would be sure to find some other way to punish her. Alice was so excited that she accidentally tipped over the jury box and knocked all the jurymen down. She feels very bad about it, especially because it reminds her of when she accidentally knocked over a globe of goldfish. Luckily, none of the jurymen were hurt, but they are all very angry with her. The Queen is also very angry with Alice. She orders Alice to be taken away and locked up in a tower. Alice is very scared and regrets ever coming to the trial. She knows that she is going to be punished severely for her actions. Later, Alice is brought before the Queen and her council. The Queen orders Alice to be put to death, but the council objects. They believe that Alice should be given a chance to redeem herself. The Queen reluctantly agrees and gives Alice a task. If she can complete the task, her life will be spared. Alice is taken to a room where she is given a broom and a bucket of water. She is told to clean the entire room from top to bottom. Alice is shocked at the size of the room, but she does not hesitate to start cleaning. She knows that her life depends on it. Alice works tirelessly for hours, but she eventually completes the task. She is exhausted, but relief washes over her when the Queen tells her that she is free to go. Alice knows that she is lucky to be alive and promises herself that she will never do anything so reckless again. Alice is walking through the forest when she comes across a group of men. They are all armed with guns and knives, and they look very dangerous. Alice is about to turn and run when one of the men speaks to her. He tells her that they are looking for a place to stay for the night and asks if she knows of any nearby. Alice is terrified, but she knows that she must remain calm. She tells the men that there is a nearby town that might have vacancy. The men thank her and start to walk in the direction she indicated. Alice is relieved when they are gone and she knows that she has avoided a potentially dangerous situation. The woman was relieved when she realized that the men were following her, but her relief was short-lived. She quickened her pace, but they were gaining on her. She knew that she wouldn't be able to outrun them and she was about to give up when she saw a small opening in the ground. She dove into it and began to crawl through the tunnel. She could hear the men above her, but she was safe for now. The men were getting closer and she was now crawling as fast as she could. She was getting tired and her hands and knees were scraped and bleeding. She didn't know how much longer she could keep going. Then she saw a faint light ahead and she knew she was getting close to the end. She pushed herself onward and emerged from the tunnel into a small clearing. She was safe. Alice was sitting in the jury box, her hands folded in her lap. She knew the king was watching her and she could feel his eyes boring into her. She didn't know what he was going to do to her, but she knew it wasn't going to be good. The king asked Alice what she knew about the business at hand, and Alice insisted she knew nothing. The king found this very important and told the jury to write it down. The White Rabbit interrupts, insisting the king means Alice is unimportant. The king bangs his gavel and demands that Alice be brought to him. She is dragged out of the jury box and into the courtroom. The king asks her again what she knows and she insists she knows nothing. The king tells the jury to find her guilty and she is to be executed. Alice is dragged out of the courtroom and into the street. She is to be hanged in the square. The crowd is jeering and throwing things at her as she is led to the gallows. She is placed on the platform and the noose is placed around her neck. She is given a final moment to say her prayers and then the trapdoor is opened. Alice falls through the trapdoor and her neck breaks. She dangles lifelessly from the rope as the crowd cheers. Her body is left to rot as a warning to others. Alice's body dangles lifelessly from the rope, her neck broken. The crowd cheers and jeers, throwing stones and rotten fruit at her lifeless body. They are pleased that she has been made an example of and that others will think twice before they disobey the king. Some in the crowd even call for the executions of those who helped Alice carry out her crimes. The king looks on from his throne, a satisfied smirk on his face. He knows that he has made an example of Alice and that others will think twice before they disobey him. He is pleased that his subjects are so loyal to him and that they will obey his every command. But there are some in the crowd who are not so pleased with the king's decision to execute Alice. They believe that her crimes were minor and that she did not deserve to die. They see her execution as a sign of the king's cruelty and they begin to question their loyalty to him. They wonder if they should continue to obey a king who is so willing to kill one of his own subjects. The White Rabbit tells the crowd that there is more evidence to come and hands them a letter. The letter is from Alice's mother and it tells the story of Alice's childhood. Alice's mother writes about how Alice was always a disobedient child and how she would often run away from home. She writes about how Alice's father died when she was just a child and how she was sent to live with her aunt. She writes about how Alice was never happy and how she would often get into trouble. The letter from Alice's mother fills the crowd with rage. They can see now that Alice was never a good person and that she deserved to die. They call for the White Rabbit to be put to death as well and the king obliges. The White Rabbit is dragged out into the street and executed alongside Alice. The crowd cheering and jeers as the two bodies swing from the ropes, their necks broken. The king smiles as he watches the execution of Alice and the White Rabbit. He knows that he has made an example of them and that others will think twice before they disobey him. Not everyone was pleased with the king's decision to execute Alice and the White Rabbit. Some people believed that their crimes were small and that they shouldn't have been given the death sentence. They viewed the executions as an indication of the king's brutality and it caused them to wonder about their dedication to him. The executions also made people question the king's judgment. After all, if he was willing to kill two people for relatively minor crimes, what would he do to those who defied him? This made many people scared to cross the king and it led to a lot of tension in the kingdom. The king was not happy with the way things were going in his kingdom. He felt like people were starting to question his decisions and he didn't like it. He decided to take action and he accused the knave of being a dishonest man. He said that the knave didn't sign his name at the end of a document and he said that made the knave look guilty. The knave denied writing the document, but the king said that only made the matter worse. There was general agreement among the people present that the king was correct. The queen was not happy with the way things were going in her kingdom. She felt like people were starting to question her decisions and she didn't like it. She decided to take action and she accused the White Rabbit of being a dishonest man. She said that the White Rabbit didn't sign his name at the end of a document and she said that made the White Rabbit look guilty. The White Rabbit denied writing the document, but the Queen said that only made the matter worse. There was general agreement among the people present that the Queen was correct. The White Rabbit was accused of something he didn't do and he tried to clear his name by explaining that the person who accused him only did so because she was jealous. The White Rabbit said that the woman was only accusing him because she was hoping to get something out of it. The White Rabbit then mocked the woman by saying that she only accused him because she wanted attention from another person. Alice interrupted the king to say that the evidence he was referring to made no sense. The jury all agree with her and write it down, but no one attempts to explain it. The whole courtroom was in an uproar, with people shouting and shaking their fists. Alice was taken aback by the reaction. She had only been speaking her mind. The king, who had been silent up until this point, spoke up.
Alice, you must understand, this evidence is all we have to go on. If we can't trust it, then we have no basis for our case.
Alice didn't know what to say. She had never thought of it that way before. She realized that the jury was just trying to do the job, and that she had been interrupting them.
I'm sorry.
She said.
I didn't mean to cause such a fuss. I'll try to be more respectful from now on.
The jury nodded their heads in approval, and the king smiled.
Thank you, Alice. I'm sure we can all learn from this experience.
The king and the knave continued the discussion of the meaning of the poem, with the knave still insisting that there was no meaning to be found in it. The king, however, was not so sure. He had the feeling that there was something there, if only he could see it. Finally, the king had had enough.
Knave, can you swim?
He asked. The knave was taken aback by the question.
No, Your Majesty, I cannot.
He replied.
Then I'm afraid you're going to have to.
The king said.
I want you to take this poem and dive into the lake. If you can find the meaning of it, then you can come back up. If not, then you can drown for all I care.
With that, the king tossed the poem into the lake and walked away, leaving the knave standing there, dumbfounded. The Knave of Hearts was on trial for stealing the Queen's tarts. The king, who was presiding over the trial, was trying to make sense of the evidence against the knave. Alice points out that the evidence doesn't make sense, but the king is convinced that the knave is guilty and sentences him to death. The knave is led away to the execution chamber, his mind racing. He knows that he is innocent, but he also knows that there is no way to prove it. As he is strapped into the electric chair, he prays for a miracle. Suddenly, the door to the execution chamber flies open and in walks Alice. She tells the king that she has figured out the true culprit behind the theft of the tarts. It turns out that it was the Queen herself who stole the tarts, in an attempt to frame the knave. The king is stunned by this revelation and orders the Queen to be brought to him immediately. The Queen is brought before the king and she confesses to the theft. She is sentenced to death and the knave is freed. As he walks out of the execution chamber, the knave is a changed man. He knows that he has been given a second chance at life and he is determined to make the most of it. The king was still in shock from the revelation that the Queen had stolen the tarts. He couldn't believe that she would stoop so low. He wanted to kill her himself, but he knew that he couldn't. The law was clear on this matter. The Queen was to be executed and that was that. He had to be content with that. The Knave of Hearts was a free man now, but he was changed. The experience of being on death row had taken its toll on him. He was a broken man, but he was still alive. He walked out of the execution chamber and into the sunlight, his mind racing. He had to figure out what he was going to do with the rest of his life. Alice was on trial, and the Queen was demanding a verdict first and sentence afterwards. Alice objected loudly, and the Queen got angry, demanding Alice's head. However, nobody moves to carry out the sentence. The Queen is getting angrier and angrier, and she demands to know why nobody is moving to execute Alice. The king finally speaks up and tells the Queen that the law is clear on this matter. He can't kill her himself, but he knows that she needs to be punished. He has to figure out what he is going to do with the rest of his life. Alice was not very pleased with the deck of cards that had come to life. She ended up lying on the ground with her head in her sister's lap, who was gently brushing away some dead leaves. Alice's sister was kind and caring, and she wanted to help her sister in any way she could. Alice was grateful for her sister's help, but she was still not very happy with the deck of cards. Alice woke up to her sister's voice.
Come on, Alice, wake up.
Her sister's voice sounded worried. Alice sat up and rubbed her eyes.
What is it? You were talking in your sleep.
Her sister said.
You sounded upset.
Alice frowned.
I was.
Then she remembered the dream she had been having.
Oh.
She said.
I was just dreaming. What about?
Her sister asked.
I don't really remember.
Alice said. She thought for a moment.
It was something about a deck of cards, I think.
Her sister laughed.
That sounds like a strange dream.
She said.
It was.
Alice said.
But it was also kind of fun. In the dream, the cards came to life and we talked to each other.
That does sound like fun.
Her sister said.
Did anything else happen in the dream?
Alice shook her head.
No, not that I can remember.
She said. Her sister kissed her on the forehead.
Go have some tea.
She said.
You'll feel better after you've had something to drink.
Alice got up and went to the kitchen. She was still thinking about the dream as she poured herself a cup of tea. It had been so real, and she had felt so happy in the dream. She wished she could go back and experience it again. Alice's sister sat in the same spot where she left her, leaning her head and watching the sunset. She thought of her little sister Alice and all of the wonderful adventures she's experienced. Suddenly, she began dreaming herself. In her dream, she sees Alice again and hears her voice. The dream is so vivid that the surrounding area becomes alive with the creatures from Alice's dream. She hears Alice laughing and knows that she is happy. Suddenly, the dream begins to fade and Alice's sister wakes up. She is disappointed that the dream is over, but is also happy that she was able to see Alice again. She places her hand over her heart, where she knows Alice will always be. Alice's experiences become more bizarre as she tries to find her way out of the rabbit hole. She is almost decapitated when she tries to go through a doorway that is too small for her. While she is having tea with the March Hare and his friends, she hears the order for executions. She also sees a pig baby sneezing on the Duchess' knee. The griffin, lizard, and mock turtle are also present and they create even more commotion. While all of this is going on, Alice's sister is watching from the same spot. She is dreaming of her sister and all the amazing adventures she is having. Alice is sitting in a field with her eyes closed, imagining herself in Wonderland. She knows that if she opens her eyes, she will be back in the reality of the farm where she is staying. She imagines the noises she hears changing from the exciting creatures in Wonderland to the boring animals on the farm. As she is daydreaming, she hears a loud noise that startles her. She opens her eyes to see a big, white rabbit running by. She gets up to follow it and falls down a rabbit hole. Alice falls for what seems like a long time before she finally lands in a strange place. She looks around and sees that she is in some sort of tunnel. She starts to walk through it, but she is soon stopped by a rabbit who tells her she is late. The rabbit pulls out a pocket watch and tells Alice that she is late for a very important date. The rabbit then runs off and Alice follows. Alice comes to a door and the rabbit tells her to go through. She does and she finds herself in a beautiful garden. The rabbit tells her to hurry up and Alice runs after him. She comes to a table with a tiny door and goes through it. She finds herself in a small hall with a door at the end. The rabbit tells her to go through that door. Alice does and she finds herself in what looks like a courtroom. The rabbit tells her she is on trial for breaking the law. Alice is confused and the rabbit tells her that the law is,
"You shall not go through the door without a key."
The rabbit then produces a key and hands it to Alice. Alice is shocked to see that the key is made of gold. She takes it and goes through the door. She finds herself in a beautiful forest. The rabbit tells her she can go home now, but Alice wants to stay and explore. The rabbit gives her a cake and tells her to eat it. Alice takes a bite and suddenly shrinks. The rabbit tells her she will have to stay there until she is big enough to go home. Alice wanders around the forest for a while until she comes across a house. She goes inside and finds a table with a cake on it. She eats some of the cake and grows back to her normal size. She then leaves the house and the forest and goes back through the door. The speaker remembers her younger sister telling stories to other children. The speaker fondly remembers her own childhood and the happy days she spent in summer. Even as an adult, the speaker would always keep the simple, loving heart of her childhood. The speaker's sister was always the imaginative one, always making up stories to tell the other kids. The speaker would often lie in the grass and listen to her sister's stories, feeling the warmth of the summer sun on her skin. Those were the days when everything seemed possible. The speaker still remembers the way her sister's voice would rise and fall as she told her stories. Even now, as an adult, the speaker can still see the dreaming look in her sister's eyes as she spoke. Those were the best days of her life.